Shin Young-woo is visibly sweating as he flees for his life. He laments, spending ages obediently catering to their whims. But now, he's the one being relentlessly hunted. Some figure lunges at him, but he continues his desperate run, wondering if this desperate flight will end in his demise. Presently, he finds himself kneeling before Asher, who states that Young-woo simply became excessively covetous, and as avarice had thoroughly clouded his judgment, he betrayed their confidence, even after formalizing their agreement. That singular act is the root cause of this entire ordeal. Asher further remarks that although he held no illusions about Young-woo, he ought to at least acknowledge the tenacity that ultimately fulfilled the objective. Young-woo gazes upward at him, querying, even after he successfully navigated the challenging quest, Asher is subjecting him to such treatment, devoid of any recompense. Asher, his eyes flashing with anger, declares he will indeed bestow a reward for Yugu, who forfeited Asher's trust completely. That reward is none other than death. Yugu glances backward, witnessing a man advance on him, sword raised. Yugu conjectures, perhaps this is the conclusion. To imagine that this is the outcome. Following months of pursuing a quest, constantly risking his very existence, Young-woo realizes this is preposterous and decries it as a terrible game. The world's most acclaimed virtual reality experience. Satisfy, with a population exceeding 2 billion players across the globe. It constitutes a fantasy realm so immense it could be termed a secondary Earth. The currently charted territories pale in comparison to the vast undiscovered lands. And that particular location was, as anticipated, within a specific uncharted zone. Northern End Cave, specifically the deepest recess within its confines. A sector brimming with all manner of combat equipment, amassed like an imposing, formidable mountain. It had remained untouched by exploration until a particular user chanced upon it, claiming first discovery. A mere hour ago, Young-woo was a level 73 stage warrior, visibly elated upon finding the S-grade quest item, the legendary craftsman's rare book intended for Earl Ashworth. He stands there, reflecting on what a torturous journey it was, musing that any other person would have abandoned the game by this point. An S-grade quest, one he couldn't even relinquish midway through. He ponders just the sheer number of levels he must have lost, and the countless potions and pieces of equipment sacrificed. To cope with that, he formulates a strategy of never interacting with Asher again. Once he secures the Sun Sword as the stipulated reward, he successfully recovered the quest item. Now, though its condition is listed as unidentified, it states he requires the discerning eye. The eye of Palladian, Palladian's eye, that is, represents a highest grade appraisal tool, worth a cool 5 million won. Young-woo stares at it, thinking it's outrageously expensive. And he recognizes this game company is fueling his insatiable desire. He recalls the various loans he has accrued due to this very game. But then, quite unexpectedly, the legendary craftsman's rare book initiates an appraisal sequence, and the system reveals he has uncovered an item of legendary status. Pagma's rare book. This is a volume containing the profound techniques of Pagma, the master blacksmith who managed to transcend all human limitations. By opening the book, he can transition his class to Pagma's descent. Shin Yugu stands utterly motionless, quivering, as he struggled to believe he had an opportunity to attain a legendary class. He is overcome with elation, realizing he possesses the potential to become the paramount, one-of-a-kind class. But then he lets out a sigh and reminds himself that his presence there is to complete an S-grade quest, and it would certainly feel wrong to abandon the quest in such a manner. Though he considers selling the book, a legendary class, it should command a price of at least several hundred million. 1. He reflects on all the instances he has faced hardship. He has even resorted to performing arduous manual labor due to the game's cost and his educational expenses. And the sole point of confidence he possesses regarding it is his sheer tenacity. But every one of his friends abandoned him, labeling him addicted to the game. Even his own family disregards him, perceiving him as a pathetic failure. He weeps, overwhelmed by emotion, realizing the arduous days of his struggle are finally concluded, and he is eager to inform his mother, his father, and his younger sister that he has achieved success through the very game they had always disapproved of. He then attempts to log out, desiring to sell it as swiftly as possible. But the game couldn't conclude there, and it displays that the quest, Earl Ashworth's secret request, has transformed into Earl Ashworth's anger. Young-woo stands there, utterly bewildered, Though Asher remarks all these individuals possess the same sort of avarice. The game interface shows Earl Ashwar's anger, because Earl Ashwer is furious that he attempted to abscond with the rare book, and he now intends to eliminate Yugu and reclaim the book. Asher declares it is a fitting judgment for a traitor such as him. Though Shin is incandescent with rage, demanding he cease it, as Asher even diminished his reputation, which he painstakingly accumulated, solely to secure reduced item prices. However, Asher commands his men to apprehend and execute it. Shin musters his remaining strength, knowing that he is, after all, a level 73 stalwart. He possesses abilities known as techniques. He halted the assailant's advance with a guardian shield, but the man wasn't even stunned by it. Shin comprehends that if he perishes here, it's highly probable the book will vanish entirely, and he can neither complete the quest nor log out of the game. So, he is left with only a single viable option, which is to activate the book. Before Asher could react or intervene, it was definitively too late. As the book is now opened, all his stats and skills have been completely reset. Shin feels an immense power surging within him, and he has successfully changed his class to Pagma's Descent, the legendary Blacksmith. And once the class transition is complete, a brand new title has been conferred upon him, one who became a legend. Shin is now reset to level 1, and he smirks, desiring Asher's demise. Meanwhile, on a different note, someone contacts the head of the SA Group Satisfice developer, Lim Keelho, apprising him that a class change occurred just minutes ago. Shin Youngwoo's level has decreased by 2, and he's currently at level -1. Youngwoo lies prone upon the ground and mutters that Asher intended to kill him. So what's with the expression he's wearing now as he eliminates people? Merely because they were slightly swayed? And he mumbles, as if addressing everyone, to cease playing the game and pursue a joyful existence. Shin Youngwoo then emerges from the automated gaming machine, for which he had been deeply engrossed in play, and he appears quite thoroughly drained at this moment. His mother gazes at him with intense fury, demanding if he even comprehends what time it is within the game. Satisfice developer and operating entity is the SA Group. The chief of Satisfice operational team, Choi Nahi, extends a welcome to the head of the SA Group and Satisfice developer, Lim Keelho. He appears rather intrigued and remarks to her that the class transformation occurred 5 minutes prior, and he genuinely hadn't anticipated that, as it seems quite fascinating. And he informs her that, first and foremost, he must review the reports. Subsequently, within the office department, they all observe Shin Youngwoo's statistical data, and Choi Nahi clarifies to Lim Keelho that Shin's ID is designated as Grid, initially a level 73 warrior, now currently at level -1. She further apprises him that he altered classes utilizing Earl Ashwar's quest item, Pagma's Rare Book, in accordance with the Intel Room's official report. He is an unremarkable user who is deeply engrossed in the game. His noteworthy achievements include residing in the identical city for an entire year, solely to enhance his reputation, and engaging in gameplay within a level 200 area for 3 solid months, while perishing endlessly. She carries on, stating that although Lim Keelho instructed them to report directly to him concerning legendary class changes, observing that foolish and highly inefficient pattern of play, they can categorize this as a purely accidental occurrence, one that is entirely unnecessary to formally report. Lim scrutinizes his statistics with care and expresses that, in his personal opinion, luck and tenacity are commendable attributes. Conversely, Choi Nahi expresses her disagreement, telling him that he acquired the class purely through sheer fortune, so there is no profound significance to it. And even though she considers it a regrettable situation, as the operations team leader, nevertheless, Lim clarifies that he is asserting that this very luck is what he finds captivating. And he reminds Choi Nahi that, as she is aware, according to the sophisticated supercomputer, Morpheus and the development team's careful projections, the Northern End Cave and Pagma's Rare Book were actually slated to be discovered in 2 years. However, that young man, he refers to Shin, shattered those established predictions, uncovered the cave, and activated the intricate quest chain to obtain the book. And he queries her, can those particular quest items be explained away merely by luck? And he adds that there is another element that is quite intriguing, which is the concept of the minus level. Ordinarily, the Asher quest is distributed after reaching level 350, but the significantly lower leveled Grid managed to change classes because he was unwilling to forfeit the precious item. Dropping to level -1 constitutes an extreme penalty that accompanies legendary class transformations. Furthermore, the established rules dictate that the level drops by 2 when a player fails a quest, and novices below the threshold of level 10 are typically exempted from that particular regulation. But Shin became level -1 because he was already in a penalty state. Lim asked Choi if she grasps that 10 stat points are allocated per level, and Shin is the solitary level -1 user. Until then, they require 2 level ups to progress from level -1 to level 1. That signifies that Shin's base bodily stats will be 20 points superior when compared to other users of the equivalent level. And he further questions her, does luck truly accumulate to this degree? Or can it not then be termed an inevitability? And if it indeed is an inevitability, could it potentially be linked to his inherent skills? Choi panics, realizing there's a significant disruption of balance within the game, and they absolutely need to rectify it. Though Shin Youngwoo advises her not to proceed to such extremes and highlights the very point she made earlier, that he is a demonstrably inefficient user. So there shouldn't truly be anything to cause undue concern. Moreover, Pagma's descendant is comparatively weak in direct combat. When juxtaposed with other legendary classes, he informs her that he is currently heading back to his residence, and if anything arises concerning the report, she should contact him. At the employment agency, Shin sits utterly exhausted and is incapable of hearing the man at the counter. However, the older gentleman present urges him to pay attention to the man at the counter, as he needs to collect the payment for the job. Earlier, people there were muttering amongst themselves, as they know he's a game fanatic and surmise that it's hardly surprising, given his disheveled appearance. After collecting the money, he sits outside the agency, staring at the meager sum, thinking this amount should suffice for the game. He reflects that only covering game expenses enters his thoughts, and feels a pang of guilt, as his original plan was selling items and staging a comeback in life. But he has just squandered a sum worth several hundred million. He believes that he even carelessly discarded his chance at genuine success. And he questions if he endured so much hardship merely to have his cherished level 73 plummet down to -1. On another front, Lim Keelho discreetly observes him from his vehicle, and as he watches him outside the agency, he perceives no discernible value in him and considers that might be accurate. But he also muses that this very trait is his most significant asset, and he will ultimately have to recognize that for himself. Meanwhile, Shin Youngwoo places his hand over his face and rubs it vigorously in sheer frustration, thinking that he should at least possess one genuinely proper skill, and groans, wondering if he can ever accomplish anything correctly in his entire life. However, he attempts to dismiss these troubling thoughts from his mind and resolves to re-engage with the game once more. Lim smirks, acknowledging that Shin's tenacity is indeed quite remarkable. Later on that evening, as Shin Youngwoo settles into the capsule, he intends to embark on another session of the game. Even if he suffers defeat, he should at least explore the new class, and he believes that circumstances should proceed smoothly, as long as the capsule remains operational, as he is depending heavily on it. He resolves to exert every possible effort to derive a profit from it. The game establishes a connection to satisfy. As he enters the game world and surveys his surroundings, he seems unable to comprehend his current location, as it bears no resemblance to yesterday's familiar cave, and he wonders if he has been formally banished from the town. He wanders about, thinking he invested so much arduous effort in Patreon to elevate his reputation, although he considers it profoundly unfair that they exiled him for a minor act of betrayal. He ventures further, seeking a recognizable landmark to ascertain his whereabouts. He spots a temple and cautiously moves inside. That particular place is decidedly gloomy and ominous, and the game informs him that he has successfully entered the Yaten Temple. Shin breaks into a sweat, as temples are generally level 150 dungeons, so this situation is probably exceedingly dangerous. Because he has entered the temple, his statistics and relevant information are being displayed. There is a restriction currently active on skill usage. The probability of receiving the weakened status effect has become extraordinarily high. Shin feels as if these are the stats of a mere housefly, and he is genuinely at only one level. So, it certainly doesn't appear to be a software bug. However, he examines the available options, like the probability of item enhancement increasing. He can currently equip all available items, reputation rising, etc., and finds them quite remarkably good. He considers that he could utilize the enhancement skill to generate income. As for the items, perhaps he should experiment with them. And as he selects that particular option, Mammon's greatsword is equipped, along with Mangel's plate armor. He gazes at himself, suitably impressed, as he successfully managed to equip the level 60 item that he had been intending to sell, even though he requires more than 200 points in raw strength. But the significant drawback involves the penalties, as the penalties are applied because the item's inherent conditions aren't satisfied. Mammon's greatswords, attack power and optional effects are diminished by 30% and 50% respectively, and Mangel's plate armors, defense and optional effect are reduced by 20% and 50%. But still, Mammon's greatsword possesses an attack power of 200, and Mangle armor's defense stands at a solid 130. Since normal level 1 equipment's capabilities typically hover around the 10s, this is nearly 10 times superior, even with the imposed penalties. Shin Youngwoo kneels down and gazes up at the heavens, and a smile of pure happiness spreads as he finds it truly amazing, as anticipated from a legendary class, and he feels genuinely blessed. He then realizes if this indeed is a level 150 dungeon, then the immediate surrounding area must be a field of a comparable level. And as he surveys his vicinity, he discerns a group of Yatten believers. As it is, after all, a Yatten temple, and they're likely casting an incantation. And roaming around haphazardly in that state would be tantamount to suicide for him, as he would perish merely by grazing against them. He decides to extricate himself from there without being apprehended. But just before he can turn to leave, someone abruptly stops him, and to defend himself, he attacks them with his sword. But the individual tells him to remain calm, as he will eventually end up killing people if he continues at that rate. And he introduces himself, stating he is Earl Stein's clandestine bodyguard. His designation is Doran, and he says that observing him hiding, he himself deduced that Shin is not aligned with their faction. The young lady encircled by Yatten believers is Earl Stein's own daughter, Irene, and it appears she was abducted during Doran's period of leave. Doran remarks that all of it seems exceedingly difficult, though he is pleased that a potential helper is now by his side. He means Shin, though Shin appears confused, as he never consented to assist. A quest initiates: rescue the Earl's esteemed daughter. Rescue within a 1-hour time frame. Clear reward, 3,000 gold pieces. Clear reward also includes a low probability of becoming the Earl's son-in-law, and failure results in a level -2 penalty. Shin grinds his teeth, utterly frustrated upon seeing yet another quest. Realizing the man is merely an NPC, Shin abruptly acquires another skill: composure, accompanied by a notice that stat points cannot currently be distributed. Lower the likelihood of being afflicted by a negative status effect, and recover swiftly from one if affected. Shin recognizes he must rapidly learn about his newly acquired class's characteristics. Meanwhile, on the other side, Doran smiles and expresses his happiness that Shin is aiding him, and extends his gratitude for making that arduous decision. However, Shin flatly refuses, stating he will not assist him and attempts to depart from there. Yet Doran halts him, questioning him. Does Shin genuinely wish for him to confront all those dark magicians entirely alone? But Shin remains standing there, unmoved, as his current predicament is due to another great quest, and the offered 3,000 gold is merely a paltry sum. But Doran then asks him, is he not a powerful individual capable of withstanding the terrorist temple? He attempts to convince him that without his aid, the rescue mission is utterly impossible. Shin screams in sheer frustration that he is fine purely because he is fortunate, and if he fails yet again, he will be relegated to level -3. But Doran persists, begging him for assistance, and tells him that he is far too weak to rescue the young lady. Instantly, one of the Yatten henchmen collapses to the ground, lifeless, as the quest is accepted with startling suddenness by Shin. But he fails to comprehend on whose authority this acceptance occurred. Doran informs him he is now also an adversary of the Yatten believers, as he eliminated one of their number, and their enemies are fanatical adherents, who sacrifice human beings as ritualistic offerings. Doran tells him he will clear the immediate passage, and will entrust the young lady into his capable hands. On the opposing side, All the men begin rushing towards them, intending to attack. Shin is absolutely petrified, as he finds himself ensnared in this utterly terrifying predicament, with legions of men attempting to slaughter them. Even though he is fully and impressively equipped, his health is critically low at only 34 due to the severe penalties, and he thinks that he will perish merely by touching their exhalations. He collapses to his knees on the ground and begins to weep, thinking he barely managed to compose himself and engineer a comeback. And yet, everyone is intent on killing him. But when he looks up, he is in a state of utter disbelief. Doran is valiantly fighting and dispatching all the assailants. Shin's jaw drops in astonishment, realizing he is maneuvering so swiftly and rapidly within this confined space, and perhaps they might actually survive this ordeal. But he quickly realizes he himself might not survive, as he overhears one of the men instructing his companions to eliminate them. Doran says to him they won't achieve anything merely by fighting them head-on, and that they were strategically waiting to eliminate them all simultaneously rather than engaging them individually. And then he seizes him and forcefully pushes him. Shin Youngwoo screams out, convinced he is about to die. But Doran casts a levitation spell to prevent a crash land, and says to Shin that it must be patently obvious to him, and that he is genuinely amazed at his profound humility. Shin manages to regain his composure and questions him. Does he possess a skill that enables him to blindly believe whatever people say? And he thanks him, stating he has caught his breath again, as he genuinely thought he was going to perish. Doran tells him if he is truly thankful, then he should unleash his full power from this moment onward, because this is precisely where the genuine rescue operation commences. Meanwhile, the men engaged in worship, they are fervently making prayers to punish them, addressing them contemptuously as heretics. They continuously chant, "Blessed source of the subterranean, gather thy most profound and deepest grudges." Shin Youngwoo, utterly confused, asks Doran what precisely all these people are chanting, to which Doran replies that it is potent black magic, and it's a significant pain to contend with. But he declares he won't idly wait for them to finish and cast his own spell, and hurls knives at the casters, successfully killing some of them. The remaining others present their scream out, saying Doran is blatantly mocking their casters, and they begin to chant, "Children of Yatin, buy us some precious time, as we absolutely must eliminate that vile heretic." Shin stands there, his mouth agape, exclaiming. The magician mobs should be approximately around level 150, and yet Doran is confronting them all entirely on his own. And he mutters to himself that Doran is truly amazing. He thinks internally that he might actually clear the S-grade quest, relying solely on the NPC at this particular rate. And then, what he can contribute right now is simply to cheer. He shouts, addressing Doran as his radiant sunshine and his singular hope, and fervently cheers him on, asserting that he can indeed do this. Though the men chanting persist with their incantation, "Destroy thy wind, forget thy will, and a soulless puppet thou shalt surely be." They have already completed their chanting ritual, and a potent, strong energy gathers intensely around Doran, and he cries out in agony. On the other hand, however, Shin stands there, laughing nervously, and to alleviate the tense situation, says to please return his enthusiastic cheers. And he states, quite sarcastically, that he always secretly wanted to be a Yatin believer. One of the men laughs with open derision, taunting what a perfectly fitting end for an annoying, insignificant insect. But Doran suddenly calls upon Steam's shadow, Doran, and further asserts that he is merely completing the assigned mission as the sworn sword that diligently guards the family emblem. And with a renewed level of fierce determination, he fights back against the oppressive energy that had gathered around him. Shin is utterly stunned and is rendered completely speechless as Doran successfully dispels the potent black magic, and he wonders if he is a named NPC. The named NPCs are particularly famous, or exceptionally skilled characters who hold significant, important roles. All those men immediately start re-preparing another spell. Doran, however, refuses, stating that for the fanatics who have dared lay their hands on the STEM family. There is no such thing as a second chance or again. But as he casts his own spell and sends knives hurtling towards them, they all manage to protect themselves with magical defensive shields. Doran is visibly frustrated, and his frustration intensifies as Shin Youngwoo remarks. They possess such exceptionally good fortune for this particular day. All of a sudden, they hear approaching footsteps, and it is a lady. Her dramatic entrance halts the ongoing battle for a brief period, and she declares that they will unfortunately have to relinquish this offer. And for the subsequent days, it is her designated S-grade quest to defend this sacrifice. She smirks, saying to imagine that she will confront a named NPC like Doran. This marks her first truly exciting quest after a considerable length of time, and she pointedly asks him if he will prove to be a worthy adversary to her. However, Yura can clearly perceive Shin Youngwoo's current state and the quest's present situation. Erlstein's sole offspring is a beautiful and notably chaste lady named Irene. The Yatten believers abducted Irene with the intention of offering the sacred virgin to their god. Clearance requirements. Rescue Irene within 1 hour of formally accepting the quest. The Earl's son-in-law's nobility statistics will become available. All stats receive a +20 bonus. He will be treated as a viscount. Power and honor attributes will be significantly raised. He can achieve advancement into the exclusive social circle of the nobles, and he will additionally receive a recurring monthly salary. And this would represent a shortcut to attaining a higher societal rank. But quest failure will result in his level dropping by a harsh 2. Yura, the Blood Witch, is a prominent Korean player, renowned for being the #1 black magician in the entire game, and holding the 5th position in the unified player rankings. She is also somewhat of a minor celebrity, who appears quite frequently on television broadcasts, owing to her superb physical beauty and spectacular gaming prowess. Thinking that one of the unwelcome intruders is indeed Doran, Yura expresses her genuine surprise. Meanwhile, Youngwoo and Doran ponder what a top-ranked player such as Yura, celebrated for her mastery of black magic, is possibly doing here without any prior indication or warning. Yura casts a devastating spell, and a massive, powerful blast erupts, filling the entire area with dense smoke and violently shaking the ground. When the air gradually clears and the obscuring smoke finally settles, Yura questions Youngwoo, "Are you the individual who activated the S-Class quest?" Youngwoo appears utterly clueless, as he genuinely doesn't comprehend what she is referring to. She adds that this was the sole location where she could test and train her newly acquired skills without being disturbed or bothered. But thanks to his intervention, she now has a chance at a rare quest. Furthermore, in addition to this, she asks Youngwoo if this particular quest isn't perhaps a bit too challenging for him, considering his current gear. Youngwoo narrows his eyes at her and quickly realizes that Yura has misjudged his actual level. But, as one would expect from a high-level ranker, she's remarkably perceptive. However, despite this, there's absolutely no need for him to despair. With a sly, knowing smirk, Youngwoo suggests Yura shouldn't become overly confident. He points out that Doran is the designated named NPC in this scenario. Yura replies that she is quite well aware of Doran's formidable abilities, but she herself is also a level 230 player, so she confidently asserts she'll manage. In an instant, Doran proposes launching an attack, stating that one should never exhibit hesitation in the heat of battle, because the more rapidly they maneuver, the significantly higher their chances of achieving ultimate victory. Yura raises her hand purposefully to cast a powerful spell, mentioning that, indeed, as expected of a veteran NPC who has successfully undergone 3 class changes, Doran is undeniably quite strong, to which Doran promptly responds, suggesting they see if she can maintain her swiftness after this. But he suddenly realizes that his legs are ensnared by magical vines, skillfully created by her potent spell. However, nonetheless, as anticipated from Doran, with his powerful and effective gear, he manages to extricate himself from those entangling magical vines, and declares that these petty, insignificant tricks won't prove effective on him. He expertly slashes through the ensnaring magic vines, and boldly declares that he'll be promptly returning what's rightfully hers, chopping them into pieces and forcefully throwing the fragments back toward her. Yura instantly maneuvers her sword skillfully through the air, making herself safe and secure from the incoming chunks, and remarks that she's genuinely impressed by how he is remarkably still able to put up a fight, to which Doran confidently replies that he possesses enough remaining strength to definitively take her down. Just then, the very air begins to crackle ominously around them, and the ground beneath them starts to tremble as Yura casts her strongest spell. Seeing this unfold, Doran comments that her previous spells were merely a deceptive ruse. Yura states that since he stubbornly refuses to back down, she'll unfortunately have no choice but to kill him. She summons massive, terrifying magical vines that pierce his limbs and other vital organs of his body, causing a significant flow of blood to issue from his body. Observing this gruesome scene, Young-woo starts to panic intensely, realizing that the game will effectively be over for him as well if Doran doesn't manage to survive this assault. Yura mentions that it's an advanced skill fueled by 30% of her total mana, and with this devastating attack, it's now time to conclude matters. Just at that critical moment, a strong, resilient magical shield materializes from Doran's ring to protect him. He forcefully breaks free from the spell's debilitating effects, telling Yura how exceedingly arrogant she is, and addresses her dismissively as a young black magician. He prominently displays his ring to her and declares that he will now show her the formidable power that has protected his esteemed liege for countless centuries. Yura, in a state of complete and utter shock, wonders how he possibly broke free from a level 220 mesmerized skill. Young-woo, equally astounded and shocked, asks what precisely just transpired and if he's indeed alright. Doran explains that it's entirely thanks to the enchanted ring, which activates automatically in critical times of imminent danger. It's not entirely perfect, but it effectively shields him from curses and heals his injuries. Young-woo, overcome with greed, immediately asks to have the ring. Doran narrows his eyes and remarks to him that it's a remarkably bold request. After that brief exchange, he suggests to Young-woo that they must proceed with haste, as the ring's protective magic won't hold Yura off indefinitely. They both rush forward in an attempt to corner her, reserving her ultimate move for the opportune moment, planning to deploy top-tier spells to secure victory. Shin wavers, acknowledging the warrior player as the sole unpredictable element he's ill-equipped to manage, yet he speculates. What could a frightened, low-ranking player possibly achieve in such a high-level zone? He glances at the NPCs, curious about their immediate reactions. Shin exclaims, alerting Doran to the return of those cult zealots. Yura contemplates whether they aim to complete the quest by depending on a non-player character. She scoffs, labeling them novices, and, seizing the opportunity, unleashes her most potent dark incantation. She questions Doran, how can you divert your gaze? When faced with the paramount spell in all of dark magic, a terrifying shadowy tempest materializes. Doran and Young-woo are visibly shaken by her formidable spell, their faces etched with unmistakable apprehension. Surges of dismay wash over their forms. The wind howls fiercely, and a potent burst erupts mid-air from the shadowy maelstrom. Subsequently, after the devastation wrought by that incantation, Yura considers that her maneuver might have been excessively forceful, and that the sacred temple could not possibly endure such power. But she reassures herself, better to be overly cautious than regretful. They couldn't conceivably have made it through. As the gale subsides and the haze dissipates, Young-woo and Doran emerge into view. Witnessing them both, perspiration trickles down Yura's countenance as she puzzles over their improbable survival. It's inconceivable she wouldn't identify such a skilled combatant. She reflects, beginning to question that individual's identity. A notification flashes, indicating Young-woo's HP is at a single point, making him aware his vitality has plummeted to its absolute minimum. This indicates he sustained a hit, but then it dawns on him he's unharmed, thanks to his invincibility when health reserves are critically low. All incoming damage is nullified for a brief 5 seconds. Young-woo grins, realizing his continued existence, which prompts Yura to internally inquire how she'd mistaken him for a mere level 80 combat. She wonders if his smile is directed at her, and how she failed to recognize such a proficient player. In that very moment, Doran strikes Yongwoo, using his back as a springboard to assault Yura, cautioning her this is precisely why he stated the swiftest to act prevails. But Yura, conversely, initiates her own spell to retaliate against him, implying he shouldn't misjudge her, as victory isn't his yet. Instantly, she materializes a crystalline shield around her for defense. Doran, entirely unfazed, remarks on her remaining stratagems to employ against him, and shatters the protective barrier completely. Yura starts to fret and battle, understanding she cannot endure much further, and must neutralize that player before time runs out. Just then, the entire area clears, and as the haze settles, Yura is taken aback, questioning if he's simply departed. She reflects on his formidable strength, yet he made no move whatsoever to engage in combat. She is completely unaware Doran is positioned directly behind her, as she persists in pondering about that mysterious player. Meanwhile, Yongwoo is dejected in his gaming capsule, as a system notification proclaims his character's demise. He has forfeited 2 experience levels and is now at level 3, having perished twice within the preceding 24 hours. He is barred from logging in for the subsequent 12 hours. Suddenly, it strikes him that Doran impelled him to use his back, and that precise instant was when he met his end. Enraged, he begins to rail against Doran. Back in the game world, Yura remains vexed. Comprehending Doran departed to concede the quest to her, she becomes incensed, wondering how he dare show her pity, as though she were an inferior player. She murmurs under her breath, "I will make you pay for this." The following day, the gaming sphere is abuzz about a novel enigmatic player who earns the moniker the Phantom of Yatten Sanctuary. Yongwoo occupies his capsule, still irate with Doran, berating him for compelling him into a mission and subsequently eliminating him. He finds it incredible that an NPC could defeat a player, when assistance was his supposed role. Yongwoo discerns it all transpired due to Yura's involvement. Everything would have proceeded smoothly if not for her presence. Nevertheless, he reconsiders his stance, reasoning it's a game where only the most powerful combatants endure. Composing himself somewhat, he commences typing on the keyboard to access Yura's player discussion board. Upon opening the forum, numerous disparaging remarks penned by him are visible, cursing her and aggressively making derogatory statements about her. A sinister chuckle crosses Yongwoo's features as he reviles Yura once more, bellowing that he will show no mercy. He vociferates, demanding Yura's demise, and keeps clattering on the keyboard to post additional comments, resolved to tarnish her public image. At that moment, Sihai enters, observing his frantic state. She inclines towards the gaming pod, inquiring of Yongwoo if he's finally lost his sanity. Yongwoo exclaims, startled. Shin Sihai, a 17-year-old student in high school, is Shin Yongwoo's younger sibling. She advises Yongwoo to tidy his living space, remarking on its dreadful odor. She urges him to observe his reflection in the looking glass and consider the last time he bathed. Mortified, Yongwoo requests her departure and an end to her lecture. Switching subjects, Sihai leans into the gaming capsule, casting a look at the display, and questions if he can genuinely earn income by playing this game. Yongwoo informs her it's an immensely popular game with over 2 billion participants, and if he excels, he can undoubtedly achieve prosperity. Sihai peruses the remarks on Yura's forum authored by Yongwoo. Embarrassed, he becomes agitated and refutes having written them. Sihai departs the room, stating he is merely a source of shame. Yongwoo, flustered, persists in telling her she is misinterpreting the circumstances. Irritated, he comprehends Yura is a bother even in his actual life. The subsequent morning, while positioned before the television, Yongwoo notes his mother and father are not present, and Sihai is attending school. Thus, he opts to relax and view the Satisfy broadcast. As the program begins, the correspondent identifies himself as Lee Kyungman from Satisfy Global Information, and states he is at the location to cover their most recent news. Yongwoo understands the game's immense popularity means it's featured on all networks, and he could amass great wealth if he gained renown. The correspondent carries on, revealing the location displayed is the Yatten Church's ruins, situated in the Eternal Kingdom's northern region, and speculates about what could have transpired there. Yongwoo's eyes widen in astonishment upon hearing a distinctly recognizable name. The correspondent mentions the individual connected to the incident is the dark sorceress Yura, alternatively recognized as the Crimson Enchantress, and that a fierce confrontation appears to have occurred. Judging by the area's condition, The correspondent summons an observer present during the event. This individual clarifies he arrived there while evading a monstrous creature when a deafening noise caught his attention. That's when he witnessed Yura assailing some fellow with her incredible spells. He strays from the subject, lauding Yura's attractiveness. The correspondent requests he remain pertinent. The observer proceeds, stating, "A startling event unfolded that left even Yura astounded as she unleashed one of her ultimate assaults on the man, but he remained entirely unscathed." The correspondent interjects, suggesting this must imply the individual is a top-tier player, and if renowned, the observer ought to recognize his appearance. The observer admits he was captivated by Yura's allure and was subsequently pinned beneath a boulder, so he did not see the individual. The correspondent speculates on the enigmatic player's identity, who has riveted everyone's focus. This situation leads young Wu to believe he might achieve fame. Exhilarated, young Wu retrieves his mobile device, remarking, "Who could have foreseen this development?" At long last, circumstances are improving. He places a call to the global news switchboard operator and informs him of his wish to report that he is the individual from Yaten's sanctuary. The operator requests his identification, to which young Wu responds, "Grid." Then, the operator inquires about his level, and as young Wu states it is 3, the operator disconnects the conversation. Young Wu slumps in dejection and begins to mutter. Meanwhile, on the television broadcast, the correspondent proceeds, announcing they will soon air a recording captured from the incident and urging viewers to contact them if they possess any information. Annoyed, young Wu remarks, as if that will achieve anything. In that instant, Doran is shown on screen, with Irene laboring to support it. The correspondent declares it is indeed Doran, and that he ultimately rescued Irene. Young Wu is stunned, noticing Doran appears to be in poor condition, but recollects he did confront Yura entirely by himself. Irene begins to weep as Doran loses consciousness completely, prompting young Wu to consider he might not have survived. He remembers Doran expressing gratitude for his choice and understands that, NPC or otherwise, Doran was a commendable individual, a smirk appearing. He thinks of Doran's ring and muses he ought to have given. He resolves to get some rest while the correspondent continues, announcing that following next, they feature Satisfy's trending subjects, and their special invitee today is a player who has been drawing significant notice recently. The correspondent invites the guest to greet the audience. The guest extends salutations to all and requests they ensure his recognition. He identifies himself as Katsu, a level 2/3 Japanese combatant. Young Wu ponders if that fellow is renowned for being an arrogant sort. Whispers suggest he is the offspring of a wealthy magnate, and his demeanor certainly reflects that. The correspondent states, Katsu ascended rapidly in the consolidated leaderboards and currently holds the 53rd position. He informs Katsu that everyone is eager to learn the key to his achievements, given his 30-level jump in merely 3 months. Young Wu's eyes widen, and he recoils in astonishment, questioning how Katsu managed such a feat, because it required him years to attain level 70. Katsu interrupts the correspondent, inquiring if this is a Korean telecast. Noting Yura is presently the leading player in Korea, the correspondent concurs. Katsu turns to Yura, warning her reign is drawing to a close. He will definitively overpower her and ascend to the foremost ranking player within Satisfy. Young Wu deems him deranged, considering the 53rd ranked player is challenging a 5th ranked one, and though he loathes to acknowledge it, Yura is a formidable force. Katsu continues speaking on the television, stating the secret everyone desires to know is his blade, as he brandishes his distinctively crafted sword. Young Wu is visibly struck, but questions how that could be the key to rapid level. Katsu declares to all he will demonstrate it immediately. His weapon begins to morph, and an aura of intense heat engulfs him. Startled, young Wu wonders, what in the world is happening with that sword? Katsu clarifies it is his inherent ability, which alters his armament to siphon his adversary's vitality, proportional to the harm he deals. The more frequently he strikes, the quicker his vitality and swiftness increase. The correspondent, quivering, states in a faltering tone that he's never encountered such a skill, to which Katsu retorts that, naturally, he hasn't. It is because Katsu acquired it 3 months prior, by becoming the Sanguine Warrior. Katsu inquires if everyone finds it appealing and discloses it is the designation of his legendary class. Young Woo speculates if that represents another concealed class, capable of massively accelerating level progression. He resolves that he, too, wishes to leverage his own class. As Padma's heir, after some time, Young Woo re-enters the game, arriving at Baron's Hamlet. He notes this is the location he visited for Asher's mission, and surmises the church remained unreconstructed, owing to its antagonistic ties with the Yatten faction. Numerous players are observed moving about. One among them proclaims that warriors at level 130 journeying to the Mu Bayad catacombs are invited to join. Another individual states they are enlisted. Level 200 players for the Sentinel of the Grove raid, their objective being to locate the Supreme or Azure Orichalcon. Observing all this activity, Young Woo comprehends these are all assault teams for elite players. He figures it is hardly astonishing, given all creatures in this settlement are above the 100th level. Conversely, he acknowledges he will likely perish from lack of resources with his pitifully low level. He concludes he ought to proceed to a hamlet more fitting for his current stand. Just then, he spots a horse-drawn vehicle and considers it might transport him to his destination unharmed. He addresses the carriage operator, inquiring if he might board, stating his desire to reach the nearest and most secure village from there. The operator consents, remarking that for novices, Winston Hamlet is suitable, but the fare is 10 gold pieces. Young Woo becomes agitated, requesting a moment, inspecting his present funds, which show he possesses merely 3 gold and 11 silver coins. Disheartened, he gazes towards the operator, who brusquely tells him to depart. Young Woo protests he hadn't uttered a single word yet, fully cognizant of the circumstances. The operator mockingly inquires if Young Woo desires a price reduction due to his mother's supposed illness. Reluctantly, Young Woo affirms, and the operator curtly dismisses him. Young Woo retreats to a corner and begins to weep, utterly dejected by his predicament, muttering, "Confound this economic system." Young Woo is seated by the roadside, as tears stream from his eyes. In sheer exasperation, he execrates capitalism, lamenting he'll likely perish destitute on the thoroughfares. This time, his agitation persists, as anxieties overwhelm him regarding his utter destitution caused by Asher, and he ponders the total sum expended on that quest. He further tells himself his class alteration proved futile, as he is currently at level 3. Nevertheless, he understands that if he fabricates an item, he can generate income and also advance in level. With this notion, he raises a determined fist to his chest, filled with hope. He commences formulating a strategy, reminding himself to exercise caution to avoid drawing notice should something extraordinary materialize. He opts to first examine master blacksmith craftsmanship and observes a positive indicator on a 10% enhancement to all attributes of crafted articles, signifying his standing and renown will elevate each instance he fabricates an item. Young Woo additionally reflects that his artisanal abilities are already at an expert proficiency, alongside his level 1 legendary blacksmith proficiencies. Even the foremost blacksmith is merely at an intermediate proficiency. So this is excellent. The prime feature is this creation aptitude, where he can fashion an item according to his own design, which will ideally result in a superior creation. Based on these assessments, he figures he possesses 3 opportunities, so he should make an attempt. Young Woo unsheathes his keen blade and remarks that if an epic tier class is that potent, then a legendary tier class ought to be superior. He resolves to investigate it more thoroughly and makes his selection. On the interface, a notification materializes, apprising him that he is employing the legendary blacksmith's craft ability and inquiring about the specific item he intends to produce. He selects a greatsword, reasoning that armaments take precedence. Following the input, another notification prompts him regarding the components he wishes to utilize. He believes the most robust materials will be preferable, so he opts for blue orichalcum and enters that choice. However, a notification requests him to specify the item's attributes, leaving him perplexed about needing to define himself. He takes a chance and sketches it, envisioning it as magnificent and formidable, akin to a great white, substantial and gleaming with excitement. He proceeds to conceptualize it with an attack rate exceeding 10 million meteoric impacts accompanying each assault, a feature that negates his adversary's defenses, and capabilities for instantaneous elimination. Upon completing the sketch, He regards it with approval, thinking it resembles both a shark and a small fish. The interface notifies him that automatic adjustment will commence, with modifications implemented based on the specified materials and the submitted design. Taken aback, Young Woo questions if his design was truly that deficient and queries the figures materializing on the display. When the automatic adjustment concludes, Young Woo's eyes widen as he abruptly grasps all the details. Despite having no prior experience with such technical drawings, he begins to feel like an authentic artisan. The sword is rendered above the display in 3 dimensions, with endurance at 1090, attack capability 1020, defense 80, and nimbleness plus 50. He is notably impressed to observe the configurations have also been altered. Now, the weapon possesses additional functionalities, which is ideal, because he can participate in the Guardian of the Forest raid to acquire the blue, or a calcum. However, he realizes the raid is intended for players at level 200 or higher. Before he can fully absorb this, he spots a user prerequisite segment, specifying a mandatory level of 300 or more, even though the absolute top-ranked player is only at level 250. He understands that even if he allocated all his attribute points to strength, his aggregate would only approach 5,000, given that the number one blacksmith player is merely at an intermediate proficiency. He concedes that his abilities are indeed advanced. However, notwithstanding his superior skills, the shark-like sword he fashioned is essentially worthless. Distressed once more, he swiftly recalls it's not entirely without value, because he faces no limitations on equipping apparatus. Even if he suffers drawbacks wielding this blade, it will nevertheless be quite formidable, provided he can persist in crafting items. It holds little actual significance. With renewed assurance, Young Woo rises to enlist in the Guardian of the Forest Assault. Upon doing so, his strategy is to secure his reward and then abscond. When Young Woo requests to participate, the coordinator declines, clarifying the group is for players level 190 and higher, judging from Young Woo's attire. He appears to be merely level 60. Young Woo snickers at the coordinator's assertion and retorts that although his equipment is modest, he is, in fact, level 100 and places little dependence on his gear. The coordinator becomes incensed and inquires if Young Woo is insinuating all their proficiencies stem from equipment. Another individual chimes in, deriding Young Woo, stating he's never encountered him previously, and branding him an under-equipped underachiever. He even wagers Young Woo is among those opportunists who must be misrepresenting his actual rank. Young Woo is astounded by their vehement reproaches. Nevertheless, a man within their group, Regis, advises the others against being overly severe with Young Woo and proposes assigning him a different responsibility, since their organization will manage the primary antagonist. Everyone gazes at Regis with reverence, understanding he is the renowned Regis from the Zadaka Collective, the preeminent pugilist nicknamed Ultimate Fist, and at level 180. This is particularly noteworthy, as pugilists face stringent equipment limitations, rendering level advancement exceedingly challenging. Young Woo acerbically reflects on life's inherent unfairness, as Regis is also aesthetically pleasing. The coordinator informs Regis this is not an occasion for benevolence, contending they cannot accept Young Woo without evaluating his capabilities. Regis counters that having more participants is advantageous for the post-raid recovery. Young Woo cheerfully accepts the recovery assignment and perceives Regis as a commendable individual. The coordinator persists in offering justifications, while Young Woo mentally urges him to simply adhere to the high ranker's directive. Regis proposes a one-on-one contest to assess Young Woo's abilities, guaranteeing no issue will arise if he validates himself. Young Woo feels elated at receiving an opportunity, but is jolted by the realization he will be combating Regis. Young Woo comprehends he is now in a predicament, obligated to confront Regis in combat. Nevertheless, the man concurs with Regis's proposition, terming it an ingenious notion that will suffice to persuade all others, just as he is poised to declare the match by verifying Young Woo's identity. Young Woo interrupts him and flees in apprehension, fabricating a pretext about feeling uninspired and opting to rehearse some maneuvers with his left appendage today. Regis is bewildered as he observes him retreating, questioning his departure, as his inclusion would have been highly beneficial. Young Woo continues his flight, lamenting the unfavorable outcome. He contemplates acquiring some funds for his transportation expenses. Initially, he accesses the relevant interface for it, and the notification requests him to enter the designation of the fabricated item. This baffles young Woo, as he finds it incredible. It desires him to christen an unequivocal misstep, but he still believes he has developed a knack for it. Consequently, young Woo makes an attempt, bearing in mind the constraint on the quantity of items he can produce. So he should refrain from crafting unless absolutely imperative. Reflecting on this, he considers how preoccupied he will be with earning money and study. When young Woo reaches Smith's forge, he is commanded to depart in a severe tone. He endeavors to clarify, but the smith silences him by challenging his statement. How to fabricate an article that sells profitably. Reiterating them, he asks young Woo if he deems it a simple endeavor. The smith resumes his labor and brands young Woo a dishonor to artisans, merely another simpleton chasing monetary gain. Young Woo tries to persuade him by asserting he has not requested anything improper and merely desires some leniency. But the smith informs him he isn't the sole individual who views this craft as trivial. Individuals like Young Woo, who belittle the efforts of others, are unsuited for genuine craftsmanship. He disparages him, stating he lacks the essential qualities of a blacksmith, so he should depart. Young Woo exhales in dejection and exits, muttering to himself about his current predicament, as this represented his sole prospect to acquire carriage payment. As young Woo begins to fret that this might be his demise, and speculates if he is fated to languish in the village, Smith emerges, wishing his own spirit were as resilient as iron, and directs young Woo to cease his lamentations on his property and procure some kindling for him. He is reminded of the compensation for splitting firewood and expresses gratitude to Smith, joyfully proclaiming him unparalleled. Now, young Woo commences splitting firewood, reflecting on how long it has been since he undertook such a standard task, simply chopping timber and gaining experience. Nevertheless, he must not overlook the possibility of failing to chop firewood in this game, as its realism is quite high. Thus, he decides to assess the axe first. When he attempts this, he is astounded to gain complete comprehension of the antiquated axe in a solitary attempt, which might be attributable to his inherent abilities. However, just as he is poised to swing, he observes the indicated line on the kindling for the optimal striking point. When young Woo strikes that precise location, the timber splits cleanly in two on the first try, elating him immensely. He calculates that if he attains full understanding of legendary artifacts, he will become exceedingly wealthy shortly. With that, he persists in chopping for 2 consecutive hours, until he eventually collapses onto the earth. Depleted, he perspires heavily, detesting being level 3, as he feels more fragile than parchment, having managed to chop merely 150 units. Nonetheless, he rallies his remaining energy and rises, motivating himself to persevere for Smith's sake, and for his own, to depart this settlement swiftly. As he does this, a notification, stat unlocked, appears, which he observes with puzzlement. Another notification materializes, informing him that his item carrying limit has augmented. Young Woo wonders with delight if this signifies a unique attribute for legendary tier classes. He becomes aware that his exhaustion has vanished. Indeed, he feels remarkably invigorated and resumes chopping until a substantial mound is formed. Smith gazes at the accumulation with astonishment, as young Woo managed 1,000 pieces within 6 hours, to which young Woo dismisses it as a simple task, asserting he too is an artisan. However, Smith pays him no heed and informs young Woo he will accept his claim if he can successfully complete the ore extraction task, as that constitutes the fundamental skill. Young Woo believes those experience gains will elevate him to a neutral level and consents to the assignment. Upon arriving at the location, he comprehends it required 3 hours for a 30-minute journey, owing to the impediment. He conjectures it's because he is attired in level 70 equipment at a sub-zero level, but it is vexing regardless. Young Woo informs a man he was dispatched by Mr. Smith. At this, the men ridicule him for his gaunt appearance and express disbelief. One of the men instructs him to avoid causing any disruption and simply remain in a secluded spot. He also states he will converse with Smith regarding the dispatch of such a frail individual. They revert to their tasks until the clang of a pickaxe is heard. They turn to witness a copious amount of iron ore emerging from the earth as young Wu swings his pickaxe. They observe the iron deposits with amazement, finding it incomprehensible how he achieves this even while burdened by armor. Even though young Wu's physique feels on the verge of collapse at any instant, he persists in excavating as it provides him a sense of accomplishment. He concedes the truth in Smith's assessment of his abilities, but resolves to acquire the skills he currently lacks. The men begin to commend his brawn, remarking they had presumed he would be an inept simpleton, but he is instead proving to be an exceptional excavator. Young Wu ultimately extracts a mound of iron ore until a notification appears, informing him of his acquisition of 170 iron ore units. He exclaims with elation, proclaiming, "Tenacity is my armament." With this achievement, he at last attains level 1. Shin Young-woo is seated there within the virtual world as alerts begin to flash within the game interface, indicating he has now reached level 1 and his attributes, previously set to a bare minimum due to the negative level consequence, have been reinstated to their standard condition. Furthermore, the foundational statistics of Pagma's inheritors have been implemented. He examines his present condition and it displays the level designation as 1, 45 out of 100. And the class is identified as Pagma's successor. The epithet reads, one who achieved legendary status, and he has finally returned to level 1. Level 22, with health at 282, mana 75 of 75, strength 20, boosted by 5, stamina 18, agility follows, intelligence 12, dexterity shows 25, persistence 50, composure reads 16, indomitable 10, dignity at 11, insight 10, and 10 stat points, weight stat 40, then 3035 at weight 20, plus 40 stat points. However, Pagma's descendant class itself boasts 165, so factoring in the persistence that was generated earlier and that additional point allocated to Indomitable, the sum is 182. Shin stares at the stat points, which number a surprising 40. He's astounded, as they are typically awarded 10 points per level. So the crucial question emerges, why does he possess a full 40? Shin realizes there was a gain of 4 levels, from -3 to actual level 1. He is utterly amazed witnessing this incredible transformation. Mr. Smith, on the other hand, makes a quip, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with young Wu, mentioning that to consider he treated such an exceptionally outstanding person so brusquely is decidedly embarrassing. Meanwhile, a system message suddenly appears, informing young Wu that his affinity level with Smith has surged by 60 points, and his reputation within Barrentown has simultaneously increased by 20. This development leaves him quite visibly shocked, though Smith continues to implore him not to be upset, and that they are, after all, both blacksmiths. He nevertheless asks him to recommend some items that are selling particularly well, just as he mentioned last time, as he urgently needs the money for his carriage fare. However, Smith informs him that he has prepared exactly the thing for him, Java arrows, and he assures him that these should be perfectly adequate, as young Wu's very first crafted item. Young Wu takes hold of those arrows and meticulously examines them. Nevertheless, he hesitantly comments that these appear to be such simple arrows, and these cheap, expendable type items don't usually generate much profit. Smith smirks with a clear sense of pride, asserting that those are not merely some ordinary or average projectiles, as they incorporate a slight admixture of Java blended with steel. Its remarkable effect is that it disregards a portion of the enemy's defense, and this quality is indispensable for raids targeting powerful golems, such as the formidable guardians of the forest. Shin comprehends that these crucial details about the arrow change absolutely everything, and then he appraises it. A notification materializes detailing the Java arrow. Priced at 6 silver with a standard normal rate, it deals 20 attack damage, possessing an attack power range of 20 to 26, weighs 0.1, with 89% understanding, and Shin can utilize it skillfully. Shin realizes if he elevates his understanding by carefully disassembling, he will successfully learn the complete production method, as 89% understanding of the arrow is the required threshold, though Smith offers to teach him the production method directly and asks Shin to accompany him. Smith demonstrates and concurrently explains to him that, firstly, he must smelt the necessary ores by introducing the appropriate amount into the blast furnace. Subsequently, he is required to remove the limestone and various impurities from the iron, and by allowing the molten iron to cool, he obtains pig iron, which is not yet suitable for crafting weapons. To render it suitable, he needs to reduce its carbon content through a specific process known as steelmaking. He glances at Shin, conveying this was the essential smelting process. And perhaps now they should endeavor to try it with the Java ores. Although it is exceedingly difficult to achieve the correct proportions of minerals, Young Woo is exceptionally eager to attempt, and he watched the master blacksmith's actions with intense carefulness. Although Satisfy is renowned as a highly realistic game, acquiring new knowledge is surprisingly straightforward. Moreover, specifically for him, he possesses something identified as the class compensation effect. He astutely notices the subtle signs, most likely indicating the directions and the necessary strength for the bellows. Surprisingly, it has not yet been even 5 minutes, but he has already skillfully managed to heat up the furnace. The game system warns him that Pagma's descent is exceptionally sensitive to minute variations in temperature, and also he is currently, with precise accuracy, measuring the blast furnace temperature. He receives a notification window displaying the detailed temperature readout, ranging from 700 degrees centigrade up to 730 degrees centigrade. It is an undeniable success, as he gets another notification confirming that the quest has been cleared, and he has successfully gained 80 valuable experience points. His affinity level with Smith has favorably increased by 30 points, and he has additionally gained 3 precious Java ingots. Shin gains level 1 and is now currently positioned at level 2 and becomes quite visibly happy, brimming with excitement. But he momentarily freaks out when Smith praises him lavishly, as well as calls him sexy, but quickly changes the immediate topic, saying that even though Shin wasn't previously experienced with the smelting process, therefore he can no longer simply be described as merely talented. He further elaborates, it's almost as if Pagma himself was reborn. Not precisely a reincarnation, he clarifies, but certainly a true descent. Smith then directs Shin to progress to crafting the arrowheads. Mix and heat the various molten metals together repeatedly, and then carefully pour it into the designated mold, after allowing it to completely solidify for a duration of 40 minutes. He obtains an arrowhead shaped precisely like this one. With this component, he then moves on toward the anvil. While he diligently hammers it, he has to constantly keep in mind the critical balance on either side. He also has to meticulously grind the edges until they are perfectly clean, and all he needs to accomplish afterwards is to carefully place the finished arrowhead onto the arrow shaft to significantly increase its penetration capability. He needs to achieve the correct weight distribution for the arrow shaft and the feathers. Young Woo momentarily wonders if he will truly be able to do it, but trusts in his own abilities as he receives the notification that he is currently learning about Java arrow production methods, and his comprehensive understanding of the Java arrow has now reached a full 100%. Smith informs Shin the material cost will be waived for this particular time, and he will be observing intently, and while watching, he thinks to himself that Shin is no ordinary young boy, because the precise way he handles the molten metal is undeniably masterclass. Smith wishes for him to also teach about the arrow shafts, but Shin confidently tells him he will manage it on his own, as his understanding currently stands at a perfect 100%. Now, strictly according to the notification's instructions, he must straighten out any twisted parts, and after cutting it uniformly, he is to make the fletchings using feathers and appropriate glue. The resulting efficiency is astonishing, primarily due to Shin's high dexterity, stat, and the potent class compensation effect. Smith is visibly shocked as Shin successfully made them after only a single look. He then asks him what he is currently doing and why he is quenching the arrowhead. If he proceeds with that, although it will indeed get harder, it unfortunately won't be as durable. Though Shin merely grins, telling him not to worry, as he actually plans on tempering the arrowheads. It's admittedly a bit over the top for a simple expendable item. However, Smith cautions him he won't have sufficient time to make many of them employing this particular method, but Shin confidently assures him If he makes it even a little bit better, he can then sell it for a considerably higher price. And if nobody else quite like him truly wants to achieve great success, then all he can possibly do is this. He expertly completes the process, and Smith advises that he now just needs to firmly stick the arrowhead, and praises that Shin really has been concealing a truly monstrous talent. Shin offers a slight smile, saying his primary occupation up to this very day has mainly involved doing hard labor. So he never, ever expected he'd have so much genuine fun working like this. And now, he patiently waits for the quest to be officially cleared. As he concludes, suddenly, a significant notification dramatically pops up, announcing that the legendary Blacksmith's Breath skill has just activated. As Young Woo gets the exciting notification of the legendary Blacksmith's Breath being successfully activated, another important message quickly pops up, stating that legendary Blacksmith skill, level 1, ensures all the stats of the crafted item are increased by 5%, and there's also a rare chance of giving special features to his crafted items. The special Java arrow is now rated as epic, with an attack power ranging from 35 up to 42 and a mere weight of 0.1. It ignores a significant portion of the unfortunate enemy's defense, and even has a chance to completely bypass it altogether. Shin still doesn't quite understand what all this fuss is about epic, though, when another crucial notification pops up declaring the quest is officially clear, and upon successfully clearing the demanding quest, an epic-rated item being produced means permanently increasing all his stats by a value of 4, boosting his overall reputation by 80 points across the entire continent, and generously granting him 300 valuable experience points, thus raising his current character level up to 3. Shin's eyes widen considerably, and he exclaims, leaving the level up aspect aside for a moment, its epic grade is truly, phenomenally amazing. And Smith emphatically says that this creation is absolutely magnificent. To even think that a young boy who isn't yet an apprentice like Shin actually made such a perfectly flawless arrow. Shin nearly cries as he gets completely overwhelmed. It ideally should have been a sword, but he actually achieved an epic grade item. Shin internally thinks that still, amongst all the currently existing arrows, there are absolutely none that exceed 40 in raw attack power. Moreover, there is that incredible extra option to completely ignore the target enemy's defense. He feels incredibly proud, though, that his class's special effect is truly amazing, and at this particular stage, this arrow must surely be better than most level 21-handed weapons out there. Later on, Shin prepares his departure. However, Smith genuinely feels it is a great pity that Shin cannot stay a bit longer. But Shin confidently assures him, if destiny indeed allows for it, they will undoubtedly meet again. Smith then hands him over the crafted weapons, saying he simply cannot in good conscience keep these amazing, unique weapons, so he absolutely should take them along with him. As they are talking, a message window pops up yet again, indicating that Shin successfully gained 100 Java arrows and 3 Java ingots. Shin momentarily wonders if perhaps Smith is generously gifting those items to him, because their mutual affinity score got significantly higher. But he sincerely thanks him for the kind care and for everything he did for Shin. Although the presents are certainly very nice, the considerable weight of them will definitely slow him down, and it will now take quite a while for him to reach the next town. Though, in any conceivable case, as long as he successfully sells the arrows, he can finally leave this particular place. He says a heartfelt goodbye to Smith, and thinks resolutely within himself that the other users should eagerly wait for him, as he, Gridnim, is imminently going to bring those guys some truly amazing things. Transition to the Guardian of the Forest raid scene, pulsating with action. Jashuka, Guildmaster of the renowned Sadaka Guild. Regis, Tobin, and Vantner, dedicated guild members of the Sadaka Guild, fiercely fight the people they had previously met in the forest. Jashuka had explicitly warned them, but they stubbornly didn't listen. So most of them are now deceased, and they even managed to capture the boss. So the other members who are somehow still alive are just insignificant small fries for them. The overall damage sustained is too great. Even so, somehow, they barely managed to finish it, and they acquired 30 black iron ores, 7 orichalcum ores, and 1 precious blue orichalcum or as the final loot. Regis isn't particularly pleased by the obtained loot, as the coveted amethyst shield, which has the absolute worst drop rate, frustratingly didn't appear yet again. Vantner, on the other hand, remarks that at least they managed to secure the blue orichalcum, though they fought all day long and predominantly only made significant losses. Jashuka directly asks Tobin precisely how many of them perished, to which Tobin soberly replies that, including their own guild members, the count reaches 75. While the main fighting force was preoccupied dealing with the boss, the lesser golems unexpectedly multiplied, which proved extremely detrimental to them. Jashuka fully knows that the intrinsic difficulty of this S-grade linked S-quest is significantly harder than they had originally expected, and they urgently need to implement some proper, more effective measures. Later, at the barren village, Jashuka states the fourth consecutive raid yielded absolutely no desirable results again, and the perceived value of the Guardian of the Forest is steadily falling. Amongst the general user population, at this current rate, the overall quality of users available for future raids will considerably drop. The Sadaka Guild. This particular guild is composed solely of distinguished high rankers as its esteemed guild members, but primarily because of its relatively small operational size. Their widespread fame is also somewhat small when compared to their actual rankings. Before the official launch of Satisfy, during the preceding era of LTS, the core members numbered only 17. LTS, for context, is a famous MMORPG game that was widely popular before the eventual launch of Satisfy. Due to their notably small numbers, they consistently perform raids in conjunction with other, more ordinary users. But even that particular method has its own inherent limits. Without successfully acquiring the Amethyst Shield, they simply cannot continue the progression of the linked quest. So, they should temporarily put the raid aside and focus on increasing their collective strength. Jashuka firmly tells everyone that the Sadaka Guild will now concentrate on individually leveling up and diligently enhance their respective equipment, and in exactly 3 months' time, those individuals who do not manage to gain 15 levels will quite literally die. And she pointedly informs Regis that he specifically needs to gain a minimum of 20 levels. This pronouncement leaves Regis in a state of pure, unadulterated fear. Later, at the bustling auction house, Jashuka asks the attendant there to show her some available Java arrows, as her guild is in a pretty precarious bad shape right now, because they used to attract considerable attention in the early stages of the game. But now, others won't even bat an eye at them. As she begins to purchase some essential arrow supplies, she sees that they are currently selling them at nearly triple the price of a normal 6 silver per arrow deal. Then, she spots the distinct purple ones. Epic, graded, arrows. And its information panel reveals that the special Java arrow is an epic quality item with a base attack power of 35, ranging up to 42, and a weight of merely 0.1. It ignores some of the enemy's defense, and even has a chance to completely bypass the target enemy's entire defense. Jashuka is in a state of utter shock, as she had previously asked almost every available blacksmith to make her some custom arrows, but she had never even heard of such a high-grade arrow existing before. She thinks to herself that it exhibits a cheat-like level of performance, and it could potentially be a decisive, game-changing weapon during a high-level battle. She immediately plans on first having to secure a bid for it, but simultaneously thinks, who on earth could possibly have made these? She further considers that if it is not one of the top 2 blacksmith rankers, namely Panmir or Steng, it implies there is yet another blacksmith who has already surpassed their formidable level. The detailed information has now been shown regarding the arrow to Jashuka, when a system message further pops up, revealing that it is an arrow crafted by a highly skilled and exceptionally promising craftsman, one who currently lacks significant experience and widespread reputation. Due to the ingenious combination of Java material with durable steel, the arrow possesses an extremely high degree of penetration power, an invaluable ability to ignore some portion of the enemy's defense. While currently having food, Vantner is relentlessly teasing Regis, because Regis is visibly worried about just how he can possibly manage to level up 20 times within a mere 3 months, to which Vantner casually replies, that they all really have to think quite seriously through this predicament. Because when Jashuka emphatically said she will kill them, he is absolutely sure she will most definitely carry it out. And he sarcastically says that at the very least, he will pay for Regis's last meal. Suddenly, they all receive a notification, and it is an official guild announcement. Jashuka has updated them with a new directive: find users in the top 100 of the blacksmiths ranking whose actual player level is lower than their displayed skill level. Vantner simply doesn't understand why she is suddenly instructing them to search for a specific blacksmith. On the other hand, Regis abruptly stands up and gets visibly frustrated, exclaiming that she was literally just telling them to level up moments earlier, and now she is suddenly telling them to do this instead. He angrily calls her actions utterly whimsy, but then calms down within mere seconds, when another notice quickly pops up from Jashuka that essentially mocks anyone who defies her and implies she will punish them. She also notifies them that this particular user possesses the unique skill to successfully lead them to ultimate victory against the formidable guardian of the forest. Vantner remarks that if Jashuka is truly so sure of herself regarding this, then they absolutely should endeavor to find this mysterious guy. Their small, yet highly effective team of elites had managed to run consistently in the top 3 of each respective class rank within just half a year, primarily because of their immense collective pride. They steadfastly do not accept any new guild members, although they are not quite as famous or widely influential as those other significantly larger guilds. Their intrinsic strength is readily recognized by almost everyone, and they undeniably have considerable authority within their hands. This, in essence, is them, the formidable Sadaka Guild. Jashuka thinks, if the user isn't Panmir or Stang, it must be because his items far surpass even the original legendary ones. All the various guilds spread around the continent will soon be in utter chaos as they desperately search for this elusive, high-skilled user. So they absolutely need to find and secure him first. In a completely fresh setting, a mysterious guy is currently talking, addressing Panmir, the renowned top-ranked blacksmith, telling him if he has perhaps heard the recent rumor about the guy who is currently being actively searched for by a certain incredibly powerful guild, all because he apparently made something truly unique and exceptional. He further adds that literally all a Satisfy is currently talking about, though Panmir doesn't outwardly seem to hear him and stays completely quiet for a bit. After a short while, he states that he just saw the relevant news. An epic-grade arrow, he confirms, apparently made by a master craftsman with truly great skills and immense potential, but currently lacking in both widespread experience and notable reputation. He suddenly feels deeply insecure, as even he doesn't typically get called a master craftsman in item descriptions. He reflects that although it has only happened twice for him, he was, in fact, the very first person to successfully craft an epic grade item. He was incredibly proud of consistently putting in more dedicated effort than anyone else, but he now seriously questions himself. Who exactly is this mysterious person? Now, at the bustling labor office, a long queue has already formed. The speaker is instructing everyone present to be extremely careful when they arrive on site, and he will subsequently list them out for assignments individually. The site announcer loudly announces that the Shinwoo building's construction site is currently looking for 4 available workers. But before Shin could even articulate that he wants to be a part of all, the more elderly people in the queue quickly go first, when the announcer then asks that he now needs 3 strong, experienced tilers. With demonstrable experience, yet again, some inconsiderate guy roughly elbowed him, making Shin absolutely furious. Shin loudly shouts, saying he is also, they're simply trying to make a living, so they should immediately stop acting in such a disrespectful manner. The announcer sternly tells everyone present to try and maintain proper decorum. He then announces again that he needs someone for electric pulling work, paying 110,000. One for one single person. Shin doesn't utter a word, as that particular one is notoriously awfully demanding. He had tried it once last year, and the subsequent cost of medicine afterwards was significantly greater than the earned income. But then someone unexpectedly and forcefully raised Shin's own hand. The announcer mistakenly thinks Shin is volunteering and therefore selects him. In the early morning, Shin looks completely exhausted, and before even having breakfast, he tells his assembled family that he is immediately going out for work. But his concerned father gently tells him to stay for just a bit. Though Shin was in a considerable hurry, he nevertheless still stayed for a brief moment, internally thinking if he manages to pay back the outstanding loan interest, his total savings are currently only at a meager 9,201. Although just then his father takes out a surprising amount of 70K, telling him that they will generously give him the money for his daily wage, so he can finally afford to take a much-needed break today. Shin looks skeptically at the money, thinking the typical daily wage is at least 90K. These days, though, his sisters give him a pointed, deadpan look, silently urging him to take it and stop being so ungrateful. One of them then tells him that she has thoughtfully prepared him a warm bath, so he should definitely go and make use of it a little later on. He later joins the game, as it's genuinely nice resting and actually playing the game. But after finally paying back his accumulated debt, his in-game account savings are now precisely at 0. And that is the primary reason he is not currently motivated. He devises a plan of going to another nearby village and carefully seeing just how high the arrow auction price goes, as it is his only significant monetary asset right at this moment. As he sees the current prices, his eyes widen in disbelief and his jaw practically drops, because the current market price of the Java arrow is an astonishing 72 silvers each, with a total of 99 arrows available, 99 of them, 72 silver per arrow. That astonishingly makes the grand total of 71 gold and 28 silvers, since approximately 100 gold coins is equivalent to 120,000 won. He effectively got about 80,000 won in merely 6 hours of work. He promptly tells the man stationed at the auction place to give him his earnings. So the attendant dutifully hands him over 60 gold and 59 silver coins. This is because epic grade items automatically incur a standard commission of 15%. After a brief moment, Shin deeply thinks if he can make this much money just by crafting items, there is absolutely no compelling reason for him to leave this current place. But then he vividly remembers Smith's rather peculiar behavior and reaffirms his plans of moving away from there. Shin is now traveling onward by means of a hired carriage, and casually tells the carriage driver that the required fee was quite a lot, as it amounted to a hefty 8 gold and 90 silver coins. But the driver retorts that he should actually be extremely thankful, as he had already significantly reduced it just for Shin. However, Shin then asks him if the upcoming beginner's village is indeed called Winston. The driver confirms to him that his information is absolutely right, and local people often say it will soon be officially changed into a proper city, primarily because of its remarkably high and growing population. And apparently, the designated heir of the influential Stein family will soon become the new city lord. Shin finds the name Stein to be a very distinctly familiar name, but doesn't quite manage to really recall it precisely. He has, at long last, finally arrived at the new, unfamiliar village. Now, as he confidently enters the bustling place, it looks to be approximately 4 times the overall size of Bear Inn. The various streets are noticeably more bustling and lively as well. Shin now plans to start over completely properly this time, starting off by meticulously sorting out his rather cluttered inventory. The considerable weight he's carrying is slowing him down far too much. He therefore decided to leave absolutely everything he possibly can in the local warehouse. When he takes a quick, cursory look at his current inventory, it currently includes the following notable items: Mammon's greatsword, Mangel's plate armor, 34 intermediate health potions, and 27 advanced health potions. 2 intermediate strength potions are also present, along with 3 intermediate agility potions, a special Java arrow, and 3 remaining Java ingots. He briefly questions himself if this is truly all that he currently has, and then he suddenly thinks he should definitely appraise the Mangle armor, and the powerful Mammon greatsword as well, of course. And if his overall understanding of them subsequently increases, the associated penalties should then probably drop somewhat as well. He quickly gets an important notification. His current understanding of Mammon's greatsword has now successfully reached 33%, and Mangel's plated armor's understanding has now climbed to an impressive 65%. Unlike with the previous axe, it didn't instantly reach 100% right away. In an instant, a series of more notifications start rapidly popping up, stating that due to this significant increase in his understanding, the item penalties have now been favorably adjusted. Mammon's Greatsword, attack power reduction adjusted beneficially from 30% down to 20%, and Mangal's plate armor, defense reduction adjusted favorably from 20% down to a mere 8%. Shin is a little bit satisfied that, at the very least, he gained this much improvement. And since the item's durability has unfortunately fallen a bit, he could potentially repair the item to further increase his overall understanding. But for right now, he critically needs to save his precious money, since he will undoubtedly need considerable energy to craft various things. He should prudently store the equipment for the time being at the local warehouse. Shin politely asks the man in charge to please open his designated warehouse. The man currently handling the warehouse operations tells him that there will be a fee of 30 silvers and another additional 10 silvers assessed per individual item store. He gets momentarily frustrated because of all the money constantly going out, but simply sighs and decides to store his bulky armor and primary weapon first. And he plans on carefully holding on to the epic grade silver piece, the one he kept as a personal souvenir, as it's truly a waste of 10 silvers to store. He now plans on actively looking for a new smithy and soon arrives at an absolutely enormous place, immediately making Shin think that there must surely be some intermediate or even higher class blacksmiths operating there, and that consequently means they will most probably treat him quite favorably. But as he cautiously enters the seemingly deserted place, it is surprisingly empty, but then he hears a gruff voice pointedly asking him, "Who is he?" This startling question makes him instantly realize there is indeed someone present there. An old man, identified as Khan, is currently laying on a bed, surrounded by numerous empty bottles of alcohol. Though undeterred, Shin plainly tells him he wants to craft the current best-selling item there. So the old man curtly tells him that the Marrow Company is currently selling items in massive bulk at a significantly lower price. Due to that unfortunate circumstance, the items from there haven't sold well for a very long time. And then bluntly tell Shin that this particular smithy actually closed down a long time ago. All of a sudden, a group of 4 to 5 menacing-looking guys abruptly enter the place, aggressively threatening Khan as they harshly tell him to hand over the entire building to them, and pointedly show him the official-looking sales contract paper, and roughly tell him to sign it immediately and thereby hand over the building to them. Shin thinks to himself, isn't the Marrow Company that particularly big and famous enterprise? So how then is there suddenly a contract demanding the handing over of the building and all its rights? He is not entirely sure what exactly is currently happening, but wisely plans on quickly sneaking out before things inevitably get too complicated. But just as he carefully tries to make his exit, one of the aggressive guys sharply tells him to stop right there, and then wrongly calls him a suspected spy from the rival Skanker Company. But Shin quickly realizes this man is actually a hired gangster employed by the Marrow Company. These dangerous outlaw NPCs are known to sometimes kill unsuspecting users, and the guys currently present look to be somewhere around level 35. So he reasons he should absolutely not attempt to fight back and must act accordingly. Shin chuckles quite nervously, telling him he is brand new to the village of Winston, and that he genuinely didn't know this particular smithy was already officially closed. The thug carefully examines him from top to bottom and then curtly tells him to simply get lost. As Shin cautiously starts walking away from the tense situation, he distinctly overhears parts of their ongoing, aggressive conversation. All the assembled men are callously saying horrible stuff to the vulnerable old man, telling him to give them at least half of any money he eventually gets from the forced contract. And either way, they cruelly point out his beloved son already died tragically from a disease, so he should just immediately stop being so incredibly stubborn about it. They then mockingly ask him if this dilapidated old place is his son's actual grave or something. Listening to all of this disgusting verbal abuse, Shin starts to get extremely angry, though he desperately tries to internally calm himself down, repeatedly telling himself it's absolutely not his business, and he is certainly not some kind of hero. But just then, a fateful notification suddenly pops up on his screen. It is notifying him that the Blacksmith's Rage quest has just been unexpectedly created, and he absolutely must complete this quest by decisively defeating the Marrow Company's vile minions, and crucially destroying the fraudulent Smithy contract paper. If he successfully manages to do this, Khan's debilitating drinking problem will noticeably improve, and Shin will consequently become very close and trusted friends with him. Shin will also, most importantly, unlock the powerful skill, Blacksmith's Rage. But conversely, if he unfortunately fails, Khan will sadly die within a few short days, and all of his associated quests will permanently disappear. There is even an immediate acceptance reward clearly listed, and to even think that the ultimate reward is a potent new class skill. He absolutely has to attempt to do it. He quickly thinks, what are his actual odds of success, though? First and foremost, there is that one highly reliable skill, the legendary Blacksmith's Patience. His health, defense, and dexterity stats will all significantly increase by a massive 200% for 1 full hour. And those crucial passive skills that grant him 5 precious seconds of complete invulnerability, the exact moment his health dangerously touches rock bottom. And he also currently possesses the base stats equivalent to a level 20 character. But the glaring problem is that he foolishly left all his good equipment back in the warehouse. So, effectively, he has no proper weapon available. However, he suddenly realizes he does indeed have one. It's that epic grade arrow, even though its base attack power is admittedly quite low. As long as that completely ignoring the enemy's defense special effect luckily activates, he genuinely believes he has a fighting chance. All those menacing men quickly notice Shin and sneeringly tell him that they already generously let him live. So why is he still stubbornly here, though? Shin resolutely stands there, completely unfazed by their provocations. He calmly tells them that even if they are merely supposed debt collectors, there is indeed a very clear limit to absolutely everything. One of the aggressive guys rudely tells him to get lost yet again, and when he contemptuously notices the single solitary arrow, he loudly laughs in a completely mocking fashion. He scoffs, telling him he won't be able to accomplish a damn thing with only a single arrow. A confident smirk plays across Shin's lips. He coolly tells them this isn't nearly all he has, as he just gained another potent weapon, Blacksmith's Rage. He fiercely fights with the guys, using only the arrow, and quickly wonders, since when we're supposedly low-level warriors, quite that surprisingly fast. He quickly thinks, realizing he desperately needs a tactical advantage. And as he keenly notices the narrow, confining stairs nearby, he moves towards there instantly. One of the thugs immediately comes to attack him, derisively questioning him what he is possibly going to achieve with just an arrow. And in that very instant, the legendary Blacksmith's Rage skill dramatically activates. His attack power and his attack speed will now significantly, noticeably increase. For a full 20 seconds, Shin swiftly attacks the surprise guy, and the thug immediately lies on the floor, effectively knocking him out cold. All the other guys stand there, completely stunned. Shin smirks confidently, coolly asking everyone present, does it still look like just a simple arrow to you now? Now, Shin looks intently at the arrow, being genuinely impressed with its performance. He successfully landed 2 decisive hits, primarily thanks to the sudden increase in his attack speed. Moreover, the crucial ignored defense effect was luckily activated, and it was also a devastating critical hit, effectively killing him with just those 2 swift, precise hits. A lot of important notifications suddenly pop up, confirming that he successfully killed an outlaw from Winston. His overall reputation within Winston Village increased substantially by 60 points. He reaped 300 experience points, plus 5 alerts, signifying a level up. His current standing? A solid level 8. That's a 5-level boost from taking down a level 35 outlaw, catapulting him from level 3 to level 8. Experience, 125 out of 1,400. His health reads 316 of 316. Mana sits at 87 of 87, and weight is 842 out of 1,000. He now possesses 110 unassigned stat points. His attributes are Strength 24, Stamina 22, Agility 16, Intelligence 29, Dexterity 55, Persistence 21, Composure 14, Indomitable 16, Dignity 14, and Insight 15. Shin's jaw dropped. His unallocated stat points hit a massive 110. However, the remaining adversaries are now enraged. They boast high offensive power, but suffer from low defense. And to overcome the rest of them, he must allocate points into strength and agility. With 4 hostiles still standing, he intends to utilize all available points. A notification confirms 50 stat points invested in strength and 60 stat points poured into agility. The blacksmith's rage skill has only 10 seconds remaining. He aims to eliminate one more foe in that window, but his strike wasn't potent enough for a kill. The thugs recognize Shin's rapid attacks and refuse to battle on those cramped stairs with their cumbersome weapons. On the flip side, Shin reflects that his target survived even after his stat boost, and this time, the special option didn't trigger, nor did he land a critical blow. One ruffian tells Shin if he doesn't plan to live on the stairs indefinitely, he'd better descend. Shin realizes he has no alternative now. A direct confrontation is inevitable. Now he observes all the smirking enemies, calculating that if they encircle him, he won't withstand 2 or 3 hits. Yet, he still holds a contingency plan. His health is dwindling, and his defense is practically non-existent. But if they surround him, he could dispatch them all simultaneously. All he requires is enough health to survive until then. So, what he urgently needs is the legendary blacksmith's patience. A goon taunts him, thanking him for saving them travel time. In the midst of this, the legendary blacksmith's patience skill attempts to activate, but it fizzles as it doesn't require mana, and this particular skill cannot be triggered at will. He's out of options now, as all the thugs begin their assault. His maximum health stands at a mere 316, so he quaffs an intermediate health potion, restoring 150 health. 20 seconds tick down until the next potion is usable, and if he can't maintain this, he's finished. Well, the brute strikes at his leg, but before he could mount a defense, he cleaves it clean through. He has no choice now, so he consumes an intermediate strength potion, which bolsters his strength by 50 points for 5 minutes, costing 10 gold, or roughly 24,000 won. He also downs an intermediate agility potion, enhancing his agility by 50 points for a 5-minute duration, setting him back around 19,500. He lamented squandering funds meant for a substantial meal on a mere B-grade quest. They all converge on him simultaneously, and he desperately needs to mend his leg. So, he plays it smart, telling them he'll permit their escape if they relinquish the contract. The outlaws become incensed, accusing him of deceit as he murdered their comrade. The potion's cooldown is nearly complete, and just as one of them, Johnson derides Shin, claiming Shin is the one fated to die, not them. The potion refreshes, and Shin strikes the same man, killing him instantly. A system message declares he has slain the outlaw Johnson. He's amassed 4,300 experience points and jumped 3 levels. The statistics update, Grid is now at level 8, with experience at 125 out of 1,400. Grid's health is fully restored, 316 out of 316. And mana is also at its maximum, 87 out of 87. There are 0 stat points left to allocate. His weight is 842 out of a 1,000 capacity. Grid strength is 74, stamina is 22, and agility stands at 76. His intelligence is 29, dexterity is 55, persistence 21, composure 14, indomitable 16, dignity 14, and insight is 15. Grid possesses a legendary blacksmith's creation item, and there are 2 remaining creation slots available out of 3, and the likelihood of adding bonus options to an item during crafting and to upgrade items will be heightened. He can equip any item regardless of conditions, though penalties might occur based on item limitations. The odds of acquiring reputation and the magnitude of its increase will improve, and the probability of boosting affinity and its quantity will also be enhanced. Being Pagma's descendant, he's heir to Pagma's formidable will and techniques, with a conviction to use blacksmithing to aid others. He cannot forgive the Marrow Company and its underlings for subjugating old and defenseless blacksmiths. Assist Blacksmith Khan, who is deceived by the Marrow Company and forfeits his clientele. Eliminate the Marrow Company's henchmen and nullify the smithy transfer agreement. Khan was once a renowned blacksmith, but grew inept due to overwhelming stress and alcohol reliance. After his enterprise was demolished by the Marrow Company, if Khan recuperates, he will reclaim his stature as a great blacksmith and will significantly aid him. Once he discerns Shin's true identity, Grid stands tall, brimming with power, and declares that it isn't concluded until it's truly concluded. He addresses Vale, stating he'll offer him one more opportunity to accept Grid's proposition. But Vale scoffs at Grid, saying he's only been swift, solely because he was dependent on the potion's effects. He rushes toward Grid to strike, labeling him a potion junkie, at which Grid also sprints towards him and confidently queries if he's approaching Grid without any defense, because, regrettably for his opponent, Grid has now reached level 11, and with that, Grid smashes his chest with the arrow's blunt end. When Praga is wounded, his other companions assault Grid, sending him sprawling to the ground, while Khan shouts out, checking if Grid's alright. Grid ascertains he needs to disengage, and creates some space to consume another potion. But one of them seizes him by his midsection, which makes Grid even more agitated, until he notices an armor set. So, he thrusts the arrow. He's clutching in his hand into the back of Praga. Vale attempts to strike Grid, but he rapidly hurls the arrow at that assailant and flees towards the armor, while they persist in cursing him from behind and ridicule him for discarding his weapon. Upon reaching upstairs, Grid asks Khan if he desires to safeguard the smithy, to which Khan affirms, stating that if Grid assists him, he'll defend this establishment, come what may. Hearing Khan's resolute response, Grid removes the covering from the armor, while requesting Khan to let him borrow it for his smithy's sake. Khan exclaims that this particular armor cannot be donned by just anyone, and the pieces he can equip are located downstairs. But Grid dons it regardless, disregarding Khan's cautionary words. Meanwhile, all three of those pursuers have also ascended to apprehend Grid, and they mock him for squandering his time conversing with a dead man. And then they lunge, attacking towards Grid. As Grid finishes equipping his armor, he fixes his gaze intently on them. And then, dripping with sarcasm, he questions if they've ever encountered being overgeared. Just then, as the trio attacks him, he pivots and bisects their bodies cleanly in half with the sword that accompanied the armor. By eliminating all of them, Grid achieves the maximum level of Khan's approval, and his own level continues to ascend. Upon hearing the distinct sounds of slashing bodies, Khan rushes towards Grid, while inquiring about that noise and asking if he is unharmed. When Khan beholds Grid clad in the armor, amidst the dismembered corpses, he is rendered utterly speechless. However, Grid proclaims the armor amazing, and remarks that he would never have anticipated discovering such exceptional items in a rustic place like this. When he notices the name of the sword and armor's creator, Albertino, he calls him incredible, whereas Khan asks Grid with astonishment if he truly recognizes the worth of those items and their maker, to which Grid nonchalantly fabricates, claiming he can ascertain such things with a single glance. Suddenly, Khan collapses, and Grid wonders dismissively if it's attributable to high blood pressure or excessive drinking. At his advanced age, he approaches Khan and leans over him, while stating that he's completed the quest, so he should depart by progressing to the subsequent quest. But Khan remains prone, and foam emerges from his mouth. Grid becomes irritated and shouts at Khan to cease foam and provide him with the next quest immediately. But he doesn't regain consciousness. When Valmont learns about this, he berates Beale, demanding to know how the mercenaries dispatched to the smithy are unaccounted for, and if they absconded with the payment. Beale implores his forgiveness, and attempts to clarify that they were the finest mercenaries he could procure. However, Valmont interrupts him and orders him to be silent, and to reimburse the loss by compensating for the advance payment and the commission charge. As a merchant, he asserts he cannot tolerate any debt. Beale fearfully explains that he lacks that kind of capital and beseeches Valmont for another opportunity. Valmont simmers with rage and instructs Bill to go generate some funds if he has none, as selling his family at the slave market would fetch a considerable sum. He commands his men to remove Bill from his presence, and then addresses Rabbit, the administrator of Marrow Company, to inquire what precisely transpired. Rabbit, too, was uncertain about the events. Nevertheless, he was aware that the men did indeed reach the smithy, but vanished subsequently. Valmont curses under his breath and declares that only one smithy is permissible per village. Consequently, they must eliminate this one, regardless of the cost. He continues to disparage the mercenaries, as he cannot comprehend how those incompetents failed at such a straightforward assignment. Then he proceeds to question Rabbit concerning Khan. Rabbit inwardly judges him for his arrogance and cruelty, as Valmont didn't hesitate before dismissing Beale, a dedicated employee who had served him for a decade. However, he responds that Khan was transported to a clinic by an unidentified man 2 hours prior. Valmont mulls over a stranger, escorting Khan to a medical facility, which implies that individual would possess knowledge of what befell. The mercenaries, he continues, stating they've imported inexpensive weaponry to drive Khan out of business and compel them into borrowing funds from loan sharks, and finally have him cornered, so they cannot afford to miss this juncture. Subsequently, Valmont informs Rabbit that he is now responsible for managing this predicament. Young Woo sits within his room, voraciously consuming food, and reflects on how he has attained level 21 merely by thrashing some outlaw ruffians. And now he eagerly anticipates the follow-up quests. He thinks about the formidable armor and sword, salivating at the prospect that if he obtains it as a final reward, he could potentially become a billionaire. He mused that Dane's life and Valhalla were both items of unique grade rarity, akin to his initial creation, failure. But unlike failure, they are both tradable and possess standard equipping prerequisites. He reasons that since he entrusted Khan to the doctor's care, everything should have resolved itself by now. And then he enters the capsule, reflecting on how Khan needs to take superior care of himself, considering there's a significant fortune at stake. As Grid materializes in the game, he finds himself positioned outside the clinic, which strikes him as peculiar, but he proceeds inside. Khan greets him with evident joy, whereas Grid inquires with the doctor about Khan's condition. The doctor responds that he's fit to be discharged, and his blood pressure has also returned to normal levels, and should remain stable as long as he abstains from alcohol. Khan, gratefully, expresses his profound indebtedness towards Grid, and declares himself deeply in his debt. However, Grid replies that it's no issue, and they should mutually support each other. The medical bill was dispatched to Khan's address, so he's at liberty to depart now. Upon hearing this, Khan apologizes, stating he's currently short on funds, so he will be unable to cover his treatment costs. Grid was on the verge of saying something, but the doctor interjected, cautioning him not to provoke God's anger, as he could retract his blessing, and advised Grid to settle the 1 gold fee himself. Grid, nevertheless, pays for Khan's medical expenses, and they proceed to the smithy. Upon arrival there, Khan expresses his gratitude to Grid, as he finally harbors hope once more when he had nearly dishonored his ancestors by abandoning his family's legacy. Grid reassures him that it's all right and he should obtain some rest, as he's still a patient, and had he forfeited this establishment, his health might have deteriorated further due to stress. He further states that if he hadn't been present when Khan fainted, Khan would not have reached the clinic. Khan replies that indeed, he was exceptionally fortunate to have encountered Grid, and he wishes he possessed some means to repay Grid. Grid seizes the opportunity and gestures towards the gear, proposing it as a reward, but Khan states that it holds special significance for him. Grid continues to try and persuade him, reminding Khan he had claimed to be indebted to him. Khan refuses, explaining it's his family heirloom, and his forefathers safeguarded these items with their very lives. Dainsleif and Valhalla are ill-omened artifacts, because no one possessed sufficient might to wield them, so they've remained concealed for many centuries. But 130 years passed. There existed a man who was worthy enough to be their legitimate owner, whose name was Pagma. Legend recounts that Pagma became one with Dainsleif and Valhalla, and his every motion was like a terrifying and lethal dance. And his sword dance was so dreadful and potent that it sundered the sky and summoned forth thunder. Khan continues, relating that his ancestor, Albertino, knelt before Pagma and implored him to become the rightful possessor of Dainsleif and Valhalla. Grid inquires if Pagma accepted them, but Khan reveals that he declined, and stated that the true owner of these items would manifest himself. One day, now 130 years later, Grid has emerged and successfully wielded these items. Consequently, he presses Grid to reveal how he accomplished it, so that he may make a decision. Grid speculates if this is a follow-up quest, and resolves to secure it before anyone else can. So he responds that he's unsure how to articulate, but perhaps Pagma's very spirit courses through his veins. Khan stares at him, visibly shocked, as this implies that Grid is the successor to Pagma. And as soon as Grid affirms this, He receives his subsequent task to acquire Pagma's sword dance. Grid becomes vexed and says that he believed Khan was going to bestow them upon him if he answered. But Khan implores him to understand that verification is imperative. He further elaborates that perhaps he has encountered the successor of legends, much like his ancestors, and if Grid is indeed Pagma's successor, his rightful ownership will be substantiated regardless. He calls for a celebration, retrieving some alcohol, but Grid promptly confiscates it, stating he cannot have it back until Grid's quest is concluded. Just then, Rabbit enters the smithy, calling out for someone, until he spots Khan and formally introduces himself, stating that his name is Rabbit, and presenting himself as speaking on behalf of the Marrow Company. Khan directs him to go downstairs, where they convene, and Rabbit states he's been informed that Khan was incapable of repaying his debt of 600 gold to his company. Khan confirms this. However, he adamantly refuses to relinquish his smithy. Rabbit clarifies that he is present to propose an opportunity. So, if he surrenders the smithy, he will assure him generous financial compensation, as well as managerial privileges. Khan scoffs disdainfully at his proposition and questions whether Rabbit desires him to become his company's subordinate, at which Rabbit asserts that it's a considerably more lucrative offer than the preceding one. Khan retorts to him that generating profit is not his primary concern. His obligation is to safeguard his family's enterprise. Rabbit then presents him with another proposal and asks for his thoughts on an item forging competition against it. Blacksmith affiliated with his company, and they will nullify both the contract and the debt if he emerges victorious. Because doesn't it seem logical for the superior blacksmith to be the proprietor of the smithy? Grid perceives this might appear as a fair contest, but they must undoubtedly have someone more proficient than Khan. However, Khan accepts the proposition, mentioning that he's been inactive from work for some duration and is also unwell. Therefore, his successor, Grid, will compete in his stead. Grid becomes furious at not having his consent sought. However, Rabbit inquires if Khan is certain regarding Grid. As Rabbit advises Grid not to feel any pressure, Grid instantly accepts his offer. After noticing the 600 gold reward tied to the quest, Rabbit then departs, assuring him that he will follow up with the specific details. However, Khan apologizes to Grid for embroiling him in this situation, but he is compelled to protect the smithy. But Grid tells him not to be sorry, because if it concerns 720,000 won, he'd even bargain his soul. Grid observes it's an A-class quest, while examining the screen displaying a match against Marrow Company. He believes it'll be a simple task for him, as a legendary blacksmith possessing the capability to create epic tier items. He is anticipating approximately 740,000 won. When Khan mentions he can provide the materials for Grid's training, as he has been out of operation for an extended period, Grid asks him, perplexed, about why he didn't inform the individual in charge of Winston regarding this matter. Khan answers that the Lord of Winston is colluding with Marrow and has been given a substantial bribe. Grid expresses surprise, saying he thought Winston was under Earl Steim's jurisdiction. So what about approaching them directly? At which Khan replies that he has already dispatched letters of appeal and was also intending to make a personal visit. However, the Lord of Winston consistently obstructed his efforts every time. Grid reassures Khan not to be concerned, vowing to win, since he understands that Khan selected him as his champion out of sheer trust. Khan looks at him and declares that, naturally, he believes in Grid, and if his own son were alive, he would have matured into a fine young man, just like Grid. At that moment, Grid cheers Khan up, telling him he can't afford to be sorrowful just yet, as he's going to be ecstatic when he witnesses Grid's triumph. After Grid says this, he feels uncharacteristically kind, or perhaps it's because he stands to gain significantly from Khan. However, peculiarly, Khan reminds Grid of his own grandfather. Later, Youngwoo awakens and thinks how it's merely 4 a.m. and realizes that 2 full days have elapsed within Satisfy. So, he might have achieved substantial progress. He's reminded that it feels as though Khan is a superior blacksmith to Smith from Byran, as his skills are truly exceptional, despite him not operating at his peak condition. And he continues to miss Khan, but restrains himself and exits his room, greeting his family. His mother greets him in return, astonished at how he is awake so early. to which he remarks that consuming grilled eel would enhance his stamina. At this, his dad playfully teases him for lacking a girlfriend, but he retorts that he could date anyone if he so desired, and his mother concurs with him, appreciating his newfound confidence. While consuming breakfast, Youngwoo inquires of his parents if his grandpa is faring well, at which his parents gaze at him with an expression of profound surprise and confusion. So he asks what's the meaning of this reaction, to which they clarify that they simply find it astonishing that he's inquiring about Grandpa. However, he is indeed doing well. The subsequent day at Marrow Company, Valmont bellows at Rabbit, demanding in fury what he has perpetrated while hurling an apple at it. He shouts that the smithy would have been theirs regardless. So why would Rabbit proceed and make such foolish decisions, without even his consultation, as if Rabbit was moved by Khan's tale of woe? Rabbit wipes his face and requests that he comprehend that their standing among the populace of Winston is dreadful. Therefore, if they exhibit a gesture of benevolence, they will be capable of garnering the people's support. Valmont becomes incensed and tells Rabbit not to lecture him, because he's the one who acquired all the people's valueless lands and commercial entitlements. So why should he be concerned about what those unappreciative beings think? Rabbit realizes that Valmont is exceptionally short-sighted, and Marrow Company cannot flourish under his leadership. So he attempts to explain to Valmont that Khan is highly esteemed by the populace for resisting the company, despite his considerable hardships. Therefore, they must make it appear as though they are offering Khan another opportunity, based on his exceptional skills as a blacksmith. And by doing so, they can enhance their public image among the people. Valmont finally grasps the concept and perceives it as a favorable chance to attract new, devoted customers. So he consents for the purpose of generating profit, but questions Rabbit on how he can be so confident about winning. Rabbit clarifies that he personally observed Khan's chosen champion, and he simply doesn't have a prayer. Besides, Rabbit has an outstanding blacksmith in consideration to be their representative. Valmont expresses his appreciation and states he doesn't wish to hear anything further concerning that elderly man, Khan, ever again. However, Rabbit thinks that he will still need to designate the most skilled blacksmith to represent Marrow Company, so as not to lower their guard. Later, a man pays a visit to Khan and Grid and is taken aback to see that the young lad, Grid, vanquished Vale's gang, at which Khan replies that Grid's actually a commendable man with considerable skill, despite appearing somewhat unassuming. Grid snaps at them for gossiping behind his back when some individuals arrive and show Khan several flyers regarding the match between Marrow Company and Khan that are distributed all over town. Khan replies that he is cognizant, and the men opine that Marrow Company isn't entirely malicious if they desire a fair contest, as they're guaranteeing Khan's managerial rights even if they triumph. Grid also considers that, despite dispatching the thugs, it's a rather considerate proposition. However, Khan tears up the flyer and bellows at them not to overlook how Marrow Company plunged them into poverty by monopolizing the local marketplace, and gets enraged at how these people have forgotten their past sufferings. Upon realizing their error, they all felt a pang of guilt for trusting Marrow Company, until a young man makes excuses for them. Just then, Huroy excuses everyone to capture their attention and states that, as far as he is aware, Marrow purchased their property at bargain prices because nobody was privy to the impending development scheme, so they all consented willingly. Grid observes him with confusion, as he also had a distinctive green marker above his head, so he must be a player. Huroy continues, stating that before learning about the development plans, they all were eager to depart Winston, after selling their properties to Marrow. So, it's the consequence of their own avarice. Hearing all this, a man becomes enraged at him and accuses him of being an informant for Marrow. So Huroy explains that he's merely presenting facts, with no desire for confrontation. And Marrow also requires the people of Winston for their expansion, as Marrow needs loyal clientele. Grid notices that the fellow almost succeeded in swaying the others, which irritates him, and he wonders about the man's identity. Khan speaks up, referring to the man as a meddlesome lad, and asks for his name. So, the man apologizes for getting carried away and introduces himself as Huroy. Khan states that Huroy has a valid point, that collaborating with influential organizations would prove beneficial to them in the long term. However, Winston is a constituent part of Earl Stime's domain, and within Earl Stime's territory, there exists a local ordinance known as the right of the people. Hiroi repeats the emphasized phrase with confusion. So Khan quotes that. Residents possess the right to access information concerning the area before anyone else, and says this was enacted by Earl Stein himself as a repercussion of the pioneering era. Previously established cities and villages were adversely affected when new territories were discovered in the north. Thus, it was Earl Stein's objective to pave the way for changes and safeguard any information that might benefit the residents. Hiroi replies thoughtfully that the fundamental issue lies in Marrow Company defying Earl Stein's decree. Furthermore, the Lord of Winston is culpable for allowing Marrow to monopolize all the information. Khan affirms that this is precisely what they are contending for, at which Hiroi inquires about what he had heard concerning their appeal to Earl Stein's court being obstructed by the Lord of Winston and Marrow Company. When they confirm this, Hiroi vows not to let the transgressions go unaddressed and to covertly deliver their appeal to the Earl himself. The men become elated upon finally discovering a resolution. However, Grid couldn't fathom that instead of accepting a quest, he had actually offered one to the NPCs. Later, as Hiroi is departing, Grid intercepts him on the path. Hiroi turns around and voices his surprise, as he had assumed that Grid was incapable of speech. This makes Grid even more infuriated, and he declares that he knows Hiroi arrived here on a quest, which he had accepted from Arrow. But how did he manage to alter that quest? Hiroi says, share quest information, and a screen materializes before them, displaying the modification in his quest and its associated rewards, which astonishes Grid, as the rewards were exceptionally impressive. But to Hiroi, he asserts that he's not envious, and merely wishes to understand how Hiroi obtained the hidden quest. Hiroi explains that, as Grid observed earlier, he offered to undertake the quest. However, it was about leveraging Satisfy's high degree of player freedom. But only players who have engaged with the game since its inception are aware of this. However, someone will undoubtedly post about it online soon. But for the time being, only early adopters are privy to this option. So Grid need not feel disheartened. Hiroi notices that Grid is seething with anger and asks him, "What's amiss?" To which Grid replies that he has also played the game since its very beginning. Was still in the dark about this, labeling him a comical character. Grid furiously berates Hiroi and then hastily logs off the game, which left Hiroi utterly perplexed. Hiroi opts to disregard the incident, knowing he has no precious time squandered. He had been dedicating a staggering 18 hours daily to this game, yet found himself stuck at a mere level 1 in 27. The reason? His character class was the challenging order. He reasoned that because his core combat abilities relied solely on eloquence, gaining experience was a struggle compared to alternative classes. Furthermore, his arsenal of weaponry was severely restricted, coupled with poor health, diminished strength, and weak skills. To make things worse, he possessed zero evasive capabilities. Thus, he sought a stat providing boosts to both damage output and protection, with each 10-point advancement delivering these benefits. Hiroi arrives at the location, observing an enormous gate defended by 4 individuals, and determines that breaching this gate is key to accessing the Earl's area. He approaches them, feigning ignorance and appearing utterly lost, inquiring with the sentinels about an exit, claiming to be a simple wayfarer, all the while believing that verbal persuasion was his sole recourse. As the sentinels offer no response to his inquiries, Hiroi senses an unsettling peculiarity in their silence, until Rabbit materializes unexpectedly from his rear and reveals the guards are intentionally silent towards him, since he is the very person they're tasked to watch for. Hiroi is visibly startled by Rabbit's sudden appearance, while the latter proceeds to jog Hiroi's memory about his obligation to check in with him following the commotion he caused at the Winston estate. Hiroi resolves to employ his persuasive abilities now. Aiming to sway the NPC, he initiates the skill. He claims he merely wished to take in the local views, all while strategizing for the intended incitement. But Rabbit voices his disappointment for placing excessive faith in Hiroi, explaining that the disturbance from the distributed leaflets had been sufficient to achieve the desired outcome. And still, Hiroi was fleeing as if a betrayer. Hiroi grows alarmed as his abilities failed to take effect. Meanwhile, Rabbit states that his past encounters have ingrained in him the need for constant vigilance against acts of faithlessness and treachery. Thus, he is confident Hiroi grasps his justification for imprisoning him. Hiroi bolts, desperate to prevent the mission from failing this way. However, the Sentinels apprehend him, and as an orator, his sole instrument of defense was merely a tone. So he attempts to disconnect, but finds himself unable, trapped. Rabbit informs him that struggling is utterly futile now, and questions if Hiroi is unaware of his capabilities, specifically the ability to counteract the logout command. He adds that a swift execution would merely allow Hiroi to respawn. Therefore, they are opting for his confinement, and commands the guards to cast Hiroi into the subterranean cells. Hiroi's mission objective transformed into one of patient endurance, a state preventing logout for a grueling 50 hours. He recalls a previous instance of playing 20 consecutive hours, but the game's capsule mechanism initiates an automatic disconnection should a session surpass the 20-hour threshold, and imposes a sanction barring reentry for 6 full hours, translating to 8 days and 8 hours of incarceration in game. Even if successful, this would gravely imperil his mental state. However, being an unattached individual without employment, he is certain no interruptions will occur from anyone. Thus, he resolves to shift his capsule into its trance configuration, trusting his physical form can withstand the immense strain. Hiroi commits to this perilous course of action because it's a clandestine follow-up mission, now elevated to S rank. As Hiroi transitions the system to the trance setting, an interface warns of automatic logout should his condition become critical. Furthermore, the external power supply must not be interrupted, or SA group personnel will be deployed to secure the capsule unit. Within his capsule, Hiroi reflects that any individual aiding his quest completion will earn his absolute and unwavering fealty, and so he awaits the arrival of the Apostle of Justice. Meanwhile, at SA headquarters at precisely 11:33 in the evening, an operative is diligently monitoring expansive display panels. The virtual world of Satisfy constitutes an immense, intricate system wherein the choices and deeds of players shape its digital environment. And owing to the sheer volume of active participants, numerous complications arise, and to preserve game equilibrium, it becomes crucial to meticulously monitor all emerging anomalies. Mr. Lim, positioned before the main console display, receives an alert. Quest B408 has just become active, and his authorization is needed to convene an urgent board assembly. He approves the request and promptly strides out of the room, all the while contemplating that this S-grade clandestine mission only triggers under highly specific circumstances, offering the unparalleled prize of attaining a secondary character class. Consequently, should the player achieve this formidable feat, they would become the pioneering individual to possess dual classes. Yet, the challenger must withstand an astonishing 200 hours of in-game time, leading to significant physiological and psychological peril. The emergency assembly commences, and data concerning Hiroi reveals his Mongolian nationality as a player, a fact that prompts Mr. Lim to remark on its extraordinariness. Considering merely 3% of Mongolians engage with Satisfy, Miss Choi notes his Orator class, characterized by its limited fighting prowess, making it astonishing he managed to attain even level 1 and reach 27 merely by concentrating on endeavors fitting his role. Mr. Lim inquires of Director Yun regarding the Mongolian branch chief's availability, and they establish contact with him, one Park Yun-hee. The Mongolian division head then enters the ongoing conference call, and Mr. Lim questions if he has guaranteed the player's well-being, who affirms they are observing the situation live, with a dedicated medical team prepared for immediate intervention. He additionally proposes alerting the press to the potential emergence of the very first individual possessing more than one character class, as this could significantly invigorate the Mongolian market. One of the conference participants concurs with this sentiment, reflecting on the persistent challenges faced in trying to expand player engagement within the Mongolian demographic. A different attendee adds that this difficulty stems from a local reluctance to be restricted within the gaming capsules. However, one board member labels this outlook overly sanguine, warning they risk becoming a source of ridicule if this player falters. Director Yun assures the group there's no cause for such concern, barring any unforeseen forced logout of Hugh Roy due to medical complications, since they engineered this particular quest to be relatively straightforward to complete. Miss Choi is then questioned about her analysis of the success likelihood, to which she tentatively responds that she has already submitted the relevant documents for their review. Upon Director Yin seeing that, he exclaims with alarm that the projected success rate is only 9%. He vociferates for the player's rescue via a concealed non-player character, integral to Quest B 408. Director Yun elaborates that the player encounters an enigmatic figure known as the Apostle of Justice within the dungeon, and this individual is supposed to liberate the player upon learning of the dire circumstances unfolding in Winston. Afterwards, the player stands to gain a substantial reward by completing a subsequent mission to aid this apostle. But Director Yun pauses abruptly and then queries that, setting aside any safety issues, shouldn't the vast majority of players manage to complete the quest before he can receive a definitive reply? Mr. Lim erupts in loud laughter, urging him to take a look at the report again, as a significant alteration has occurred. This is due to Hugh Roy divulging his quest to another player. He explains that Hugh Roy was tasked with conveying the critical message about Winston exclusively to the designated Apostle of Justice. However, he compromised the quest by sharing its details midway, which led to the complete obliteration of the NPC iteration of the Apostle of Justice. Director Yun, with evident bewilderment, reads that the player now privy to the quest is a player known as Grid, whose real-world identity is Shin Youngwoo. On the other hand, Youngwoo is found at a food stall drinking beer, lamenting over not being given a simple 600 gold quest from Khan. He grumbles that Khan should have assigned those lucrative tasks to Youngwoo, rather than to some newcomer he had only recently met, despite Youngwoo having previously covered his medical expenses. He continues his tearful complaints while ordering more food. Subsequently, at 1 a.m., he arrives home attempting a stealthy entrance, only to be intercepted by his observant sister. She berates him soundly for failing to notify her if he was going to be late. But Youngwoo retorts, questioning why she remains still awake, and asserts his status as a grown man, declaring that youngsters like her ought to be sleeping. She clarifies her worries stemmed from finding his capsule empty, but is cut short upon detecting the distinct smell of alcohol, and pointedly inquires if he has been drinking. As Youngwoo is heavily intoxicated, he behaves erratically, asking his sister if she harbors concerns for him, or perhaps if she is merely going through puberty, causing his sister to depart from the room awkwardly. Returning our focus to SA, Director Yun states that the probability of Hugh Roy clearing the quest is now probably closer to 0%, and the supercomputer Morpheus must surely have committed a calculation error. However, Miss Choi confirms she has not been alerted to any such reports, making that particular scenario improbable, at which point Director Yun clutches his head, sinking into his chair in distress and utter frustration. Mr. Lim observes that Director Yun's agitation is because they can no longer effectively guarantee the success rate, as the entire scenario has irrevocably changed. Consequently, rather than the intended Apostle of Justice, Grid is now the individual destined to learn of Hugh Roy's confinement. At this moment, Director interrupts, declaring that Shin Youngwoo is catastrophically ruining everything by possessing a legendary class, yet remaining at a paltry level 21. He voices his irritation, questioning what Youngwoo has possibly been doing all this time, lamenting the disgrace that such an unproductive player like him was bestowed with a coveted legendary class. His fury towards Youngwoo was uncontrollable, branding him a destructive poison, one who is poised to squander yet another valuable hidden quest, and will ultimately contaminate Satisfy's entire world with his incompetence. Director Yun remains utterly stunned, finding it incredulous that Shin is still merely at level 21, despite having acquired a legendary class, and he considers it a profound pity that this monumental class fell to a user exhibiting zero actual productivity, such as Shin. His vexation with Youngwoo was boundless, labeling him a detrimental influence, a poison, an entity seemingly destined to bungle yet another significant hidden quest, and thereby taint the entirety of Satisfy's realm with his profound incompetence. The remaining individuals in a meeting express skepticism regarding his inevitable failure of the quest at this alarming rate, and collectively mourn they have squandered the perfect chance to advertise the game. According to their view, the sole notable achievement Shin has accomplished after getting the legendary class is the successful fabrication of some epic grade arrows, along with receiving a specific class quest. Lim, on the other hand, smirks inwardly, acknowledging that this indeed is incredibly hard to predict. But if he were compelled to offer an opinion, this spectacle is undeniably and truly entertaining to watch, and Shin's level of incompetence simply transcends all common sense. Currently, within the vast world of Satisfy, 3 epic tier classes exist, aside from the one most recently revealed. The Bloody Warrior. Details on the other 2 haven't been released yet. The identity of the inaugural epic class user is completely unidentified, whereas the second one was confirmed to be held by the 7th place ranker. Because of that, both the player community and various broadcasts have been incessantly debating about what the other 2 epic classes were, and who the very first epic class user truly was in the game. Within the Steim Earldom, specifically a Karo dungeon, a notable female player, Euphemina, is present, and numerous male adventurers are vying to recruit her into their party, promising her that the acquired loot will be fairly shared with her, or even that she will receive all the loot. 2 other female players there silently think that even though these same men showed no particular interest or eyelid bat when they themselves had previously joined the party, Euphemina announces to everyone she will join the strongest user's party, so they all must now demonstrate their respective powers. Then all of a sudden, monsters attack everyone, and the competing men challenge each other, each vowing they will be the ones taking Euphemina with them. The men all display their power, like producing intense, scorching heat waves, executing a one-point break, and unleashing thunderbolt. Euphemina stands there, critically judging each and everyone, thinking internally that everyone is pretty much average. But her attention dramatically shifts when she observes someone performing a swirling frenzy, and she immediately wonders who that truly powerful person is. And upon getting a clearer notice of him, she speculates he must have endured quite a hard time leveling up, and it is perfectly suited against Piero. She resolves to utilize it as well, and promptly activates her unique duplication skill, thereby successfully replicating the formidable swirling frenzy. This level 3 skill manifests a mighty vortex lasting for 5 full seconds, inflicting between 1,530 to 2,380 damage per second to enemies caught within. Additionally, it diminishes the target's overall agility by 80%, significantly impeding their movement and mobility. The skill itself consumes 700 mana points upon its activation, and is subsequently subject to a cooldown time of 300 seconds. Yet, it's a single-use skill, storable indefinitely in reserve, until its casting, granting the user considerable tactical flexibility in deciding the perfect, opportune moment to unleash its devastating effects. Euphemina smirks, mentally cataloging, thinking she is counting on it for the next time. She stands as a formidable level 90 duplicator. The player who casted the swirling frenzy asks her if she will join them, but she vanishes from sight with surprising and sudden abruptness. Euphemina materializes at a place and confidently walks forward, thinking her current preparations should be enough, especially with this powerful skill. She had invested 63 whole days to prepare for this S-grade quest. Now, she needs to prepare herself mentally. So she carefully reviews the quest's specific information. The quest, Trader of the Red Knights, S, tasks her with defeating Piero, a turncoat responsible for gravely injuring Asmafel. Piero is currently hiding within the treacherous Kezan Canyon, and as the primary target of Asmafel's relentless vengeance. His ultimate defeat is absolutely crucial. Successfully completing this demanding quest rewards her with the title Agent of Revenge, granting also the creation of the Cruelty stat, an attack power increase of a mere 1. A bonus of 100, and unlocking the formidable skill Murderous Impulse. Nevertheless, failure in this endeavor comes at a very high cost, losing 2 full levels and reducing Asmaphel's overall trust in her. The inherent difficulties of S-grade quests are known to be extremely high. Moreover, the designated enemy is an incredibly talented and strong NPC. She thinks that he must be considerably stronger than most boss monsters. A system notification informs her that the Eternal Hermit, Piero, has appeared. He is renowned as the Saharan Empire's strongest and most formidable knight. Piero is discovered seated upon a throne, with his long hair and goldenish eyes that are now filled with intense rage. Yet he seems unfazed and calmly asks Euphemina if Asmaphel sent her there. She doesn't reply, but instead motivates herself that she can indeed do this, as she has meticulously and thoroughly prepared herself for this very moment. She immediately starts using her formidable skills. Firstly, she activates Tartan, recognized as the strongest available defensive skill, a technique only known by the first-ranked Guardian Knight. Her own inherent skill set comprises only 9 basic skills, but her duplicator class allows her to use skill duplicates 3 times a day for 2 entire and dedicated months. She has systematically duplicated all kinds of skills used by top rankers, and thanks to that diligent effort, her arsenal now boasts 50 highest grade skills in her skills list, although she can only use each of them once. It's more than enough, she believes, to clear this challenge. She is the duplicator, the very first epic class user. In Satisfy, she uses the skills Counter Barrier and Swirling Frenzy, but she instinctively knows he won't simply die from this, and she will have to commit to beat him with everything she has got. She unleashes Scorching Heat Waves, Mace of Light, and then Tyrant's Majesty, Spear of Darkness, and Prelude to Destruction, all unleashed at once. She stands there, expectantly wondering if he finally died, but quickly realizes she didn't get any notification yet of the quest being successfully cleared. This ominous silence means the guy is still very much alive. Casting such high-grade skills consecutively like that, the resulting mana consumption is simply unbelievable. Euphemina uses her Levitate skill to keep her distance and recover mana by consuming a potion, but before she could effectively do anything, she sees Piero rapidly coming straight towards her, his formidable sword pointed directly at her. She is scared to death and tired, desperately using the skill Fated to Perish, an ability renowned for always killing when it's activated. But Piero just looks at her intently with his sharp, piercing eyes, coldly claiming he will now give her an inevitable death. Euphemina, despite this, doesn't entirely lose her hope and desperately gathers all her remaining energy and tells herself with fierce resolve that she has to survive, no matter what ultimately happens, and uses the Nightmare Projection skill. Piero visibly feels the powerful blow upon his body and briefly thinks that probably Asmaphel himself came to fight with him, because the intensity of the attack is so overwhelmingly strong, and the potent skill made him momentarily trapped in the illusion. Nightmare Projection, an ultimate tier skill that effectively traps the opponent in an illusion, and Euphemina has been carefully keeping it to use in the event of an emergency. Its effects are only for a short, fleeting while, but he is going to be completely trapped in vivid illusion, where he believes he is fighting fiercely against Asmaphel. She absolutely has to use this crucial opportunity to replenish her mana, and then utterly destroy him with yet more powerful skills. However, system notifications begin to inform her about critical warnings, stemming from her excessive and rapid use of powerful skills. Her physical abilities have drastically fallen as a result. She cannot use skills for a while, and all her stats have fallen by 50%. Euphemina stares in ultimate, shocked disbelief at this development, because she had almost so nearly cleared the entire quest. Still, before Piero inevitably recovers from the illusion, she has to do something decisive, but before she could think of something effective, she suddenly notices Piero, who is, to her horror, already recovered, and her stats as a duplicator aren't enough. Sweat beads form on her head. She realizes she has no other viable choice. She reluctantly abandons the quest. The quest has failed, technically. Her level immediately drops down by 2, and Asmaphel's trust in her decreases as well. She thinks with bitterness that 2 months' worth of effort just vanished into thin air, even though it represented a great and rare opportunity to gain a new title. The title's powerful effects would have been absolutely perfect for her as well. She groans aloud in sheer frustration, thinking it was such an incredibly rare S-grade quest. But her despairing thoughts are abruptly interrupted when a man calls her by, specifically addressing her using the name Miss Arena, and politely tells her that he has an important message for her, and if she wouldn't mind his asking, he would like her to take on a task. A new quest has suddenly been generated for her. Though Euphemina is feeling completely unmotivated because of the Piero incident, she assumes he wants to give her some unimportant, trivial quest, and when she carefully sees the quest's clear rewards, they include a substantial 1,500 golds and the coveted title competitor. With this prestigious competitor title, the valuable fighting spirit stat will finally be opened. The elusive luck stat will also be opened, and the unique skill rolling dice will be permanently generated. Euphemina smiles faintly, thinking that since he specifically called her Arena, amongst the many varied aliases that she has used until that very day, Arena is precisely the one she used to craft a specific item. She offers the guy a genuinely warm and engaging smile, telling him confidently that she knows he is from the Marrow Company, and she will definitely do it. A notification promptly pops up. Item production game, difficulty unknown. She has formally received a direct request from the Marrow Company to face and ultimately defeat the renowned advanced blacksmith, Khan's designated successor, in a formal production game. Clear rewards for this quest include 1,500 golds and the title competitor. The competitor title, the fighting spirit stat will be immediately opened. The luck stat will be opened, and the skill rolling dice will be generated. Quest failure, however, will result in her professional relationship with the Marrow Company degrading irreversibly to the absolute worst. She has now officially accepted the quest. Item production game, unknown. At Khan's smithy building, Khan tries motivating Shin as he is visibly upset, and Shin dismissively tells Khan to just leave him be, as he gave such a remarkably good quest to someone he has just recently met. Though Khan patiently tells him that since the Marrow Company is monitoring the whole village, if Shin foolishly tries to leave the town of Winston, he will certainly be eliminated, but an outsider like Hugh Roy will be able to avoid their ever-watchful suspicion successfully. And he simply can't put his valued benefactor in such a dangerous, precarious spot. He then starts audibly sniffling, telling Shin earnestly he wouldn't be able to live if something terrible happens to Shin, as he genuinely thinks of him like his own beloved son. Shin implores him to stop crying again and to get back to focus training. He then asks Khan if they have decided the official date for the competition, to which Khan replies that it is, in fact, already in just 2 days, and pointedly asks him if he is truly ready. Shin smirks confidently, telling him he is more than adequately ready, and that they should definitely show them what a real master blacksmith actually is. As Shin diligently uses his various skills, his overall proficiency steadily increases. He can tangibly feel his movements getting progressively more precise and highly efficient. A system notification informs Shin that he has successfully crafted a rare grade item. All stats +2. Reputation across the entire continent +30, as he expertly creates another impressive item again. Another notification promptly pops up, informing him of further gains. All stats increased by 4, and reputation across the whole continent is boosted by 180. His crucial persistence stat and vital dexterity stat have both significantly increased. This palpable feeling of continuous improvement for Shin is truly very exciting. After training intensely for a very long time, Shin pants heavily, and he is completely and utterly burnt out. He curiously wonders just how much his stats have actually been increased. And when he checks, it clearly shows Blacksmith's Technique level 1 at 12.7% and Blacksmith's Breath level 1 at a mere 8.9%. Shin reflects that he crafted so very many items, yet still, that is all the progress. And it is markedly different to that memorable time with the Jaffa arrows. He knows acutely he can't really do anything about it, as they currently don't possess any high-grade crafting materials, all because of the oppressive Marrow Company. They could perhaps sell a few carefully crafted epic-grade items, but either way, regardless of his current numerical stats, he can definitely and undeniably feel his core proficiency increase. Moreover, he has successfully gained an additional 130 stat points purely by crafting items. He obviously understands he has to allocate them primarily to dexterity if he seriously wants to win the upcoming game. But if he vividly thinks about how he almost got killed by those gangsters, he knows he should also carefully consider his other vital stats. He decides 60 points into stamina, 70 points into dexterity. But when he finally saw his updated stats, his stamina had impressively increased from a mere 52 to a robust 112. His dexterity surged from 99 all the way up to 169. Due to this significant increase in his stamina, his overall health has remarkably increased from 936 to a solid 1536. Shin suddenly realizes these clearly aren't the typical stats of level 21 users. They now genuinely rival the impressive stats of a level 75 user. Moreover, and quite importantly, his base stat points actively increase every single time he crafts high-grade items. So that crucial factor can potentially cover for his current lack of combat skills. Though he certainly needs to perform strenuous physical labor, he is, by this point, already well used to that. The very next morning, at Winston's bustling central square, the day of the critical competition had finally arrived for them. The square was absolutely crowded with a mix of local NPC residents and player users. Apparently, these are the concerned residents who earnestly want to protect Khan's beloved smithy from the greedy Marrow Company. Vermont and the ever-present Rabbit are there too, observing. And Vermont quietly asks Rabbit if their meticulous preparations are coming along, to which Rabbit coolly replies that everything is proceeding according to their plan. The announcer then proudly introduces the acknowledged lead star of today's competition, the Marrow Company's own champion, Arena. Everyone in the crowd starts cheering her enthusiastically loudly as she looks so pretty. Though Shin stands there impassively, thinking she is indeed pretty, he wonders, but doesn't she truly rival the legendary Blood Witch Yura? And he thinks that the fervent cheering is quite amazing, but confidently knows they have the loyal local residents firmly on his side. Euphemina offers a seemingly warm and engaging smile to Shin, telling him that since fate has clearly brought them here together for today's important contest, she will be in his care. Shin's reply, however, is notably cold and dismissive, as he casually calls her a mere kid and tells her she is not his type. Euphemina manages a nervous smile, saying it is quite rude to a beauty like her, to which Shin concedes that she is indeed pretty, but asserts that a little brat like her shouldn't be so boldly going around calling herself a true beauty. Euphemina is visibly offended, thinking no man has ever dared treat her like that, and she silently vows she will utterly humiliate him in front of everyone. She sighs in clear frustration, telling him she is actually 20 years old, though Shin merely smirks, saying that her age doesn't mean anything to an old man like him. Although this tense exchange occurs, the competition officially starts. The statistics of Euphemina are shown. She is a formidable user of level 188, and her chosen character class is the unique duplicator. And about her active quest, it shows details about Piero, a former close colleague and comrade of Asmafel, who has committed a most terrible and grievous betrayal. Asmafel was gravely wounded in the process and consequently vowed to take revenge on Piero. However, Asmafel has since become seriously and debilitatingly ill, and was thereby forced to give up on taking personal revenge himself, instead asking you, Euphemina, to do it in his place. The quest clear conditions specifically require Euphemina to defeat the traitor Piero, who is currently hiding deep within the treacherous Kazan Canyon. Upon successfully clearing this challenging quest, she will receive the title Agent of Revenge, which also includes the significant creation of the Cruelty stat, an attack power boost of 100, and the creation of the powerful skill. Failing this difficult quest will, however, result in a loss of 2 full levels, and Asmafel's overall trust and confidence in her will markedly decrease. Separately, in the ongoing item production game Quest, the wider world currently doesn't know her true, formidable identity, but the discerning Marrow Company has specifically approached her after hearing persistent rumors about her supposedly godlike blacksmith skills. They strongly want her to participate in an official item production game, an event to be held in the town of Winston, pitting her against the chosen successor of the reputable advanced blacksmith Khan, who was once quite famous and respected throughout the North. This successor is a complete variable whose skills currently cannot be accurately measured. The quest clear conditions explicitly require her to win the item production game, rewarding you Euphemina, with 1,500 golds and the coveted title competitor. This title, in turn, opens the valuable fighting spirit stat, activates the luck stat, and generates the unique skill rolling dice. Failure in this endeavor will result in her professional relationship with the Marrow Company, degrading significantly to its absolute worst state. Meanwhile, the announcer officially proclaims today's crafting theme is a dagger, and they have precisely 3 hours to skillfully produce it. The one individual who successfully creates a demonstrably better dagger wins the game. Euphemina internally thinks that if she manages to win, she'll not only gain a new title, but also valuable stats. But the only thing that truly bothers her right now is the ambiguous nature of the quest's difficulty rate. As the quest itself is simply listed as unknown, it probably means her opponent's specific skills haven't been disclosed yet. She thinks that whatever the case may be, it ultimately doesn't matter, and her core plans won't fundamentally change. She plans that the very moment he enters the crucial crafting phase, she will immediately duplicate his primary crafting skill. She reasons that if they both utilize the exact same skills, then the luckier person of the two will create an item with a higher rate. Even though this approach is inherently a significant gamble, she confidently calculates she has a solid 50-50 chance of winning. She briefly questions herself, will she actually win this contest? But her sharp attention suddenly shifts focus towards Shin, who has, to her surprise, already started forging sweat beads on her head. But she quickly makes herself understand that there is absolutely no need to be nervous, and that there is effectively no difference in their base skills. If that is so, then the one contestant with a demonstrably better tool will have more chances of winning. Her blessed blacksmith hammer is an impressive epic-rated crafting tool with a current durability rating of 299 out of a maximum 320, and possessing an attack power that ranges dynamically from 50 to 7. It increases the probability of making a rare quality item by 15%, and an epic quality item by a significant 5%. However, its powerful use is strictly restricted to those individuals who meet the stringent requirements of being at least level 150 and possessing a strength statistic of 100 or even higher. This remarkable hammer also inherently grants the intermediate blacksmith craftsmanship skill, making it an exceptionally valuable and prized tool for skilled blacksmiths. Just how exceptional this particular item is. If Euphemina lacks the necessary ability, then it's completely worthless, hence her scheme to appropriate Shin's. She activates her observation skill, but halts abruptly as Shin catches her intense gaze upon it. A system alert informs her, unable to analyze the target's skill. Her observation skill level is insufficient for the task. Euphemina is utterly astounded by this, muttering impossible. Her observation is already at a respectable level 7. And consider this, she previously copied an advanced blacksmith skill back when it was merely level 5. It dawns on her, perhaps Shin, also known as Grid, is a master blacksmith. The current top-ranked blacksmith only holds an intermediate title himself. There's absolutely no reason her potent skill should falter now. Beads of sweat form on her forehead as she connects the pieces. Could it be he possesses an epic class? But she quickly dismisses the notion. After all, only Agnes, Katz, and herself are known to have such a class. She attempts to brush aside the unsettling thought, but if she doesn't adapt her strategy, she's doomed. She urgently contacts Rabbit. She informs him the player she's up against also has a mentor present. Therefore, he must arrange for that mentor to join the competition. Rabbit, however, expresses discomfort with altering the established rules. Midway through the ongoing game, naturally, but Euphemina retorts, "Handle it your way and spare me the excuses." A moment later, Rabbit whispers something into the announcer's ear, and just like that, he summons Mr. Khan onto the stage, informing him that this is a special request from Miss Arena. She proposes that the mentor should now participate alongside his disciple. The crowd buzzes, impressed that Arena is willing to face a 2-versus-1 scenario. Shin glares, suspecting she's underestimating him greatly. Khan, however, urges him, "Let's collaborate," as she has kindly requested. He's actually quite grateful to her. This gives him the cherished opportunity to work alongside Shin, a blacksmith he deeply respects and admires. And what's more, it grants Khan a chance to fight gloriously for his beloved smithy. With renewed vigor, they commence their collaborative work. Khan then confides in Shin. "You've been the standard I've aspired to reach." He humbly requests Shin's permission to borrow some of his advanced techniques. Meanwhile, Arena has successfully analyzed the advanced blacksmith craftsmanship, level 2 skill, and just like that, duplicated it perfectly. Although, a crucial detail, she can only utilize this copied skill once. She smirks, thinking, as long as our respective skill levels are comparable, it ultimately boils down to a game of luck. And that crucial factor won't shift, even if he is master rank. She glances their way, a condescending thought forming, how utterly foolish they are. They're still painstakingly hammering out the mere outline of the blade, while she, on the other hand, has already completed forging hers. But hold on. On the other side, Shin's legendary blacksmith's patience skill suddenly activates. His health, defense, and dexterity skyrocket by a whopping 200% for 1 full hour. Everything is now proceeding exceptionally smoothly for him, and a grin spreads across his face. He's quite pleased with his progress. Then, the blacksmith breath skill also activates too. This causes the item's inherent stats to further increase. And at that precise moment, iron and fire become truly one. There's just one final component remaining now. A minotaur horn designated for the hilt of the weapon. But then, completely out of nowhere, the entire crowd erupts in cheers. Arena has already finished her dagger. Its visual appearance is nothing short of marvelous. An astonishing masterpiece, produced in under 3 short hours. A stark realization hits Shin. Arena is undeniably, remarkably talented. And her earlier confidence? It wasn't mere bragging, though. The announcer then proudly displays the dagger's detailed characteristics. It's named the Dagger of Bewitchment. An epic-rated tool boasting a durability of 60 out of 60, enhancing attack power from 122 to 127, and grants an attack speed bonus of plus 8%, the announcer declares. It seems Arena is most likely our actual winner. Shin sternly tells himself, "Don't get distracted. Concentrate on your dagger." Only Khan offers praise for Arena's creation. However, deep down, he's convinced Shin's dagger will be superior, and Shin chuckles, remarking, "My dagger is nearly complete as well." But, he muses, "I'm worried the audience might just have a heart attack once they lay eyes on this." Yet, before he can formally announce the completion of his dagger, guards suddenly barge in, a sword pressed firmly against Shin's neck. They address him with a single word, "Sinner." They announce to everyone that they've received intelligence, indicating he is collaborating with a known terrorist, Hiroi, and thus, he must be arrested immediately and without delay. Mr. Khan, aghast, asks in a shocked tone, "Hiroi is actually captured?" He then spots Valmont sighing, smirking, and uttering, "What a terrible pity." Instantly, Khan realizes Valmont is the mastermind behind this. He knew he couldn't win fairly, so he mobilized the guards to intervene. Shin desperately tries to explain, convincingly, why he would never work with Hiroi, and that they absolutely must let him go. But no one moves to help. Rabbit, on the other hand, is carefully examining Shin's dagger, thinking to himself, "I've witnessed all kinds of items during my 20 years with the company, but this is an incredible item that Arena's dagger simply cannot rival." And ultimately, it's not Shin's loss here, but truly ours, in fact. Valmont then abruptly interrupts his train of thought, sneering, "We almost had the tables completely turned on us by an amazing guy. This is, without a doubt, an astounding item." Rabbit looks at him, then hesitantly remarks, "So even you realize its quality as well then? And did you order the guards here yourself?" He continues, "We will undoubtedly lose the public's crucial support if we dare to announce a winner under these circumstances now." Valmont merely scoffs, telling Rabbit dismissively, "The audience will be far more convinced if Arena's dagger emerges victorious." And he questions, "Do you genuinely believe I would ever give up on that?" "Smithy," Valmont then orders him, "Take that dagger with us this instant. We absolutely cannot allow its true properties to be revealed." Rabbit silently reflects. With skills of that caliber, it wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to call Shin the continent's most formidable blacksmith, without a doubt. And then he recalls his other known name, Grit. Meanwhile, Arena approaches and begins to inspect Shin's confiscated items. She remarks, if they had actually finished the game properly, I most certainly would have lost. However, indeed, the game concluded with the audience's firm support on my side, and I have successfully accomplished the company's primary objective. Therefore, I am due to receive my rightful reward now. Rabbit informs her, I have upheld my end of the bargain, and proceeds to clear her quest. The quest interface promptly displays the earned rewards. Arena has officially earned a substantial 1,500 gold pieces. The title competitor, plus valuable stat boost to fighting spirit and luck, and the unique skill rolling dice. This fighting spirit skill increases attack power and bolsters mental fortitude as the user's health progressively decreases. Crucially, stat points cannot be manually allocated to fighting spirit. Rolling dice, roll a die, and a specific phenomenon will occur, entirely dependent on the number that is actually rolled out. If the designated target is yourself or an ally nearby, a roll of 4 or higher will produce a beneficial effect. Conversely, a roll of 3 or lower will result in a harmful effect. However, if the target is an enemy combatant, a roll of 3 or lower will yield a beneficial effect for them, and a roll of 4 or higher will inflict a harmful effect upon them. After expressing her evident delight regarding her newly acquired rewards, Arena, also known to some as Euphemina, remarks to Rabbit that Shin certainly acted as if he were grievously wrong, as he was unceremoniously taken away. Rabbit, however, pragmatically tells her what has transpired has transpired. Arena muses internally. He possessed the absolute worst personality imaginable. But I must admit, I did want to uncover his true identity. Rabbit speculates. He likely didn't anticipate that. He'd be facing an ordinary civilian in a smithy contest either, you see. He then further observes that Arena's fundamental techniques were noticeably crude, yet her movements strikingly mirrored those of Khan himself. He then directly questions her. Do you possess some kind of copying skill? Arena offers no direct answer to his pointed question. So, Rabbit continues, predicting that one unfortunate day soon, the Marrow Company will inevitably face prosecution by Earl Stein for its rampant greed. That, he states, is precisely why I am contemplating leaving the company and affording myself another genuine chance at achieving true success. He posits that Khan's smithy could very well create that golden opportunity. This is a conclusion he has drawn from keenly observing Grid and his remarkable skills. Once his network of connections and available resources become truly vast, he will undoubtedly rival even small and medium-sized established companies, relying solely on his exceptional crafting skills alone. Arena interjects, noting that even the top-ranked merchant player, Vega, is merely the proprietor of a relatively small company. So, Grid truly was that amazing of an individual then. Rabbit sighs deeply and fixes his gaze upon Arena. He then states to her, I have a proposition for you. Will you assist me in rescuing Grid from his current predicament? It's a quest. The notification promptly displays all the pertinent details. Quest: aid Rabbit's career advancement plans. Objective: assist Rabbit in rescuing Grid. And concurrently, bring about the downfall of the Marrow Company and Winston's Lord. Clear conditions: Grid's successful rescue, the collapse of the Marrow Company, and Winston's Lord being deposed. Clear rewards: a hefty 5,000 gold, maximum affinity with Rabbit and Winston residency. Quest failure penalty: level -2 drop significantly, and more severely, Rabbit's permanent death. Furthermore, all quests associated with Rabbit will be irrevocably and permanently erased. The crucial question remains, will Arena accept this quest? Arena smirks confidently upon reviewing the intricate details of the quest. It seems as soon as I get involved with him, she muses, I immediately acquire a new title and an S-grade quest. She resolves, I will most definitely lend my aid. In another environment, the local residents begin to gather together, led by Mr. Khan. They are vociferously protesting, declaring they will seize their freedom with their own hands. Then, in a sudden dramatic instant, Valmont himself arrives on the scene, and a palpable fear spreads among the residents. Nevertheless, a defiant Khan boldly confronts him, saying decisively, Valmont, you manipulated the game and treacherously tried to seize control of our village. However, you should now truly fear the righteous anger of the people. Valmont merely smirks, unfazed. He casually asks the nearby guard, Philipson, should the Lord fear these rebels too, perhaps? Philipson replies with chilling calmness, He should not. We must decisively subjugate them all. Immediately, Valmont looks straight into Khan's defiant eyes and tells him, just hand over the smithy peaceably and allow yourself to be captured obediently. Even I wish to conclude this tiresome affair and finally go to bed. He then sharply orders the guards, arrest the rebellion's ringleader, Khan, at once. Deep within the dungeon, Hugh Roy, already captured, mumbles disorientedly. Where am I? And how many days has it truly been now? Outside the game, Mongolian branch manager Park Yoon-hyuk anxiously examines his vitals. He notes with concern, Hugh Roy's electroencephalogram is dangerously unstable. At this current rate, we simply cannot guarantee Alton Bader's physical health any longer. Things could become extremely perilous if they don't log him out immediately now, although he has already spent a grueling 48 continuous hours logged in. But the manager declares, we must now enter the critical stage of actively protecting and wholeheartedly supporting his in-game efforts. However, the other personnel present are not entirely supportive of the manager's decision, arguing he can't possibly entrust the company's entire fate into the hands of a low-level user. Like Grit, nevertheless, his resolve is firm. Manager Yoon-hyuk firmly tells them, due to Grid's recent arrest, however, he is now, fortuitously, already much closer to Hugh Roy within the dungeons. Now, I am certain, even though this is undeniably a desperate, critical moment, I firmly believe that something truly significant is about to happen soon. Shin may indeed be a low-level user, perhaps with irredeemable personal greed, but his sheer persistence, that is the genuine article, believe me, and I am willing to bet the remaining crucial 2 hours entirely on him. Meanwhile, deep within the Winston Castle's oppressive dungeons, one of the guards, a man named Leo, aggressively questions Shin about who hired him, punctuating it with a threat of death. Shin, however, remains utterly fearless and boldly dares him. Go ahead, kill me then, because if I remain imprisoned and consequently lose this vital competition, Khan might very well succumb to the sheer grief of losing his beloved smithy. But if you, Leo, kill me now, I will simply respawn and swiftly return to Khan's side. The other guard on duty quickly tells Leo to calm himself. Shin's body is immortal and reveals their plan to transfer him to solitary confinement instead now. Shin instantly realizes the situation is far worse if he's thrown into prison. He won't be able to play the game at all, and Khan will be in grave danger. So he makes a swift decision. He will tell them absolutely everything. He then desperately tries to ask them to remove his gag. Shin, quite obviously, still has a gag firmly secured on it. Consequently, the guards don't really comprehend what he's trying to articulate or wishes to say. So they unceremoniously shove him into a prison cell until he decides to speak. This is despite the fact that he desperately wants to speak immediately. Suddenly, a new quest, Apostle of Justice, has been generated for him. The Apostle of Justice quest entails the perilous mission of rescuing Hugh Roy. The primary clear condition: successfully rescue Hugh Roy within a tight 7-hour window. The clear reward includes the prestigious title of Apostle of Justice and a linked quest enabling him to officially partner up with Hugh Roy. The Apostle of Justice title also unlocks the Courage stat, granting all stats plus 10 and generating the powerful skill Unbreakable Justice. Quest failure, however, will result in a level -2 penalty and the shameful title Coward. The Coward title severely reduces affinity with all NPCs, drastically reduces the probability of acquiring future quests, and he will be utterly despised by NPCs who possess a positive inclination. A flicker of recognition. Shin remembers he has encountered this quest. Indeed, it is from the very quest Hugh Roy previously revealed to him. But regardless of that, either way, he himself also got captured, and rescuing Hugh Roy in 7 hours seems impossible. Upon seeing the harsh penalty, he initially plans on outright refusing such a crappy quest. But just as he internally begins to decline it, a system notification forcefully pops up stating, "You cannot refuse this quest." And just like that, the quest is automatically accepted. 3 agonizing hours have now passed, and Shin feels utterly hopeless. He thinks despairingly, "I knew there was absolutely no way such incredible luck and good fortune would ever come to me for free." He then reflects bitterly that he has never once found, nor even picked up, a single solitary cent in his entire 26 years. He becomes increasingly frustrated, thinking he desperately wants to punch the goddess of luck. But then, all of a sudden, he distinctly hears the voice of a woman calling out his name. As he cautiously approaches the reinforced door of his prison cell, he receives an urgent notification. Only 2 hours left for the successful completion of the critical quest. Panicked, he immediately starts making desperate, muffled noises, even with the gag still in place, to attract the lady's attention. And then he realizes it's none other than Arena herself. Arena quickly locates him and firmly tells him, "I will get you out of here." But, she adds, "I have a condition. You will craft me an orb, and you will immediately stop calling me a kid." She then reveals to him, "My actual name is Euphemina." This makes him instantly realize that she had indeed created an alias. Shin readily agrees to her terms, and she promptly releases him, handing him back the very dagger he meticulously crafted. Shin eyes her with considerable suspicion and asks, "Why exactly did you come to help? And more importantly, how did a mere blacksmith even get in here?" Arena then discloses the truth. "I am not actually a blacksmith. I am, in fact, a holder of the hidden class, Duplicator." And she even brazenly confronts him that she successfully duplicated Khan's skills during the blacksmithing competition. Shin initially struggles to believe this. He had heard that only 3 individuals possessed those rare hidden classes, and it dawns on him she must be one of those elusive 3. Shin then presses her, "Why did you reveal your true identity to me? Even though you went to such lengths, creating an alias and all, to hide." Arena hums thoughtfully and then tells him, "It is simply because we will get to know each other much better soon enough." She then poses a pointed question, "And don't you also possess a hidden class? At the very least, a unique grade 1? Shin is visibly shocked as he understands. She already knows or strongly suspects. He then blurts out sarcastically, "So, do you like me?" The sarcasm in his tone is evident, though. Arena sharply tells him, "Stop talking such utter nonsense." She clarifies, "I don't precisely know what class you possess, but you absolutely have to fight properly and effectively now. Otherwise," she states grimly, "we will both surely die." Just then, all the dungeon guards are gathered and preparing to attack them. Their numbers are staggering. There are over 100. Arena confidently tells him, "I have successfully dealt with 100 of them before, so you just need to effectively assist me if we are to survive this." Shin internally panics, thinking, "I only have this one single dagger on me. Even if I desperately want to help, I cannot." But then his eyes fall upon the detailed characteristics of the dagger. He is utterly shocked. The dagger is a unique grade weapon with a durability of 168 out of a maximum 168. It boasts an incredible attack power from 242 all the way up to 264. And an astonishing attack speed bonus of plus 111%. This magnificent dagger also offers a rare, coveted chance of instantly killing the target, along with a significant plus 20 boost to agility. Furthermore, it inherently generates 2 useful skills, Wind Blast and Quick Movements. This is amazing. System notifications immediately inform Shin. This is an item you personally crafted. Therefore, your understanding is 100%. Penalties will be applied, as you do not currently meet all the requirements. Consequently, there will be a reduction of 20% in its attack power, and an immediate halving of all its optional effects instantly. Just then, the guards initiate their coordinated attack on him. Shin, however, swiftly retaliates, unleashing his Wind Blast skill with his dagger. This powerful blast sends all the attacking guards sprawling backward onto the ground. Arena is visibly impressed by Shin's sudden display of skill. Shin, however, retorts, "Stop spectating and actually do something too, will you?" Arena merely smiles and tells him, "Other than initially rescuing you, friend, the rest of this is essentially extra work for me. And moreover, my more potent skills are, shall we say, a bit costly." Shin groans aloud in sheer frustration. He tells her emphatically, this really isn't the situation to be so stubborn. Another urgent notification flashes for Shin. 1 hour and 25 minutes remaining to successfully complete the quest. Meanwhile, other guards quickly regroup and take positions to attack Shin. Shin desperately tries to convince Arena to help him. "I absolutely cannot face all of them entirely on my own," he pleads. "And besides, I even have to save someone else too, remember?" Arena casually informs him, "Oh, I already saved Khan." Shin clarifies impatiently, "No, I'm talking about Huroy here," but he is momentarily relieved to hear that Khan is indeed safe. Arena then asks, with disinterest, "Who is Huroy?" She adds, "I generally don't like to get involved with complete strangers." Shin's frustration levels spike even higher. He snaps back. Believe me, I am also incredibly tired of getting involved, and you absolutely need to help me right this instant. And then, in his mounting anger, he addresses her as Kid again. Arena's eyes flash with anger, and she unleashes her Spear of Destruction skill. The sheer power of it makes everyone present, even Shin, visibly scared. Shin abruptly realizes that Arena is, in fact, extraordinarily powerful. She achieved that even though she didn't utter a chant. He concludes she can most definitely rival even Yura. Arena glares at Shin, her eyes still blazing. She tells him icily, I will let this kid thing slide just for right now, only because we urgently need to save someone else. But, she adds with emphasis, I would really appreciate it if you don't call me kid anymore. Shin lets out a very nervous, awkward chuckle. He quickly tells her, I have indeed committed a grave sin and won't do it again, and then respectfully addresses her as ma'am. Now, after Arena has effectively used her powerful skill, both Shin and Arena cautiously proceed down the dark stairs. They begin to wonder just how much further they have to go. They had initially assumed that B3 was the absolute lowest floor, but it seems they actually need to venture down to B4. Shin then receives another quest timer notification. The quest will be ending in 1 hour and 10 minutes. Shin acutely notices the dwindling time, and as tension mounts in his mind, he urgently asks Arena, are you absolutely certain that Huroy isn't on floors B1 and B2? To which Arena calmly replies, while I was initially searching for Shin, I certainly did not encounter such a user, and from a particularly trustworthy informant. I came to know that there is indeed another, deeper floor before, though, she admits, I don't know the precise way there. However, before they could even begin to figure it out, they distinctly heard the approaching voices of guards, telling each other in urgent tones. Both Shin and Arena were definitely headed towards the lower, downward floors. Shin urgently tells Arena, hurry up now. Let's just move forward, towards the left passage, for the time being. There's an oddly placed flower in that corridor that Arena tries to touch. Shin, however, sharply tells her don't, because absolutely everything in this corridor is interconnected, and the various traps are practically visible in plain sight. Arena merely chuckles and touches the flower anyway, though, simply because she apparently found it pretty. Shin instinctively leaps backward in a second and is narrowly saved by one of the traps. Arena completely ignores his warnings and carelessly keeps touching things, thus activating more traps. Shin gets frustrated and asks Arena, what part of my warning don't you understand? These are actual traps, not some toys. Arena casually tells him, we simply need to activate them all in advance to ensure we can proceed safely. And in the first place, this whole Huroy rescue is an additional task. So, she declares, I won't listen to you. Before Shin could even formulate a response, the pursuing guards finally arrived. Shin, using his skills, swiftly created a large hole in the ground. He then tells Arena, this was clearly the easiest way to get downstairs. Meanwhile, he adds, you should effectively deal with the guards. Shin urgently tells her, wipe them out with a flame spell or something, and then quickly find Huroy, as I don't have any armor, so I really can't fight them effectively. Without hesitation, Shin jumps inside the hole and goes to another floor. Crucially, however, he can still clearly see Arena from that floor. Arena calls down to him, if I use a fire spell in this close space, we will undoubtedly end up getting toasted as well. Shin, undeterred, just tells her, just help me out till the very end. With a sigh, Arena then unleashes her Frost Queen's Breath spell. But this makes Arena realize that no matter how many of them she kills, they just relentlessly keep coming back. She muses, it would be nice to use a wide-range flame spell here. But alas, there are only 11 potent spells left from Piero's quest. Still, she resolves, I will not lose to mere guards. But the problem is that, among all those numerous guards, she conspicuously doesn't see the 5 Knights of Winston. One of the guard captains quickly guides other guards to separate in a group, as he has now clearly noticed Shin escape. But just before they could effectively make their move, Arena swiftly unleashes her Sword of Light spell. After utilizing this spell, only a mere 10 spells are now left with her, and even she has her limits, so she silently thinks, Grid had better hurry up. On the other hand, in a different section, Huroi is crying out in pain and calling for help as 50 hours have passed. In real life, Shin suddenly hears Huroi's distinct voice from somewhere. He immediately follows the voice, but then runs directly into a knight of Winston. Leo? This is the very same knight who was interrogating him earlier. Leo smirks, saying, I heard intriguing rumors of your prison break, and if you were indeed working with Huroi, I, Leo, just knew you would eventually come here to rescue Huroi. Shin is acutely aware that a knight is at least level 180, and he anxiously worries about his next move. Leo, however, deliberately provokes him, and Shin's Blacksmith's Rage skill activates. Shin is instantly notified from a game that his attack power and his attack speed have both been greatly increased for a precious 20 seconds. Additionally, his agility and evasion rate have greatly increased for 1 minute. As well, Leo attacks him so fast that Shin barely blocks his fierce attack. Somehow, he tackles the blow, although if he didn't have that dagger, he most certainly would have been finished. Leo's simmering anger visibly doubles as his attack wasn't successful. He then begins to chant a spell, declaring, I shall be angered no more with my fatal flame sword. In an instant, violent flames erupt, and Shin is sent sprawling back on the floor. A critical notification pops up. He has suffered a staggering 17,000 damages, and since his health has now dangerously reached the lowest possible amount, the passive skill, A Legend Doesn't Die Easily, has activated. He will now resist all attacks for 5 crucial seconds. In the precious meantime, Shin quickly drinks his health potion, and when he manages to stand up to look at Leo and why he isn't attacking, he sees Leo himself being horribly burnt. And that is precisely when he remembers what Arena warned about using flame spells in such a small, confined space. It will get them toasted too. That is exactly what has now unfortunately happened to Leo. A triumphant smirk plays on Shin's lips looking at Leo like that. Shin then receives a glorious notification. He defeated a Knight of Winston. And what's more, he has even achieved the title, Knight Slayer. He even obtains a prison key and gains valuable levels too. Now, Shin has reached level 45. He briefly celebrates his hard-fought victory, and as he uses the key to open the prison door where Huroi is, he gives Huroi a warm smile and says, I was planning to punch Huroi, but you honestly look like you are at death's very door. Huroi is in utter disbelief and slowly realizes that Shin is his valiant savior. At that moment, both Huroi and Shin get notified. The quest has been cleared. Huroi specifically gets a detailed notification. He has acquired the coveted second class, Apostle of Justice's partner. The Courage stat has consequently been opened for him. The unique skill Sacrifice for Justice has also been generated. He has even acquired the admirable title, One Who Overcomes Hardships. The powerful Indomitable stat has also been opened. And to top it all off, the skill Strong has been generated too. Simultaneously, Shin gets his own notification. He has acquired the title, Apostle of Justice. The Courage stat has also been opened for him. All his stats receive a +10 bonus, and Unbreakable Justice has been generated. Furthermore, his overall reputation within Winston has now peaked, and as a result, he now possesses maximum affinity with the Winston residents. Huroi, completely overwhelmed by this, solemnly kneels down in front of Shin and declares fervently that, as long as you help me successfully end that torturous quest, my unwavering loyalty is now entirely Shin's. I am Dam Alton Bader, the proud descendant of the legendary Blue Wolf. He further proclaims, by putting the esteemed name Apostle of Justice's partner on the line, I will faithfully follow Shin and repay this immense debt. Shin simply looks at him with a blank expression, merely thinking to himself, maybe being imprisoned for that incredibly long duration got into his head or something. Now, let's discuss the duplicator. Someone who can copy skills and temporarily gain the benefits of various classes. This class can arguably be seen as the most versatile class out of them all. With a precisely correct combination of skills, they can single-handedly defeat a boss or even become a formidable one-man army. However, a limitation. They can only duplicate 3 skills per day. And critically, each duplicated skill only has a single, one-time use. They possess only 9 basic skills, and notably, none are directly combat-oriented. Finally, the duplicator inherently has rather poor physical abilities. Taking all of these crucial factors into account, a duplicator with a large supply of copied skills can indeed become the strongest. But once those precious copied skills are used up, Euphemina will revert to her absolute weakest, most vulnerable state. Back in the dungeon, everyone is in a profound state of shock as Euphemina single-handedly defeats hundreds of soldiers on her own. Now, only elite knights remain, but she has used almost all of her skills. But importantly, thanks to that, people there won't dare to approach her carelessly to attack again. There was a massive explosion earlier, and Arena now grimly thinks, seeing as how Grid hasn't come back yet, it most likely means he is dead. She doubts that even if he has saved Huroy, will he actually even bother to come back there to save Arena? The remaining guards think of decisively ending things here, meaning, of course, finally killing Arena. And only then will they concern themselves with what will happen to Grid. After all, there are still the Lord's elite bodyguards waiting upstairs. Arena knows, with a sinking feeling, that things are getting bad for her, and she realizes there are only 3 precious spells she has left. And unfortunately, all of those are of the fire attribute. She knows she will likely end up killing herself if she uses those. In that dangerously enclosed space, the guards attack her in a pincer movement. Cornered, Arena is forced to use her basic skill. And at that very same moment, she bitterly regrets trusting Grid, as it appears he clearly didn't come back to save her. Then, all of a sudden, Arena dramatically collapses onto the floor. This makes the approaching guards wonder if maybe she is out of power. Perhaps this is the payback for the hundreds of people she killed. One of the guards confidently points his sword at her. Arena, though, looks straight and defiantly into his eyes, remaining utterly fearless, and thinks resolutely, it isn't over just yet, although a part of her also thinks, I might be finished, or I'm unlucky. With her last resort, Arena attempts casting her unique skill, rolling dice, and the game system immediately notifies her if the target is yourself or an ally. A roll of 4 or higher will produce a beneficial effect for you. However, a roll of 3 or lower will result in a harmful effect if the target happens to be an enemy. A roll of 3 or lower will have a beneficial effect for them, and a roll of 4 or higher will inflict a harmful effect upon that enemy. Suddenly, a familiar voice decisively breaks the tense silence. It is Shin, also known, of course, as Grid. He's mockingly calling the guards self-proclaimed righteous knights. Indeed, and he's further deriding them for ganging up against a single girl. Arena smiles with genuine relief. She takes a deep, heartfelt sigh of relief. Grid has finally, miraculously come through. It dawns on them that his presence signifies Leo's prior defeat at his hands. The Northern Star, Shin, lets out a smirk, informing them he's unaware of any so-called Nova. But a pig? Oh, he certainly bested one, he scoffs mockingly. He then queries, did they genuinely believe they could harm even one hair on his head, especially when an adversary's level surpasses theirs by 30 or greater? The NPCs instinctively flinch. They are clearly falling back, so profoundly that Arena ponders the sheer height of Shin's actual level, while one guard becomes enraged. His comrade cautions him, emphasizing the need for vigilance, because witnessing the sheer confidence with which Shin dispatched Leo indicates he's undeniably a figure demanding their utmost caution. Shin issues a stark warning, clear his path, or they will suffer Leo's grim fate. Huroy marvels at how, despite his initially pathetic demeanor, now, even these formidable knights show clear trepidation before him. Shin informs the guards their demise is imminent, not at his hands, but Arena's, though Arena shoots him a dubious glance, stating she's not quite capable of that at this moment. Hearing this, a knight lunges to strike Shin, but Huroy intercepts, absorbing the blow himself. Yet, no harm befalls him, thanks to his protective armor, and a notification pops up. His strong will skill has activated. This ability will nullify all incoming attacks for 10 seconds post-activation. Mana consumption, 200, with a cooldown duration of 23 hours and 30 minutes. Both Grid and Arena are visibly astounded, wondering how Huroy managed to withstand that powerful assault. However, Huroy urges them to make their quick escape, as he intends to delay the pursuers, having resolved to repay this debt for the rest of his entire existence. The guards attempt to halt their flight, but Huroy unleashes his orator skill, Spiteful Tongue. He berates them, debuffing the opponent's stats and deploying other skills. Unbreakable Justice, inflicting 300% of his physical attack damage. However, it has no effect. He was merely feigning his strength. The guards quickly subdue and bind him. But Huroy believes the quest has already been successfully completed. He can now log out without any negative repercussions. And it appears Winston's city lord is utterly and completely doomed. Huroy smiles, thinking he can at last rest after a grueling 50 long hours. And he sends his best wishes for Grid's future endeavors. Meanwhile, Shin and Irina successfully flee the dangerous dungeon. Shin erupts with excitement, cheering their long-awaited, hard-fought escape. But Irina quickly silences him, demanding he lower his volume. They are, after all, still deep within very hostile territory. Their escape from the castle itself is not yet fully complete. Should the knights below begin to coordinate efforts with the Lord's personal bodyguards, the situation could become exceedingly perilous. Despite this, Shin plops onto the ground, rolling around in sheer, unadulterated delight, much to Irina's rapidly growing frustration. She grabs him firmly by the collar, sharply telling him to be quiet, or else she threatens to eliminate him personally, just as their bickering reaches a peak. The Lord of Winston, Baron Lowe, appears on the scene with his contingent of soldiers. He denounces them both, labeling them as wanted criminals, for they have vanquished all those soldiers and formidable knights. He commands his soldiers to execute them both without delay, because if he allows them to escape his firm grasp, he'll be powerless to prevent the citizens from reporting his actions to Earlstein. And should that unfortunate event occur, his downfall is absolutely certain. Shin coolly instructs Euphemina to dispose of their adversaries, though Euphemina casts a skeptical, knowing look his way, wondering how much longer he intends to feign such utter weakness. She unleashes her powerful skill, Demon King's Tail Fire. Now that they're no longer in a tightly confined area, she can finally deploy it with a truly devastating strike. She obliterates all the soldiers in a single, swift instant. The Baron himself is thrown back, sprawling helplessly on the ground, and he trembles uncontrollably in abject, pure terror, realizing perhaps his personal bodyguards were not merely weak, but utterly outmatched, decisively annihilated in a single blow. Euphemina strides confidently towards the defeated Baron and remarks she was feeling quite vexed from losing all those valuable skills she'd been diligently saving, plus a certain man who delights in provoking people. She is, of course, pointedly alluding to Shin, and she ironically thanks the Baron for aiding her much-needed stress relief. She then instructs him to accompany them outside the castle walls. As they emerge from the castle's main confines, they notice Rabbit standing there quite expectantly. The Baron mistakenly believes Rabbit has arrived for his timely rescue. Shin lets out a deep groan of exasperation, assuming Rabbit is still in the employ of the nefarious Marrow Company, and that their ongoing conflict has yet to truly conclude. Rabbit commends Euphemina, causing Shin to suspect her hidden motives too. Perhaps this was all an elaborate setup, considering she once collaborated with the Marrow Company. Shin quickly checks his own current statistics. He possesses 4 titles, an impressive feat as they are notoriously difficult to actually obtain. And observing Rabbit and the individuals accompanying him closely, he estimates they have approximately 10 underlings currently present, and astonishingly, none of them appear to be armed. He then realizes his own conspicuous lack of weaponry. Therefore, he must immediately bolster his attack power and defense, using his remaining available stat allocation points. A notification confirms he's allocated 150 stat points directly into strength. His strength now registers at a solid 316, and stamina at 334 after wisely investing 90 stat points there. He muses that despite having virtually no realistic chance of victory, he still has no alternative course of action, though Grid remains palpably nervous. Even after this very significant stat augmentation, he has, unbeknownst to himself, become incredibly and surprisingly potent. A typical level 45 player's total stat points would usually be well below 500. However, Grid stat points now sum up to an astonishing total of over 1,300. Once he brandishes his precious ideal dagger, Grid surpasses the formidable strength of a level 100 combat-focused warrior. Yet, his past traumatic encounters with overwhelmingly superior and stronger adversaries had cultivated a deep-seated, instinctive hesitation within his mind. Suddenly, Shin's train of strategic thought is abruptly and violently shattered as he hears the Baron bellowing furiously and loudly at Rabbit, demanding to know if Rabbit has completely and utterly lost his senses. Rabbit then declares he is no longer in any way affiliated with the Marrow Company and informs the Baron of his firm intent to punish both him and Valmont for their many nefarious deeds. The Baron derides Rabbit, a mere merchant posturing grandly as an apostle of justice, though Rabbit scoffs, affirming he is indeed, and proudly, a merchant. And precisely for that very reason, he is, of course, operating with clear profit as his motive. He further proclaims his unwavering intention to wager everything he possesses on grit, because with Shin's truly extraordinary and unique skills, Shin can undoubtedly fashion items of absolutely incredible, unparalleled luxury, but independently, he won't be able to fully realize their immense and vast profit potential. Rabbit then proposes to Shin that if he formally aligns with him, he is utterly and completely confident their partnership will flourish immensely, surpassing even established small and medium-sized enterprises in sheer scale. Shin exhales a profound, audible sigh of relief, realizing it wasn't a treacherous trap, but he still pointedly questions Rabbit why he chose to raise the banner of open rebellion against both the Lord and the company. To this query, Rabbit calmly responds that it's because their joint business venture will commence operations at Khan's Smithy, the very heart and symbol of Winston. Both Euphemina and Rabbit then promptly depart, but before taking his final leave, Rabbit assures Shin he will apprise him of all the pertinent and necessary details once they have successfully and definitively dealt with the Marrow Company, and he solemnly vows he will absolutely make Shin exceptionally and fabulously wealthy. Euphemina also reminds him about promptly crafting the specialized orbs for her, to which Shin confidently confirms that he indeed remembers their important agreement. She simply needs to procure the required materials and the specific production method for him. Rabbit and Euphemina depart, and Shin seriously contemplates logging out of the game, but he's elated by this unexpected silver lining and the dazzling prospect of future riches. As Rabbit and Euphemina walk along, they engage in conversation. She mentions to him that Shin possesses the remarkable capability to vanquish even elite knights. This revelation makes Rabbit realize that ordinary blacksmiths aren't typically that formidably powerful. It strongly implies he must be a rare descendant of Pagma. Rabbit reflects that, nonetheless, despite setbacks, the noble and ambitious vision Rabbit held as a merchant ultimately did materialize. The Marrow Company completely crumbled due to Euphemina and Rabbit's decisive and bold actions, and both the company's and the Lord's numerous transgressions were thoroughly exposed to Earl Stein. Valmont and Baron Lowe were consequently exiled to the unforgiving, harsh frontier. This entire sordid saga concluded definitively when Earl Stein ultimately ordered their swift executions. However, amidst these rapidly unfolding events, Rabbit himself was unexpectedly sentenced to a decade in state prison. He had not anticipated that Earl Stein would prove to be such a remarkably stern adjudicator, unwilling to pardon the Marrow Company in its corrupted entirety. Rabbit reflects that although he fortunately managed to preserve his own life, nonetheless, he has successfully and notably embellished a single, significant page in a future Legends unfolding biography. Once the oppressive tyrants were finally and decisively deposed, the village of Winston rapidly regained its former, cherished vibrancy and bustling activity. Thus, the second in command of the now-defunct Marrow Company, the world's most undeniably captivating woman, and a single, determined young blacksmith collectively restored much-needed peace to Winston. And this intricate narrative thread connected directly back to the mysterious seed from the Yatten Temple, as Earl Stein subsequently and wisely appointed his own beloved daughter, Irene, as the new and esteemed Lady of Winston. Monumental, game-changing news rippled across the entire globe to all active Satisfy users. The very first second advancement class within Satisfy had officially and dramatically emerged. Researchers from the USA quickly report that the SA group has stated their current unwillingness to publicly disclose specific, detailed information regarding this new second class. A prominent UK researcher confidently claims that she has received classified intelligence indicating the user in question hails from Mongolia. A concerned researcher from China controversially posits that the SA group is strategically attempting to achieve global dominance through the popular game and strongly advocates for immediate measures to stop people from engaging with Satisfy. Japanese researchers, meanwhile, discuss a notable and skilled Japanese individual who successfully acquired a particular and coveted epic tier class. And they further elaborate that with a second class advancement, one gains access to a significantly broader and more diverse arsenal of weapons to select from, in addition to brand new, powerful skills and crucial stat enhancements. Shin intently observes all these unfolding news reports and feels a distinct pang of envy towards the individual who triumphantly attained that class, wondering just who that incredibly fortunate person could possibly and truly be. Later that evening, at the dinner table, Shin boldly declares that he will no longer be frequenting the local labor office. This sudden announcement makes his traditional father absolutely and utterly furious, as he vehemently and strongly opposes him spending his valuable days in unemployment. His sister also casts a judgmental, disapproving eye, and his mother simply looks deeply disappointed, reminding him pointedly that he still has significant outstanding debts to repay. Shin sighs wearily, then excitedly explains that's not the actual situation at all. He reveals he's currently playing as a dedicated blacksmith within a popular game, allowing him to sell his crafted items to generate substantial actual income. He even mentions a prominent and wealthy merchant has pledged to financially assist him, so he could potentially earn an impressive income comparable to a CEO's annual salary. His father and mother become even more visibly and audibly incensed. His sister sternly and dismissively tells him to return to the harsh real world, because if he could genuinely and consistently earn money through video games, he wouldn't currently be hopelessly drowning in such substantial, crippling debts. Shin desperately attempts to persuade them, claiming he even miraculously acquired the legendary class. But his father erupts in anger, bellowing at him to be immediately silent, and even harshly commands him to report to the labor office later that day. He soberly concludes that money is, indeed, his primary and most pressing predicament, and he firmly resolves to accept Rabbit's incredibly enticing and timely proposal, with the invaluable expertise of the major company's astute second-in-command. And by strategically utilizing Khan's smithy as a convenient and well-equipped operational base, he can achieve tangible, impressive results and finally convince his deeply skeptical parents. The next morning, he logs into the game and immediately meets with Khan. He remarks to Khan that it looks so wonderfully peaceful around here now, and casually asks if Rabbit has perhaps come by recently. Khan realizes with a start that Shin didn't know what had transpired, and nervously chuckles, then hands him a letter that is from Rabbit. The letter begins with the words, "Mr. Grid, I did not receive a pardon due to my previous transgressions while with the company. Therefore, our ambitious business plans unfortunately ended up going down the drain. However, with Khan's invaluable assistance, you can still become the richest man if you utilize your unique skills correctly. I pray fervently that I will get to hear of your legendary feats from far away." Khan gravely tells Shin that the Earlstein stated that a complete and unconditional pardon wouldn't be possible. Shin screams in anguish, groans despairingly, and collapses heavily onto the ground, thinking he is utterly finished. But Khan gently consoles him and reveals that he has a proposal too. Khan tells him that he will formally hand Shin the entire smithy, because he has rightfully earned the privilege to receive his cherished smithy, since he bravely protected it from the clutches of the Marrow Company. And once he eventually becomes old, it will be a profound honor for him to have Pagma's esteemed descendant receive this historic smithy. Shin thinks that he has never heard of anyone receiving a fully operational business directly from an NPC. So he chuckles somewhat nervously and tells Khan that he will only believe him if he formally signs a binding contract with him. He receives the official contract and a notification of Shin obtaining the esteemed position of the smithy's successor. He gets completely overwhelmed by emotion and begins to cry, thinking he will have to work even harder from now on. And Khan tells him to prepare himself for becoming the smithy's new owner. In a bustling auction house, Jashuka diligently searches for the Jaffa arrows, but is not able to locate them and thinks, even though blacksmiths generally craft a few thousand arrows at a time, she speculates that perhaps another rival guild already found and recruited him, because he vanished after putting up a mere 99 for public auction. She becomes furious and, in the guild chat, sternly tells everyone that if they don't find the elusive user within 1 month, they will all undergo a hellish training regimen, as they absolutely must find them. If a relatively small guild like theirs hopes to become significantly stronger, Vantner logs into the game and informs Jashuka about what recently happened. In the remote village of Winston, there was an item production competition held between various users in the village, and among the 2 final users, one of them expertly crafted an epic grey dagger. Within a mere 3 hours, she instantly realizes it's him, the very guy they have been searching for so incredibly long, and urgently orders everyone to head towards Winston as soon as humanly possible, because that is precisely where they will finally find that mysterious user, and even ominously tells them that the last one to arrive will face dire consequences. The second son of Jean, a prominent and wealthy Japanese conglomerate, anicaps, with a high level of 216 and a unified ranking of 40th, has successfully defeated a dangerous poison pioneer, earning a substantial 543,500 experience points for his efforts. After only a few brief moments, he even skillfully killed the closed-off pioneer, acquiring another 617,000 experience. He is the formidable third class, the Epic Warrior. This particular Epic class's attack, power, and overall duration were specifically specialized in efficient monster hunting. However, his unified ranking was steadily rising at impressively high speeds, thanks in large part to his incredibly high tenacity and his unique special classes. Effects hadn't increased at all over this past frustrating month. No matter how much he relentlessly hunted, Cats gets increasingly frustrated that he can't seem to reach level 1. No matter how hard he diligently tries, and wonders if his personal skills are simply too poor. His elder and younger brothers are rapidly gaining significant ground on him in their fierce fight to be the designated successor. So he can't allow himself to be a perceived loser in that critical game as well. He thinks that he desperately needs to go to new hunting grounds with significantly higher level and more challenging enemies. He has more than enough money, so he will just need to carefully preserve himself using advanced, expensive potions. But there isn't any suitable high-grade equipment currently available on item trading sites. 1 month later, in the distant frontier, the capital city of the Stein, Earldom, Euphemina was also in deep, serious thought at the bustling auction house. She can't seem to find any production methods for the orb she needs, as it is so incredibly difficult to find production methods for truly high-grade items. Even though she has been diligently looking for an entire month, she did manage to get 6,500 gold for successfully clearing the quest, but can't find any practical uses for it currently. Suddenly, she sharply tells them to reveal themselves immediately, as she knows someone is definitely hiding stealthily behind the nearby pillar, thanks to her unique class trait. Her detection skills are naturally quite exceptionally high, but she is clearly being actively monitored, even though she didn't publicly reveal her name on the official ranking list, as a deliberately secret ranker. Faker, a Tzedakah guild member, an assassin ranker. One wonders how a single, unassuming blacksmith detected his carefully concealed presence. After receiving crucial information about the recent item crafting competition, their entire guild is currently gathering and mobilizing right now. And because of the numerous, reliable eyewitnesses present, they quickly and easily manage to find the competition's winner. The ultimate winner of the game, the much-rumored and mysterious blacksmith, Arena. Faker was originally planning on discreetly watching Arena from a safe distance until Jashuka arrived, but she detected his presence despite his advanced level 7 stealth skill. Instantly, Arena utilizes her formidable skill and tries attacking them forcefully, as they weren't emerging from their hiding spot. So they swiftly move away from the concealing pillar and dive onto the ground to save themselves from the incoming attack. They wonder incredulously how a mere blacksmith can wield top-level magic so proficiently, and begin to doubt if they have actually found the correct individual they are looking for, and suspect it's a cleverly laid trap, laid by a rival guild that is also actively going after the special Jaffa arrows. Elusive creator. They are attempting to deter them by using deliberately fake news. And the item competition itself may have been completely made up from the very start. And their entire Tzedakah guild may have been cunningly tricked. They demandingly ask her what guild she is a part of, though Arena gets visibly frustrated and unleashes her powerful lightning spell, making them shocked as she wields such immense power without any chant. But Suddenly, with a swift blow, Faker attacks her directly, and Irina realizes with shock that it is the very first time she got hit by someone, after becoming a powerful duplicator. But Irina effortlessly eliminated Faker's clone with just one decisive hit. She then uses the Ancient Queen's Night Summoning spell. Faker gets profoundly shocked that she managed to summon a powerful familiar, even though she clearly isn't a dedicated summoner class. A knight is notoriously the worst possible matchup for an assassin, who mainly and skillfully fights using stealth and precision, no matter how much Faker desperately tries. They simply can't effectively tackle Irina because she is at her absolute strongest state. Faker grimly thinks that Irina possesses an overwhelming, undeniable advantage, even when pitted against 4 high-ranking, skilled players. She's like the absolute, raw power that they have only dreamed of achieving. Jashuka arrives there, thinking everything's completely gone awry, and wondering who on earth they were even fighting against. A Jashuka's guild member quickly informs her that Irina single-handedly and decisively defeated 4 of their strong guild members, including the formidable Faker himself. Apparently, she utilized all kinds of powerful skills from many different classes. Jashuka immediately realizes Irina might be a user of a rare, hidden class. Jashuka gets extremely angry, clenching her fist tightly, and tells everyone to find her at all costs, as she dared to lay a violent hand on her precious guild, and plans on completely annihilating her and any of her backers. Khan kindly suggests Grid take a little, well-deserved rest first, and asks if he really doesn't get tired easily from the work, to which he replies that he has been hammering consistently for a whole month now, and he is completely used to it. He also proudly says that he has learned a few vital things, and the very first important thing is that no one truly gets a lot of valuable experience by making the same exact item repeatedly. And the second crucial thing he mentions is that there are 2 fundamental requirements for making a truly high-class item. The first is to consistently use good quality material, and secondly, if not using exceptionally good material, then one must put a lot of dedicated time into the making of it. He further sagely adds that working with heavy or primarily requires high dexterity, but strength and stamina are just as critically important as other various factors. He sincerely appreciates his own progress and realizes that his stamina and other stats are actually pretty good now, and have increased by more than 30 significant points since he started making items. He further realizes that it was also quite hard, leveling up his various item production related skills, but he still somehow manages it. But he worries about one persistent problem, which is that although he has diligently spent over 6 long hours on every single item that he ever painstakingly created, and by that time, he has already made 73 individual items, he has only been able to successfully make only 3 truly epic items. He thinks that at least he now has a comprehensive list of the created items. He is incredibly thankful that the lessons he took to become the Khan's official successor helped him get dozens of valuable and rare blueprints. He gets quite emotional and realizes that, thinking of all the difficult circumstances he had to endure to get those precious blueprints, makes him want to cry. Just then, it suddenly hits his mind that he hasn't heard from the brat, even though he specifically asked him to make the important orb for her. To think that he'd be getting a unique blueprint and the rare materials for a truly unique, powerful orb, completely free of charge. He realizes that she is indeed quite scary, but she also undeniably gave him a truly great and rare opportunity. Suddenly, he stresses out that, what if he accidentally makes a normal class orb instead of a truly unique one? Because he is also getting a valuable blueprint and the expensive material for free. He worries that the brat will actually kill him, as she is definitely more than capable of doing exactly this. Just then, Rook, accompanied by another guy, shows up and asks if this is the Khan's smithy. And as he sees Grid, he directly asks him if he is Khan, the renowned blacksmith. Khan comes forward and agrees, and politely introduces himself and asks how he can possibly help him. Rook states that he has heard that Khan, the blacksmith, was recently in an item forging match against someone known as Irina, to which Khan readily agrees. Furthermore, the guy starts pointedly asking if she was a proper, legitimate blacksmith, or if he personally saw her forge the items herself with her own hands. Khan replies, somewhat hesitantly, that he doesn't quite understand what they're trying to get at, but she was indeed a great blacksmith, and then questions them directly, asking who these unfamiliar people are. and who exactly gave them permission to just barge in and start questioning it. Rook gets visibly furious and demands if that means the only other party involved in that particular match, besides him, was the infamous Marrow Company. Rook rudely and impatiently asks him to hurry up fast, as they don't have all day. Grid gets quite annoyed at their blatant rudeness, as even though Khan is an NPC, he is also a person with actual feelings and deserving of respect. How can they so callously disrespect him like this? Grid snaps angrily at them and asks, who precisely gave him the right to interrogate poor Khan like that? Rook belligerently asks Grid who he is, to which he calmly replies that he works here. The other guy with Rook diplomatically suggests he remain calm and asks Khan that they really need to know more specific details about Arena. And they find out that one of his own successors also actively took part in the aforementioned competition. So they pointedly ask what he specifically knows about her. Khan simply replies that all they really know about Arena is that she was their direct opponent in the match. Grid privately realizes that they have absolutely no clue that he is Khan's successor. Just at that moment, the guy with Rook suggests they should head back, as there is clearly nothing useful here. Grid gets increasingly annoyed and tells them to leave immediately while cursing them under his breath. In the meantime, however, a new customer comes in and asks Khan to show him some of his available items. The customer politely mentions that his various products have been quite exceptionally popular these past few days. Grid happily realizes that Khan generously sells his items for him with absolutely zero commission, and very soon he will be completely loaded with plentiful cash. At the SA group headquarters, the management team is seriously discussing an email. Grid sent complaining about how they supposedly manipulated the item creation success rates. One of the concerned team members calls Miss Choi over to look at and stresses that the success rate should definitely be leveling up properly. So what exactly is happening here? Miss Choi calmly replies that this particular player is a legendary class player, but he apparently doesn't know anything significant about it at all. The team member says that if he did indeed use legendary skills to craft those 73 individual items, and he still only managed to get 3 measly epic items, he is kind of justified in strongly questioning them about it. Miss Choi thoughtfully says she'd actually preferred if it truly was an error or manipulation on their side. Back there at the smithy, Grid calculates that while working for about 5 to 6 hours diligently each day, he sells 73 level 60 armor pieces and various weapons, earning a handsome profit of about 1,079 gold, or 1,294,800 in cash. So if he dedicates himself to working all day, he could earn even significantly more. He thinks, even after all this impressive income, why do his parents still unfairly look down on him so much? To definitively prove them wrong once and for all, he decides to sell the ideal dagger. But the player market is unfortunately not set up yet, which means he can't possibly sell it there at the moment. Instead, he is seriously thinking of going to the local employment agency. On his way there, he finds an interesting brochure saying that there is a generous 30% discount on a nearby capsule room, where he can comfortably spend his mornings and his evenings, and then go home to play the game throughout the night. He rushes to get there, excitedly thinking of his brand new, dedicated workplace. He gets incredibly excited and proudly declares, this is Shin Youngwoo's very first official day as a full-time blacksmith. Meanwhile, back at Khan's place, there's a huge clamoring crowd shouting to get those highly coveted items. Someone loudly comments that there aren't any more valuable items made by the unnamed, mysterious master. One of them earnestly asks Mr. Khan where he could possibly find this master, so he could commission him to craft something special specifically for him. But Mr. Khan steadfastly refuses to tell them any details. Even after that eventful day, numerous players swarmed Khan's smithy hoping to meet Grid, but absolutely no one was able to correctly recognize this humble, unassuming player who was diligently hammering away. Grid appreciates his own hard work, that he is connecting online from a comfortable capsule room for 15 long hours a day, and he is now forging twice as many valuable items as he used to. Grid has successfully made a level 120 plate armor set, forged meticulously according to Khan's detailed blueprint, which is by far the most expensive and complex thing he has ever created. He used a grand total of 483 gold on its creation and utilized his precious 20 hours of focused work on this single piece. He desperately wants this particular one to be a legendary class item, and if not a truly legendary one, then at the very least, a unique, high-quality item. But unluckily, it turns out to be merely an epic class item. Grid is profoundly disappointed that his entire life feels screwed at this critical point. Khan, the old blacksmith, comes over and he is genuinely appreciating Grid's craftsmanship, that he forged an item that is comparatively much better than Khan's own creations. Grid asks Khan about how much he realistically thinks he can sell this new item for. Khan thoughtfully says it's quite hard to tell for sure, but he thinks this should be good enough to put out at the prestigious night's auction, as he has personally seen the high quality of armor they typically wear, and the one Grid masterfully made is remarkably similar to that standard. Grid realizes with a jolt that he hadn't even thought of this possibility. This magnificent item got a substantial 20% increase in its stats just because of his skills, and it also possesses a valuable additional option effect. Khan encourages him to travel to the castle himself for the auction, but he won't be charged any bothersome fees for participation. So it's a truly great and unmissable opportunity for him. Grid seriously considers it, as there are no associated fees. Then it's definitely worth a try for him. Khan reminds Grid that there are still 2 full days left before the auction begins. Then why doesn't he try to forge a couple more impressive items? Grid takes this as a genuinely great and inspiring idea, and is now confidently feeling that he will make a legendary item this time around. 2 days later, Khan is sincerely wishing Grid a safe and prosperous journey, and gently tells him not to be too disheartened, as he still managed to forge some truly amazing and valuable items. Khan gives Grid his official mark and tells him that only the one who qualifies can actually participate in this exclusive, high-stakes auction. He wishes him well, saying that it will be a great learning experience for him, and kindly asks him not to expect too much from him. Just try to relax and have some fun. The auction at Winston Castle is primarily held to identify new and outstanding, talented blacksmiths currently active in the local area. Grid gets quite surprised as he has never seen this many fellow blacksmiths before. He optimistically thinks that he won't be at a dire shortage of potential employees once he officially becomes the proud owner of Khan's renowned smithy. An official announcement is made that the anticipated auction will begin very soon, and to submit the item listing by carefully setting a minimum acceptable price. Grid decides to submit the plate armor and matching gauntlet first, but he stresses considerably as he doesn't know how to set an appropriate, fair price. Just then, Sting, another blacksmith, comes over and kindly asks Grid if he wants some helpful assistance, as he appears to be participating in the auction for the very first time. Grid finds him vaguely and somewhat familiar. He admits to him that he's finding it quite difficult to set a suitable price. Sting shows him the details of the shared quest. Grid curiously asks him why he's not submitting his own crafted work, to which he sadly replies that he's afraid that his own items won't stand a realistic chance of selling at a highly competitive auction like this one. Sting then asks Grid to show him his items too, but he politely refuses and simply asks just to tell him an appropriate market price for a level 120 crafted item. He says 300 gold for a standard normal class item, and in the case of rare epic items, a gauntlet for 600 gold, and then armor tagged at 18 gold. Grid's jaw dropped as he processed the figure. A hefty 1,800 gold. This astonishingly converted to a massive 2,880,000 in pure cash. And that's even before factoring out any of the material expenses. The clear profit margin spectacularly landed at 2 million in currency. That's enough to cover an entire week session in a high-tech capsule room. A thrill shot through him. Being free from debt was incredibly close now. He hurried to get registered, just as the auction's final moments arrived. The auctioneer declared, "This particular auction has proven rather disappointing. A mere 3 items actually managed to meet our expected standards. Fortunately, the very last item showcased absolutely exceptional quality. This was the magnificent sword presented by Sting Rasbin's own apprentice." The bids immediately started flying from all corners of the hall. In the meantime, they announced there are still several more items pending. Sting gently nudged Grid from his slumber. He informed him they're currently announcing the outcomes of the bidding. The woman stated that 110 distinct items had been listed for today, out of which a surprisingly small 6 items were winners this year. Clarice's elegant necklace has been successfully sold for 453 gold. Greth's sturdy inner armor is now sold, fetching a price of 189 gold. Piglet's potent potion sells for a neat 15 gold per unit. And Stang's formidable long sword has been sold for a sum of 19 gold. The lady then made the concluding announcement, specifically for Mr. Grid. The administrator urgently wishes to have a private discussion with him. Stang offered him the heartfelt wish for good luck. And with that, Grid proceeded towards the administrator's designated office. The administrator expressed his admiration, noting Grid was exceptionally experienced. Considering his youth, Khan must undoubtedly be an excellent guide for him. At this, Grid became visibly irked, asserting, "These skills are entirely my own, not Khan's." The administrator then declared he would acquire his items for 500 gold pieces. He also inquired if Grid possessed the capability to craft equipment for all his troops. Grid was absolutely taken aback that 500 meant an incredible 6,600,000 in actual currency. This sum was equivalent to 73 full days of labor at the employment agency. Grid stated, "We simply lack the capacity to produce all the equipment for your soldiers. The smithy is currently operating at maximum capacity." Grid absorbed a vital lesson that day, even if it demanded more time. Superior, higher-level gear possessed a significantly greater value. He contemplated that he shouldn't squander precious time creating mediocre items. Consequently, he resolved that he ought to turn down the administrator's offer. However, instead, the administrator requested him to craft the gear solely for his knights. "But I fully expect the quality of this equipment to be perfectly on par with that of the exceptional items you presented at auction earlier today." He also acknowledged that this undertaking would undoubtedly be quite difficult. "Therefore, I can extend to you a 10% bonus for each individual item. But Grid, you absolutely must promise an unwavering quality of workmanship." Grid declined his proposition, realizing this path would likely lead to a penalty. Yet, following some additional discussion, he ultimately agreed to take his offer. He was calculating that 2 of the 3 items he had forged achieved epic status. He dedicated a full 20 hours to crafting each individual item. Therefore, a single week should provide ample time for him to create 3 items. Stang became elated after learning about the specifics of Grid's new deal. Grid felt a surge of excitement, thinking from this day on he would be wealthy. This auction had undeniably culminated in a remarkable success for him over the preceding few months. Earl Stang had been intensely focused on conquering the Yatten Church and bringing its fervent cultists to heel. The true crisis ignited when Irene, the Earl's own daughter, was heinously kidnapped by the Yetin cultists, intended as a gruesome sacrifice for their dark religious rite. Amidst Irene's perilous rescue, Earl Stein tragically lost his most devoted knight, Doran. The already tense situation in the Northern Territories deteriorated further when Blood Witch Yura emerged. Yura stated firmly, "This particular quest represents everything to me. I am absolutely determined to complete it without fail." She aspired to become an elite top-tier ranker, beginning at Winston Castle. Lady Irene was informed that 12 total casualties, and 5 of our knights are currently wounded. She inquired pointedly, "Did we not significantly outnumber our adversaries? So, how could we possibly have suffered the loss of 1,000 soldiers and 8 knights to a mere 150 foes?" Based on information from a source, she was told that there exists only a single cultist possessing truly immense power, and that individual must surely be one of the notorious 7 servants. Returning to the smithy, Khan mentioned to Grid, "Although this is a standard item, it's quite a respectable blade." Grid, however, was seething with anger, proclaiming that this particular item was utterly worthless. Khan gently requested him to compose himself, but he remained on edge, primarily because he needed to craft 3 epic rank swords, and he was now down to a mere 6 remaining opportunities. This was because he initially possessed funds for only 7 swords, one of which had already resulted in a complete failure. Khan informed him that he could, nonetheless, sell this piece for 800 gold. But its creation cost a staggering 950 gold to begin with. Khan praised him, noting, "You are diligently working over 20 hours on a single sword, and you absolutely should not relinquish faith in your own abilities. Remember, consistent hard work will ultimately never betray your efforts." Repeatedly, his attempts fell short, leaving him with only 5 chances remaining. He commenced his work anew. One of the swords achieved a rare ranking. The subsequent one was merely normal, and this pattern persisted. Following one entire week, Grid possessed 2 epic items, 1 rare item, and 3 disappointingly normal items. Today represented Grid's final opportunity. Signifying this would be his very last sword attempt. Khan encouraged him, stating, "You are, after all, Pagma's true successor. You absolutely must remain strong." Grid mused that as this was his ultimate chance, and forging an epic quality item in a single attempt felt virtually impossible. This endeavor might very well conclude in failure as well. He persisted in his work on it, and finally, at the very culmination, it astonishingly transformed into a legendary grade item. A massive plus 25 permanent enhancement across all his stat pools, and a staggering 1,000 fame points gained throughout the entire continent. He officially earned the prestigious title of the only legendary item maker. Grid and Khan were both utterly and completely dumbfounded, and precisely at that moment, Khan's mouth alarmingly began to froth. Grid desperately shouted that Khan absolutely shouldn't dare die on him within the castle walls. Lady Irene received the grim tidings that their second army had also been utterly defeated. She queried Sir Phoenix, "Was that defeat at the hands of one of the 7 servants?" Once again, to which he sorrowfully concurred. Miss Irene gravely stated to Phoenix, "Our entire conquest now hinges on successfully defeating this single powerful cultist." Sir Phoenix solemnly agreed with her assessment, but cautioned that unless they could secure additional substantial reinforcements, this objective would prove to be utterly impossible. She remained steadfast, certain she would avenge Doran, regardless of how long it might take. Meanwhile, a peculiar man was leisurely swimming in the fountain, where he chanced upon a gold coin. Abruptly, the administrator arrived there and formally requested permission to enter her presence. Miss Irene remarked that this was, indeed, quite perfect time, as it appeared there was a rather odd individual present in the garden downstairs. He informed her that the man in question was Grid, and she must converse with him immediately. The administrator then clarified to her that he was the very man to whom they had entrusted the important commission for forging swords for their knights. Subsequently, she expressed her gratitude to Grid for his accomplishments and desired to suitably reward him for his work. Grid requested her to bestow his due reward, and at that precise moment, he found her appearance to be strikingly familiar. The administrator proudly showed Miss Irene the magnificent sword Grid had painstakingly crafted, and emphasized to her that it was by no means an ordinary weapon. She was profoundly shocked and impressed upon witnessing his masterful work. Grid then inquired of her how much she was prepared to compensate, as they had distinctly promised to pay him an extra amount if the quality proved exceptional. She was utterly amazed by his craftsmanship and instantly realized that with this weapon, they could potentially defeat the formidable 7 servants. She promptly ordered the administrator to purchase the sword and decreed whatever price he deemed appropriate for such a masterpiece. Miss Irene urged Grid to eagerly anticipate seeing his other future works. Grid's gaze fell upon the distinctive ring she was currently wearing, which also evoked a strong sense of familiarity within him. He found himself beginning to develop a fondness for her already. The man then approached to negotiate the price of the sword directly with Grid. He formally offered him a staggering sum of 220,000 gold, but Grid, in his astonishment, misunderstood, thinking he was only being offered 22,000. He countered, stating that each sword cost him roughly 1,000 gold to produce. The man patiently clarified that their actual offer was a massive 220,000 gold, firmly emphasizing that this represented the absolute best they could possibly offer. Grid was utterly astounded to comprehend that 220,000 gold translated to an unbelievable 264 million in actual cash currency. Even after completely settling all of his outstanding debts, he would still possess a remarkable 2 million in remaining currency. He was absolutely overjoyed now. and triumphantly declared this day as the definitive end to his 26 years of misfortune. He began to enthusiastically plan to purchase luxurious new clothes, a brand new car, and even to finally ask his high school crush out on a date. The momentous deal was successfully concluded, and as a sincere token of their thanks, they generously gifted him precious stones of rare blue orichalcum. Grid coincidentally already required precisely 15 of these valuable stones. He strongly felt that this particular day was exceptionally lucky for him. He suddenly realized that he would now be completely exempt from paying taxes. Once he officially took over the ownership of Khan's smithy, he became incredibly excited and simply couldn't wait to share this amazing news with his parents. But this seemingly fantastic deal would eventually prove to be a significant loss for him. Just a couple of short months later, a small number of players who successfully fulfilled the necessary requirements would emerge, and precisely at that future point, the legendary class sword would actually be worth 10 times what he had earned today. Brimming with sheer excitement, he burst into his home, shouting, "Mom, Dad, Dad!" But the atmosphere within was palpably heavy and extremely gloomy. His mother had visible tears welling up in her sorrowful eyes. She informed him that his father had unfortunately guaranteed a debt that subsequently went terribly wrong, and as a result, they now faced a staggering debt of 800 million. Grid's father attempted to calmly reassure everyone present in the room, telling them earnestly not to worry too much about the situation. He outlined his plan to sell their cherished house and to break into his personal savings. This way, they would have approximately 400 million to help resolve their dire financial crisis. Grid, on the other hand, was experiencing an overwhelming, intense wave of profound tension and deep anxiety, as he had never, ever imagined his usually stoic father would be shaken to this extent. His mother, too, became utterly devastated by the news and lamented that this hard-earned money was specifically the sum they had painstakingly saved for Sihi's college education and for her eventual, much-anticipated wedding expenses. She felt an incredibly overwhelming sense of deep sorrow and despair for her daughter. At that precise moment, Grid felt a surge of unfairness and asked in utter disbelief, "But what about me? Am I somehow not their child too? And don't my feelings and future matter as well?" Just then, Sihi quietly said, I don't really need to go to college anymore, and I will simply get a part-time job to help out instead." They all became deeply emotional and started to cry uncontrollably, while tenderly hugging her and earnestly asking for her heartfelt apologies. Grid couldn't prevent himself, but also vividly realized that Sihi had consistently been at the very top of her class. So it would be an immense, terrible shame for her to have to give up school for work. Suddenly, he boldly declared that he would personally make all the money they urgently needed. He firmly told Sihi to continue diligently with her important studies, solemnly promising that he would somehow find a viable way to resolve absolutely everything. Everyone else in the room was completely shocked and simply chose to ignore his audacious claim. His father declared that he would immediately go out and start looking for a second job, while his mother and sister also concurrently decided to try and get part-time employment. Grid vehemently insisted that they stop completely ignoring his words and excitedly told them that he had actually made a substantial amount of money by diligently playing the game, and it was well over 200 million. Everyone was utterly startled, as they simply couldn't process what they were actually hearing. Grid firmly decided then and there to rescue his beloved family and to definitively prove to all of them that he was indeed useful to them. Meanwhile, Sir Phoenix had been ceremoniously given the legendary sword of self-transcendence, a potent symbol of true leadership and indomitable strength. His critical task was to completely annihilate their sworn enemies in the Yadan Church and utterly destroy them all without mercy. Sir Phoenix solemnly made his unwavering commitment for the ultimate glory of the North and for the honor of the House of Stein, vowing resolutely that he would definitely return victorious. Lady Irene decisively ordered the immediate dispatch of all available troops and sternly asked Sir Phoenix to ensure that he successfully returns with the severed heads of all 7 of the dreaded servants. She acutely realized that although there were only approximately 150 Yadan cultists, one of the infamous 7 was confirmed to be among their ranks, and they absolutely could not afford to let their guard down for a moment. They currently possessed 12 skilled knights and a force of 1,500 soldiers. And with these considerable numbers, Lady Irene felt quite sure that they could achieve victory this time. Phoenix, renowned as the most formidable and strongest knight of the entire North, stepped forward with unwavering confidence to bravely lead the decisive charge. And he strongly advised his assembled troops not to become at all feared. Meanwhile, a dedicated warrior from Yura's own troops urgently informed Yura that it certainly seems that those vile heathens have unfortunately returned. He boldly declared that he would personally crush them all and then offer them to their god, Yatten. If you manage to take the ground, we will fully support you with all our combined power. Yura came to the grim realization that these devoted followers of the Seven Servants were truly and undeniably evil. She didn't genuinely wish to undertake their dark quests, but regrettably, she felt she had no other viable choice available. Unless, of course, she somehow managed to obtain a hidden class like Agnes or Katsu. Just then, she decisively took a bold charge to advance forward into battle, as Phoenix clearly spotted the formidable Lady Yura in the far distance. He caustically commented that at least she had finally shown her truly evil face. He fiercely told her that he would personally put a definitive end to her terrible wickedness. As the fierce battle commenced, Mr. Phoenix skillfully managed to block one of Lady Yura's powerful attacks with relative ease. Yura was utterly stunned and wondered aloud how a mere ordinary knight could possibly shatter, and somehow managed to successfully block her formidable diamond barrier, something that even the most powerful boss monsters she had encountered in the past could not manage to break through amidst all the surrounding chaos. She swiftly cast a potent black magic spell, one that instantly puts a single unfortunate opponent into a paralyzing state of fear. Phoenix calmly commented on the surprising effectiveness of the spell, saying admiringly, "It's truly a remarkable and potent skill, as it even somehow manages to genuinely frighten my usually steadfast horse." Yura, however, felt utterly and completely helpless in this critical, unfolding moment. A dreadful sensation she had acutely felt once before when she fought against Grid. She felt profoundly and utterly disappointed by this turn of events. On the other hand, returning to the scene back at his home, Grid's concerned father asked worriedly if he wasn't perhaps doing something illegal. Everyone immediately started to seriously doubt his incredible claims, but he quickly realized that their skepticism was not entirely unwarranted. Even he himself likely wouldn't believe it. If his own unemployed, 26-year-old son suddenly brought home that kind of immense money. Youngwoo earnestly reassured everyone present that he had legitimately made it all simply by playing a game, and then proceeded to patiently explain all the relevant details. His father then told him that his parents, they would naturally nag him about constantly playing that particular game. But if he truly had made that much substantial money, then it clearly demonstrated that he had indeed worked incredibly hard in his own chosen field. Youngwoo felt a surge of happiness, seeing that they had finally genuinely acknowledged his efforts. His father gratefully thanked him, saying that they would now be able to overcome this terrible crisis. And then, within approximately 3 years, they would diligently take care of the entire debt and also fully repay his $240 million. Youngwoo felt a profound sense of relief, realizing with immense satisfaction that he was finally truly able to do something significant for his family. Grid logged back into the immersive game world and immediately decided to get started once again. He quickly checked his current balance and carefully thought that he absolutely needed to make the very best out of his remains. 20,000 gold. So, if he unfortunately forged a normal item with excessively high-level requirements, it would still ultimately be a significant loss for him, since virtually no one could equip. It would certainly be extremely nice if he could somehow manage to forge an item that's rare class or even higher. However, frustratingly, he didn't possess direct control over that outcome. He finally resolved that he was definitely going to attempt an entirely new strategy by aiming quite specifically for items around the level 140 mark, even if they unfortunately turned out to be merely normal class items. Grid then happened to overhear a girl casually asking a guy in a nearby crowd, "Did you happen to hear about the formidable army that was dispatched to conquer the Aten church? It got completely defeated." She continued, "Even the renowned Sir Phoenix, undoubtedly the strongest and most skilled knight in the entire north, was apparently very badly wounded in the fierce engagement." The guy exclaimed incredulously that those infamous 7 servants must have been truly and incredibly powerful. Grid wondered curiously how absolutely everyone seemed to be talking about the 7 servants. So he quickly checked his own current status, wondering just how truly strong they actually were. Grid's eyes widened significantly in genuine surprise as he carefully reviewed his own status. And then he suddenly realized that he had also gotten considerably strong, simply from diligently forging various items, as his current impressive stats were already noticeably higher than his previous level. 80 warrior stats. He mused that he could probably even hunt dangerous level 100 monsters if he was properly equipped with the appropriate high-quality gear. And he sadly wished, with a pang of nostalgia, that he could perhaps hunt like how he used to. He quickly decided to try and forget about it, as he currently had a huge, looming debt to pay off. Grid finally reached the familiar smithy and immediately started working diligently when Khan suddenly arrived and exclaimed with surprise how Grid was starting off particularly early today, to which he promptly replied that he absolutely had to really get to serious work from now on. Khan warmly called it a truly admirable mindset and then curiously asked him what he was currently making. He casually replied that he was in the process of making a brand new blacksmith hammer, as his trusty old one was unfortunately getting a little bit worn out now. So he reasonably thought about carefully making a completely new one for himself. Khan thoughtfully replied that his previous hammer was indeed perhaps a bit too plain and simple. However, he had initially thought that Grid was specifically using it because it was somehow special to him. Grid simply told him that he was just consistently working with whatever tools he currently had available. But Khan suddenly got extremely angry and loudly shouted at him, "Are you completely out of your mind?" Because a hammer is undoubtedly a blacksmith's single most essential and vital tool. Grid sheepishly expressed his utter and complete cluelessness about this fact, at which Khan replied with visible and profound disappointment, "How I genuinely thought that you, of all people, would surely know it, being Pagma's successor." And then he proudly showed Grid his own personal, masterfully crafted hammer. Grid looked at the impressive hammer with genuine and undisguised praise, as Khan carefully explained that one simply cannot forge a truly good item with only good quality materials and exceptional skills alone. It also absolutely requires the use of genuinely good quality equipment. Grid then angrily yelled at him for not telling him this crucial information much earlier, and he immediately started to meticulously rebuild the hammer from scratch. When Grid finally looked at the magnificent, epic-class hammer he had successfully made, he fully acknowledged the profound truth in Khan's words, and how only he could now effectively use it. Khan affectionately called him a rather interesting and peculiar lad after carefully looking at it, and then kindly asked Grid for a personal favor, to please come along with him, to visit his beloved son's grave on his solemn death anniversary, which was today. Upon eventually reaching the quiet and somber graveyard, Grid thoughtfully mused that however much he was merely an NPC, Khan was still the only genuinely supportive person currently by his side. So it felt only right and proper that Grid should do this important thing for him. Khan gently explained that this was his cherished family graveyard, and then pointed to his son Oliver's final resting place, by sadly telling Grid that Oliver had been an exceptionally outstanding and talented blacksmith. However, a tragic and untimely illness had unfortunately taken him at a very young age. He mournfully told Grid that 10 long years had now passed, but he still missed his beloved son so very, very much, and he fervently wished that he could somehow have taken his son's place instead. Subsequently, Khan solemnly addressed Oliver's grave and proudly introduced Grid as Pagma's chosen successor, as Oliver had apparently always deeply wished to one day meet him. Khan emotionally told his departed son how he now had the distinct honor of working alongside him, and how Grid had also miraculously saved the struggling smithy from ruin. Also, how he had successfully made Khan finally quit his heavy drinking habit, and how Grid would eventually inherit Khan's cherished family business as well. Grid felt distinctly uncomfortable at that particular statement and tried to speak to Khan, while simultaneously thinking how this game, Satisfy, seemed absolutely adamant on making him cry, as it all felt so incredibly genuine and real, almost like actual reality itself. He gently placed his hand upon the cool gravestone and sincerely told Oliver how his father was truly a great and honorable man, as well as his own dearest and most cherished friend. He further solemnly promised that when he would eventually succeed the smithy, he would definitely make it the absolute best and most renowned in the entire world. All at once, there was a sudden, brilliant, great flash of light, and a pop-up message displayed that his personal bond with Khan had significantly strengthened, and that Khan's revered forefathers had apparently risen to personally thank him. He quickly turned to Khan, exclaiming how he absolutely should see this amazing phenomenon. But then he spotted that Khan had unfortunately peacefully fallen asleep. Grid exasperatedly cursed at Khan under his breath and then started running away in genuine fear. However, the ethereal spirits calmly introduced themselves to him and then kindly told Grid that they had specifically come to properly repay Grid for absolutely everything he had done. Grid, confused, asked them for some much-needed clarification on this matter, to which the ancient forefather patiently explained that a very long 130 years ago, he had witnessed a sword dance so incredibly beautiful that it had seemingly pierced the vast night sky and powerfully brought forth rolling thunder. Completely mesmerized by its terrifying and awe-inspiring beauty, he had painstakingly recorded precisely what he had seen in a detailed engraving, and had then carefully hidden it away in the treacherous northern cliffs of Kassin Gorge. Grid's eyes widened noticeably in profound and utter surprise, as the spirit then told him that Grid might actually know that particular dance, as none other than Pagma's legendary sword dance. All at once, Grid's important quest log updated, renewing his mission to finding more clues about Pagma. Upon carefully looking at it, Grid suddenly remembered how he had completely forgotten about this crucial quest from the last time. The spirit then informed Grid that the hidden engraving would significantly help Grid learn much more about Pagma's sword dance, and it further earnestly prayed that he would successfully become a true legend, perhaps even greater than the legendary Pagma himself one day. At long last, Oliver's spirit gently said that he was now peacefully leaving his beloved father in Grid's capable care, at which Grid confidently replied that Khan was now indeed in very good hands, so he absolutely shouldn't worry about him at all. Khan slowly woke up and then realized with a start that the sun was already beginning to set, to which Grid then gently chided him, saying how he really shouldn't just fall asleep in the absolute middle of nowhere like that. And then he quickly turned around while standing rather awkwardly there. He then told Khan that he really should try to be much more careful from now on. Khan curiously asked Grid in some confusion about why he looked so visibly uncomfortable, at which he embarrassedly replied, saying how he had just seen a terrifying ghost, while secretly hiding how he had actually peed himself. Hiroi was completely confused about what exactly he should do now, or if Grid would even be remotely pleased to finally see him again, or if he would perhaps angrily ask him about him being so incredibly late. A long 40 days had now passed since Hiroi had successfully cleared the arduous weight quest. He had spent a full week recovering in the hospital, just as the SA group had strongly advised him. He had also formally received the exciting offer of publicly revealing his true identity as the very first pioneering user with a coveted second class. And he had subsequently spent another full week trying to carefully decide whether to accept it or not. Then he was diligently resting and had finally returned to the game. Just 3 short days ago, after significantly improving his overall understanding of his powerful new class, he had then finally come to Khan's familiar smithy, specifically to meet with Grid, the one individual he had solemnly sworn his unwavering loyalty to serve. Instantaneously, Grid opened the door, preparing to leave the premises, and Hiroi's eyes widened significantly with pure, unadulterated happiness, and he immediately knelt respectfully before him. But Grid roughly grabbed his collar and angrily asked him if he even knew who Grid was, and then sharply questioned him about senselessly blabbering to the knights regarding him, even though they were, for all intents and purposes, complete strangers to each other. He angrily revealed that he had been unfairly disqualified from the important competition, unjustly locked in jail, brutally massacred by the knights, and then had to reluctantly follow a crazy, utterly terrifying girl, all because of Huroy's actions. Huroy quickly knelt down once again and sincerely, deeply apologized to Grid, respectfully addressing Shin as his rightful liege and humbly accepting all of his grievous faults. Shin noticed Huroy unexpectedly calling him by that peculiar title, and then wondered with amusement if Huroy had perhaps gotten a screw loose somewhere in his head after spending all that considerable time locked away in jail. Vividly remembering all about him being mercilessly tortured there, Shin curtly told him to just leave and go back to wherever he truly belonged. Though Huroy steadfastly claimed that true descendants of the noble Blue Wolf clan never, ever break their sacred vows, and therefore he firmly asserted that he belonged right next to Grid by his side. Huroy then earnestly asked him if he was currently a member of any guild, and respectfully asked for his gracious allowance to let him formally join that particular guild, as he vowed he would faithfully follow him absolutely wherever, solely to serve him. Shin found him to be incredibly clingy and annoying, and then harshly told him to simply get lost, as he curtly stated he wasn't currently a part of anything at all. Though Huroy then helpfully suggested that he should perhaps create his very own guild, as he believed many capable people would undoubtedly gather around him, drawn to him primarily due to his kind and generous heart. Shin thought silently within himself that he was currently far too busy meticulously crafting essential items that he would desperately need for his next quest. So Huroy should really just stop bothering him now, with clear anger flashing his eyes. And then he firmly told him to simply leave him alone. Later on, Huroy persistently followed Shin deep into the dangerous forest, fully knowing that directly disobeying him was inherently wrong, but staunchly believing that true descendants of the Blue Wolf clan never, ever break their sacred vows, while Grid was unfortunately obtaining mostly misfortune and bad luck, instead of valuable ores during his arduous journey for essential materials. The entire vast world of Satisfy was being greatly and profoundly shaken. The widespread Yatten church subjugation effort had simultaneously occurred all across the northern regions. At the dramatic end of the incredibly brutal and bloody battle, the awesome and terrifying power of God Yatten had finally fully manifested itself. It heralded the momentous birth of the formidable eighth servant. Yura had successfully broken through the previous known limits of a black magician and was now rapidly approaching her ultimate path, completion, and apotheosis. The game system clearly notified all players that the overall influence of the Yatten Church was significantly increasing all across the entire continent, and the minimum required level of all Yatten believers had consequently risen from 160 to a new, higher threshold of 170. If the dangerous Yatten Church unfortunately continued to grow at this alarming current pace, it would eventually become incredibly large and vastly influential, perhaps even enough to successfully found a sovereign country of its very own. To actively hinder the unchecked growth of a dangerous pseudo-religion that harmed innocent others, as unwilling sacrifices for its dark rituals, dozens of powerful nations quickly united and collectively gave their loyal users a new subjugation quest. The infamous black magician Talos, the Yatten Church Bishop's fearsome first servant, screamed loudly and called upon his god, Yatten, to forcefully show these defiant heretics their true, unholy might. Though Earl Steam of the Eternal Kingdom staunchly declared, this time without fail, we will completely get rid of all the vile seeds of the Yatten Church, currently infesting the North. The media outlets diligently analyzed the complex situation of the Grand Alliance versus the formidable Yatten Church, and subsequently formed many different speculative theories. The recurring quest to successfully subdue 25 members of the Yatten Church kept persistently popping up on his screen recently, though Shin had consistently ignored it. Shin now thought that clearing just a single important class quests would likely solve a great many of his current pressing problems. Right at this moment, he had more or less successfully completed crafting his rare and epic quality equipment by utilizing all the precious or he had painstakingly gathered over the last 10 arduous days. But the single most significant problem remaining was that with equipment only of this current level, the treacherous Kazan Canyon area was still proving far too difficult for him to navigate. It was widely considered to be one of the absolute worst and most dangerous areas in the entire north. And it was also notoriously difficult to safely tread upon its extremely uneven and hazardous terrain. What made matters even considerably worse were the numerous hidden caves concealed deep within the vast canyon. They were absolutely packed to the brim with dangerous monsters, all at level 160 at the very least. Shin groaned audibly in sheer, utter frustration, as he had already died a great many painful times specifically because of those accursed monsters, though he was certainly much stronger now than he was before. But still, he couldn't help but seriously doubt his own current capabilities. Hiroi worried deeply as he looked upon his esteemed liege appearing so incredibly frustrated, though a brilliant idea suddenly popped into his resourceful mind, and he quickly crafted a special item to counter that. Failure was actually an absurdly clever and unconventional design. After getting tragically killed over 10 excruciating times by the relentless monster lurking in the canyon, he now knew their attack patterns and weaknesses like the very back of his own hand. And as long as it wasn't a completely unreasonable or impossible design concept, he felt confident that he could successfully make one, and thus a brand new, unique item was being meticulously created. The vast Eternal Kingdom, one of the 5 infamous forbidden areas, was situated within the perilous Kazan Canyon, a dangerous location boasting countless hidden caves, each containing formidable level 160 monsters. Grid sat dejectedly on a rough wooden rock, gloomily thinking how he had died so very many times attempting Asher's difficult quest over there, and he frustratingly acknowledged that he was still far too weak at his current overall level. But unfortunately, he didn't even have the precious time to properly level up, since he desperately had to make a lot of money to repay his truly mountainous, crushing debts. He felt he had absolutely no other viable choice available except for dedicated item creation. He seriously thought of meticulously making a specialized item to perfectly match the Kazan Canyon's unique characteristics. And then he would need to constantly worry about his dwindling stamina levels. Despite those incredibly rough and challenging terrains he had to traverse, he could easily recover his lost energy through his impressive high stamina stat. Those dangerous level 160 monsters, however, were indeed the primary problem, as they cunningly stayed well hidden deep within their dark caves and would suddenly jump out to ambush any unsuspecting, passing adventurers. He desperately needed a powerful weapon at the very same exceptional rank as the Sword of Self-Transcendence. Grid then directly asked Khan about any suitable materials for crafting effective stealth items. Khan thoughtfully suggested using rare and valuable silver dragon scales, and then carefully explained that they were unique species of dragons that lived extremely stealthily. Their remarkable scales possessed a natural, protective coloration ability that effectively hid them away from the prying eyes of humans. Those were absolutely perfect components for creating high-quality stealth equipment. But Grid then wondered despairingly how he could possibly even obtain them. Khan soberly explained that he was pretty certain that mere humans simply couldn't smelt or work with actual dragon scales in the first place. And then, among all the known stealth-enhancing equipment, the single most famous and coveted item was the legendary Invisible Cloak, expertly made by Kruger. He was, of course, a renowned legendary tailor who had been active approximately 200 years ago. However, there was a specific northern material he could potentially use for crafting stealth items. Sylphid scales, which were the delicate scales shed by small, elusive air fairies. Those particular scales also possessed a very useful protective coloration property. Unlike ores, sylph scales are delicate yet strong, and are categorized as fabric. Therefore, crafting stealth-enhancing items with sylph scales is a task squarely in a tailor's wheelhouse, not a blacksmith's. Just then, Shin receives an in-game notification, prompting him to select the specific item he wishes to forge. He opts for a cloak, and immediately, another system message appears, requesting him to designate the precise materials for said cloak. He confidently enters sylphid scales as the chosen material. Shin meticulously designs the item, sketching it out, as a mere simple cloak feels rather uninspired. So he incorporates a hood, then cleverly refines it into a comfortable, stylish hooded zipper. The automatic system correction finalizes, and a brand new cloak is successfully formed. Its defining characteristics are revealed. The cloak is a unique grade artifact, possessing a durability of 61 and offering a defense value of 10. It enhances movement speed by a significant 30% and is remarkably light, weighing a mere 5 units. This cloak is designed by a legendary blacksmith and notably activates a stealth capability when equipped. However, this stealth effect deactivates if the user initiates an attack on a foe. It additionally furnishes a 20% improvement in wind resistance. There are no extraordinary prerequisites needed to utilize it, and its creation involves the use of 20 sylphid scales. Shin officially christens it the Hooded Zippa. Later, during the course of that very same day, Khan chuckles heartily at Shin as he discusses his plans for hunting sylphids. But here's the rub. Unless an individual is an elementalist, they are incapable of perceiving sylphids with their unaided vision. Shin becomes visibly perturbed, as he's just fashioned an item for which he seemingly cannot even procure the materials. But Khan quickly interjects, telling him to first listen to his explanation in its entirety. And the critical point is that they can indeed acquire sylphid scales, even if Shin himself is unable to see them. This is because he simply needs to hunt the frostlight orcs located in the snowy northern regions. These orcs possess a unique sixth sense that enables them to detect and hunt sylphids. They are known to covet and keep the sylphid scales as valuable treasures. And while it's true the frostlight orcs have a significant weakness against fire-based attacks, they remain notably stronger, larger, and more intelligent than their ordinary orc counterparts. The very next day, they proceed to fashion a brown leather jacket designed to shield Shin from the harsh cold. And its particular characteristics are as follows. The warm giant brown bear leather armor is a remarkably sturdy piece, boasting a durability of 200, and it furnishes substantial defense with a rating of 143. It provides outstanding protection against cold, unforgiving environments, and enhances cold resistance by a welcome 15%. Nevertheless, it is susceptible to damage from blunt attacks. To don this particular armor, users are required to be at least level 30 and must possess intermediate mastery in the art of leather armor. The anticipated day of the hunt has at long last arrived, although Khan harbors concerns for him and emphatically reminds him to exercise caution. It's quite evident he's setting out equipped with some impressive new gear. The warm, giant brown bear leather hat and cloak are both normal rated pieces of equipment, offering defense values of 19 and 22 respectively, and each contributes a 5% increase to cold resistance. The warm and functional giant brown bear leather gloves are of rare quality, rated with a defense of 50 and delivering a substantial 15% boost to cold resistance. The great giant brown bear boots are impressively epic rated, furnishing a high defense stat of 95, a 20% cold resistance enhancement, and a 2% augmentation in movement speed. All of these various items necessitate the user to be level 130 or higher to actually equip. He even has his newly acquired weapon, the ideal dagger, accompanying him on this venture. This marks Shin's inaugural hunt, where he was genuinely and thoroughly prepared. But what he remained oblivious to was that the drop probability of a sylphid scale was drastically below 1% within the northern snow-covered fields. Shin traverses the snowy expanse, radiating an air of considerable pride, remarking that it is barely even chilly, precisely as he had anticipated from the giant brown bear's set. Most ordinary users would succumb to frostbite within a matter of minutes, but he remains perfectly fine, owing to his cold resistance being at an impressive 60%. Now, the true hunt finally commences. Shin manages to locate the frostlight orc's concealed lair. Shin internally scoffs, thinking these supposedly low-grade monsters are remarkably dim-witted. They probably can't even competently wield bows and arrows. And this particular hunt is undoubtedly going to be an absolute breeze. The monstrous figures quickly detect a human approaching their domain, but Shin appears entirely unconcerned and even allows a confident smirk to play on his lips, addressing them contemptuously as uncivilized, savage beasts. Shin audaciously points his ideal dagger directly towards them and issues a stark ultimatum: surrender the sylphid scales immediately, or else this very location will witness a veritable bloodbath. Shin's arrogant smirk abruptly vanishes, replaced by an expression of terrifying realization when he beholds one of the monsters taking aim with an arrow pointed directly at it. He then vividly recalls Khan's earlier cautionary words. While the Frostlight orcs indeed possess a significant vulnerability to fire, they are nevertheless considerably stronger, larger, and far more cunning than ordinary orcs. Shin instantly recognizes he is, once again, in a perilous predicament. Shin swiftly activates his skill, quick movement, causing his agility and evasion rate to surge dramatically for a duration of 1 minute. Just as the monsters unleash their arrows upon it, all of a sudden, they abruptly cease their barrage of fire, and Shin momentarily speculates. Perhaps they've depleted their supply of arrows, but then a monstrous figure looms directly in front of him, and it's flanked by 2 lesser minions brandishing its weapon. Shin unleashes his wind blast skill in a desperate attempt to protect himself, but it frustratingly doesn't appear to significantly affect the monster. So Shin resorts to using his dagger, but the resulting cut isn't particularly deep, though it most certainly inflicted pain upon the creature. He reasons that he urgently needs to utilize his combination skills to effectively fight back. By skillfully employing Blacksmith's Rage and Wind Blast in tandem, his coordinated attack appears to be effective, and with the impact of a critical strike, he believes he has successfully dispatched one of the orcs. The game system notifies him that he has inflicted a substantial 923 points of damage, and a debilitating bleeding effect has consequently been applied, owing to his precise and accurate aim at the target. But the harsh reality is that the orc has not yet been vanquished, although its fury has visibly intensified. The orc relentlessly continues its assault on him, thereby increasing Shin's accumulated damage, making Shin acutely aware that his attacks are indeed having an effect. But the orc's remaining health pool is still alarmingly large. He quickly consumes a potion and manages to regain 15 health points, but it doesn't seem to provide much of a significant reprieve as the orc persistently attacks him, and he sustains even more damage. And he fortunately possesses another potion as well. But once more, the orc ferociously strikes him, and now he is violently sprawled backward against a tree, accompanied by a dire warning notification, as his health has alarmingly dropped below the 10% threshold, and the remaining cooldown time for his potion is a mere 7 agonizing seconds. The orc menacingly advances right in front of him, and now he has absolutely no discernible way to escape. But then quite suddenly, Shin receives an unexpected notification. The passive effect of the prestigious title, Apostle of Justice, has miraculously activated, and it is remarkably strong and brave, and dictates that he will not fall easily until all enemies before him are decisively slain. Shin astonishingly intercepts the ORC's descending weapon with his bare, unprotected hands, scarcely believing that the title, Apostle of Justice, which he acquired due to Huroi, possesses such a profound effect, and it even dramatically increases all his statistics by a staggering 30%. Shin, empowered, actually manages to slay the ORC, and is immediately notified of gaining a massive experience boost of 266,000. His level has risen significantly too, and he has fully recovered all his health as well. The other orcs become absolutely furious and menacingly surround Shin, but Shin, ever the opportunist, perceives this as a chance to further increase his level and stats. 3 long days later, Huroi diligently follows Shin to the treacherous northern snowfields, bitterly regretting that it is far too cold for his liking. He laments that he should have prepared with more suitable equipment and worries intensely for Shin, thinking that the orcs are quite formidable and notoriously attack in coordinated groups. He meticulously checks his inventory, which includes 50 potent flame bottles to strategically attack the orcs. And after successfully acquiring the Apostle of Justice's partner title, he can now confidently equip the sword and shield, items that he was previously unable to utilize back when he was merely an orator. But upon his much anticipated arrival there, he is confronted by the sight of a multitude of orcs lying lifeless upon the snow. Hiroi reflects that Frostlight orcs are exceptionally powerful level 120 monsters, and in such a colossal, large-scale battle, he is deeply afraid that Shin did not manage to emerge unscathed from the conflict. A familiar voice suddenly breaks the silence. It is undoubtedly Shin. He is utterly shocked to discover Hiroi present at this location. But Hiroi is overjoyed upon seeing Shin alive and well, and marveling at the thought that Shin is indeed still alive and managed to slay so many formidable monsters with such a seemingly small dagger. And he feels an immense sense of pride that his liege is so incredibly strong. Hiroi respectfully bows down deeply before him and sincerely apologizes to him for inadvertently leaving Shin to fend for himself. Though Shin genuinely doesn't comprehend this rather peculiar behavior of his, Shin casually glances at his own status window, and he is now impressively at level 83, having risen by a remarkable 38 levels in just 3 days. Although he gets increasingly irritated at the undeniable fact that Hiroi persistently keeps following him around. He directly questioned Hiroi as to why he continually follows Shin with that unwavering smile on his face. Hiroi maintains his cheerful smile and calmly tells Shin that, of course, he is immensely happy as he was genuinely worried about Shin, who ultimately ended up emerging unscathed. But Shin is simply exhausted by the stark fact that he relentlessly hunted orcs for 3 entire grueling days and managed to kill over 80 of them, and yet still received only a meager 3 sylphid scales as his hard-earned reward. This also included 580 golds, 40 pieces of frostbite orc hand leather, 25 orc hand axes, and 14 orc bows. Hiroi interrupts Shin's contemplative thoughts, pointedly asking him why he is frowning so intensely, to which Shin retorts with palpable anger that he is profoundly frustrated because he didn't obtain what he desperately wanted, and demands to know why Hiroi persistently calls him liege and keeps trailing him. Hiroi, still maintaining his smile, explains that Shin heroically rescued him from that dreadful prison and effectively saved him from the arduous quest, where he was condemned to spend a grueling 50 hours in real-life time, trapped inside a dungeon. Although Shin finds it difficult to believe that any quest would actually demand, he remained confined for 50 long hours within a cell. Hiroi earnestly assures him that it is indeed the absolute truth. After engaging in some more spirited, albeit prolonged, argument, their somewhat heated conversation eventually settles, and Hiroi inquisitively asks Shin where he is headed next, especially after having successfully slain all of the orcs stationed at the lair's entrance. Shin tersely replies that he urgently needs to acquire a total of 20 sylphids, and there simply weren't a sufficient number available at the entrance alone. So, consequently, he needs to eliminate a few more from deep within the lair itself. Deep inside the dimly lit cave, he candidly confesses to Hiroi that he is growing thoroughly sick of hunting, especially after 3 consecutive days straight, according to in-game time. So, he resolutely declares he will stop if he doesn't procure another scale, after dispatching just one more orc from their ranks. But then, something entirely unexpected and startling occurs, and a colossal, imposing orc suddenly materializes directly in front of them. It is identified as the fearsome Frostlight Orc Chief, a formidable level 140 monster field boss. The monstrous chieftain immediately attacks them, and both of them instinctively start running for their lives, though Shin authoritatively orders Hiroi to courageously block the incoming attack, reasoning that his class was inherently a sacrificial one in the first place. But Hiroi surprisingly tells him that they don't necessarily have to flee, as his current class is the esteemed apostle of justice's partner. So, if they strategically fight together as a cohesive unit, their collective stats experience a significant increase of 30%, and he himself is at level 138. Therefore, if they bravely face this challenge head-on together, they genuinely stand a fighting chance of emerging victorious. Shin quickly realizes that Huroy's assessment is correct and readily agrees with the proposed plan, but firmly tells Huroy that all resulting drops will be exclusively his. A new party has been successfully created, and the item distribution method has been specifically set to party leader pickup. Huroy notices that Shin is currently only at level 83 and pointedly asks Shin, how on earth did he manage to kill all these formidable monsters while being at such a comparatively low level? And he astutely realizes that Shin must possess one of the 3 known epic classes, especially when Shin doesn't seem to offer a proper, straightforward reply. Shin smirks confidently and curtly tells him to get down to work immediately. He strategically guides him, stating that he will handle the surrounding mobs, and Huroy should focus his efforts on confronting the formidable boss. Huroy skillfully employs his taunt ability to effectively draw the enemy's undivided aggro. Shin smirks internally, musing that he has never encountered anyone who can swear more proficiently than himself. But the sheer effectiveness of Huroy's taunting skill is undeniably amazing. And then he unleashes his devastating combination of skills: Unbreakable Justice, Wind Blast, and Blacksmith's Rage, all activated simultaneously and with precision. And he successfully obtains 2 more precious sylphids by eliminating 11 additional orcs. The effective duration of the taunt skill eventually concludes, and the enraged chief monster attempts to viciously attack Huroy. He freezes momentarily in place, but Shin bravely tackles the incoming attack, absorbing 104 points of damage. He is skillfully dodging all the relentless incoming attacks, but finds himself unable to effectively counterattack, due to which his accumulated damages keep steadily increasing. Huroy employs the exact same skill combination as Shin had used, and ferociously attacks the monster from its vulnerable rear with his sword and shield, causing significant pain and distraction to the formidable creature. Shin also attacks him from the front, and the well-aimed attack successfully hits its face, leaving its legs momentarily defenseless. Now, both of them, in perfect coordination, attack the monster simultaneously from both the front and behind, causing the massive monster to roar out in excruciating pain. Shin begins to think that they might actually emerge victorious from this encounter, and reflects that despite how incredibly irritating Huroy can sometimes be, he is remarkably good at matching his combat timing perfectly with Shin. Both of them confidently believe that the monster is now badly and critically injured, but it unexpectedly attacks them once more with its formidable weapon, as its hide is incredibly thick and it isn't going to succumb to death anytime soon. The attack unleashed by the monster this time is so immensely powerful that both Shin and Huroy are violently sprawled backward onto the unforgiving ground, and Shin is currently suffering from a staggering 300 points of damage, with less than 20% of his health remaining. On the other, more dire hand, Huroy lies unconscious on the cold ground, with his health critically below 10%. Shin desperately tries waking him up by exclaiming he can't just simply die whenever he wishes, especially when Shin himself is the one currently leading this perilous raid. And almost instantly, Huroy miraculously awakens from his stupor. The monster furiously attacks Shin as he is bravely defending the vulnerable Huroy. Shin is visibly dizzy and now rests precariously on Huroy's lap. Huroy can hardly believe that Shin actually and truly hurt himself. For Huroy's sake, though, Shin urgently tells him to stop talking and to aggressively attack the monster for a brief while. Shin's current condition looks extremely precarious and quite bad, so he quickly plans on consuming a vital healing potion, and the game system promptly notifies him that a true legend doesn't perish this easily. He can heroically resist all incoming attacks for 5 crucial seconds with a bare minimum of health. Huroy determinedly stands up, brandishing his weapon, and solemnly declares, not only was he regrettably unable to adequately protect Shin. But he now also profoundly owes Shin his very life as well. The monster's menacing axe is rapidly descending from behind, so Shin urgently warns him. Huroi calmly tells Shin to quickly drink his essential potion, but Shin clarifies that Huroi urgently needs to draw its aggro for him to safely drink. Huroi activates the powerful skill Strong Will, and he can now temporarily resist any incoming attack for a full 10 seconds after using the skill. However, the cooldown time for this ability is a lengthy 90 minutes. The heavy axe strikes Huroi's head forcefully, but it inflicts no harm upon him due to his active skill. He expertly hurls several fire bombs directly at the monstrous foe, and Shin smirks with satisfaction while hastily drinking the life-saving potion, knowing full well that Frostlight orcs are inherently weaker against fire. Both Shin and Huroi now work in perfect unison, relentlessly throwing fire bombs at the monster. And the monster is undeniably and visibly taking significant damage from the fiery assault, but it is so incredibly strong and remarkably sturdy that its inherent elemental weakness wasn't nearly as efficient as they had initially hoped. If they don't continue to inflict substantial damage upon it, they will inevitably be the ones who ultimately perish in this fight. Shin laughs derisively, openly mocking the struggling monster, sarcastically saying it hasn't been moving much since they thoroughly burned it, and it is now effectively like a stationary, vulnerable lump of meat. Shin boldly decides to attempt to kill it in one decisive hit, though Huroi urgently advises him to not stop moving defensively, as the monster is still surprisingly healthy enough to launch a counterattack. And that is precisely what unfortunately happens next. The monster powerfully crunches Shin tightly between its giant, muscular legs, and menacingly points its heavy axe directly towards Shin's vulnerable face. Huroi instantly recognizes this is a critically bad situation, and he desperately needs to do something drastic in order to save Shin. So he defiantly says to the monster that it should have been far more alert, as he himself is actually stronger than Shin is, and he declares he will now use a skill that will completely and utterly destroy. Sacrifice for justice is the specific skill he is referring to, though Shin doesn't fully understand, as Huroi's health was already completely depleted. But the resulting blow is so incredibly amazing and powerful that the monster must have certainly dealt a devastatingly fatal blow. The monster slowly regains its threatening position once again, and Huroi already knew with grim certainty that it wasn't nearly enough. So he solemnly tells Shin that he believes things will be very different from this point onward, and he is now entrusting the remainder of the fight into his capable hands, and he will observe. From the entrance, the monster brutally tears Huroi apart with its massive axe, and Shin immediately receives the grim notification that his party member, Huroi, has unfortunately died. Shin mutters to himself. He doesn't quite comprehend what Huroi meant with different and entrance, but one thing he knows for certain is that Huroi has undeniably done something significant for him. He furiously unleashes his combination skill with pure rage burning in his eyes, and meticulously plans on striking the monster's critical vital spot with precision. He successfully hits the monster hard, and immediately realizes that it is now taking significantly more damage than it was before. Shin suddenly remembers that Huroi had used this sacrifice of justice skill, and it had completely consumed all of his remaining health. So perhaps it also managed to reduce the boss's formidable defense as well. The monster wildly swings its axe through the air and roars ferociously as the heavy axe connects with Shin, and Shin sarcastically remarks that even though this monstrous pig is clearly on its very death door, it is still tenaciously attacking. He needs just one final decisive attack to kill it. But he himself is perilously close to being dead and grimly accepts his impending loss. But then, all of a sudden, and quite unexpectedly, the game system notifies him that the Apostle of Justice is inherently strong, especially during dire times of crisis, causing his stats to surge by 30%, and the cooldown for Unbreakable Justice also conveniently ends at this very moment. This is the golden opportunity for Shin to decisively attack the weakened monster, and he seizes this opportunity smartly, and with one incredibly strong final attack, he successfully and triumphantly defeats the formidable monster. A notification promptly pops up, informing him that he has successfully vanquished the Frostlight ORC chief. This marks Shin's very first hard-fought, and successful boss raid victory. Shin makes his way back to the familiar smithy and carefully examines the loot he acquired, and wonders, reflecting that they barely managed to win that incredibly tough raid. But he still frustratingly didn't manage to obtain the full 20 sylphid scales he needed. The Lost Light ORC Chief's helmet is a unique set item, boasting a defense rating of a solid 130. It provides a valuable 10% increase in maximum health, but it also reduces the critical damage rate by a noticeable 20%. It also possesses a certain probability of intimidating the intended target. If a full 5 set items are equipped simultaneously, the wearer gains the ability to transform into the fearsome Frostlight ORC Chief, allowing them to command other Frostlight orcs under their will, and granting access to the special skill Rotation Cut. This powerful transformation requires the user to be at a minimum level of 150, with 400 or more points in strength. The Red Lightning summoning bead can call forth red lightning from the sky, albeit temporarily, increasing the attack power of any weapon struck by this summoned lightning, and imbuing it with a potent lightning attribute. The summoning effect lasts for a duration of 1 minute, but it also reduces the summoner's overall health by 10%. There are 2 valuable blessed weapon enhancement stones, 3 equally precious blessed armor enhancement stones, and a welcome 7 sylphid scales included in the loot. He carefully examines the blessed enhancement stones and thoughtfully considers, if ordinary, standard enhancement stones were to unfortunately fail during use, the item's current enhancement value would drastically decrease by 3 full points. But these superior blessed ones only decrease it by a single point on failure. They also command a price that is 12 times more than ordinary enhancement stones, around a hefty 12,000 gold pieces each. Those exceptionally high-level users exclusively utilize these expensive superior stones when attempting to enhance their valuable equipment further. In any conceivable case, these items collectively cost a staggering 720,001 gold. He might potentially sell them, and if it weren't for Huroy's assistance, he certainly wouldn't have obtained nearly this much valuable loot. Khan enters and smiles warmly upon seeing Shin looking genuinely happy, though Shin characteristically doesn't hand over his newly acquired items to Khan. But as Shin casually throws aside the Frostlight orc leather, Khan promptly takes it and informs Shin that this particular leather is of exceptionally great quality, and if he skillfully utilizes it as inner armor material, it can effectively and fully absorb the impact force on the exterior armor. Shin is perfectly okay with this suggestion, and informs Khan that he is now heading towards the bustling marketplace. Shin finds himself in the crowded market and at a reputable weapon shop. He requests a purchase of 10 ordinary weapon enhancement stones. Those amount to 1,000 gold, but he can't really do much about the cost, as he urgently needs to adequately prepare himself to venture into the dangerous canyon. He will inevitably have to wander extensively around the treacherous Keshin Canyon, diligently in search of the ancient mural that supposedly depicts Pagma's legendary swordsmanship. He had experienced such an incredibly hard time against mere ordinary orcs, and even though he is now at a respectable level 85, there are still numerous powerful monsters he simply cannot yet face. So, for the time being, he absolutely has to enhance his existing items. He retreats to a quiet, secluded place and firstly attempts to enhance his ideal dagger, though he briefly thinks of his family's ongoing financial crisis. He reasons that enhancing items up to +5 is generally considered normal and proceeds with enhancing. The crucial +5 enhancement attempt for the already +4 ideal dagger was miraculously successful. He gets a surge of greed and contemplates enhancing it just one more critical time, as such a feat is exceptionally rare amongst the general user base, and impulsively he does it. Somehow, all the people in the vicinity immediately look towards the dagger and openly admire it. The dagger is now emitting a brilliant, captivating blue shine, and onlookers speculate that it must be a +6 or even higher enhanced weapon. Shin proudly flexes it for all to see, thinking to himself that he certainly doesn't regret spending 2,000 gold to obtain a +6 weapon. He then spots a familiar figure, Katz, who is smirking condescendingly as he observes the crowd of people gathered around Shin, captivated by the impressive dagger. Katz approaches him, disdainfully saying, He can't believe someone adorned in those utterly pathetic clothes is brazenly attempting to show off his meager dagger like that, and arrogantly tells him that he merely came to spectate, then proceeds to flex his own superior weapon. It's an astonishingly powerful +8 enhanced weapon. Shin is genuinely impressed, as are all the people gathered around it. But he quickly thinks to himself, why should the number of enhancements on that guy's weapon even matter to him in the slightest, as he personally finds his own meticulously crafted dagger far cooler, and he is deeply satisfied with having created such a weapon through so much dedicated hard work. Cat mockingly smirks once more, telling Shin to be happy and content with his lesser item, then casually walks away. Back at his own place, he fumes about how Katz is such an obnoxious attention seeker, and angrily crafts various items, as he absolutely has to depart for the canyon tomorrow. And he thinks, in any case, whatever happens, he now possesses those valuable blessed enhancement stones, and he absolutely cannot afford to waste them if he genuinely wants to save his struggling family, as he is certainly not immature enough to be consumed by petty jealousy. Khan enters quietly from behind, holding the impressive item he skillfully created with the orc leather. Khan's magnificent masterpiece is an epic-rated item, boasting a defense value of 359. It slightly reduces movement speed by 7% and weighs a considerable 1,900 units. This formidable armor significantly decreases incoming physical damage by a full 20%. To effectively use it, the player must be at level 160 or higher, possess at least 550 strength and 380 stamina points, and also have an intermediate mastery in the use of heavy armor. Shin is genuinely delighted about the item and sincerely thanks Khan for his craftsmanship. He is finally done preparing and is now fully armored with the Frostlight. Orc's helmet, Khan's incredible masterpiece armor, the best gauntlets, and the sturdy adventurer's boots. He smirks with satisfaction as he successfully creates an 8+ ideal dagger weapon by strategically using his precious enhancement stone, even after previously proclaiming that a 6+ weapon is so much cooler now at the Keshin Canyon. Shin proceeds very carefully, as he will surely die if he happens to fall. The sylphid scales are undoubtedly important to him, but he must remain focused and pay close attention to the actual primary goal, and diligently look at the quest information details. Pagma's renowned swordsmanship. The first class quest is instructing Shin to find a vital clue regarding Pagma, hidden somewhere within the Keshin Canyon, located south of Winston. The clear conditions for quest completion are to successfully learn Pagma's swordsmanship, and the clear reward is the coveted reproduction of Dainsleeve. Even though the ideal dagger was successfully enhanced to an impressive +8, it's still fundamentally a level 180 requirement weapon. It's simply not comparable to Dainsleeve, which is a mighty level 250 greatsword. And the most important reward, by far, is Pagma's legendary swordsmanship itself. And Shin absolutely needs to acquire this skill, since he currently only possesses 4 attack skills. And he even needs to be extremely vigilant and watch out for the numerous caves on the cliff wall, as he got killed so many times by the dangerous level 160 monsters inhabiting those caves. A canyon lizard, a formidable monster of level 162, suddenly appears. That terrifying, blade-like tongue of it has killed him on many previous occasions. Shin's entire body trembles with fear, but he is not the same as before and confidently uses his combination skills, but still sustains a significant damage amount of 1,230. Though the dagger's recent enhancement has greatly boosted the skill's overall power, he successfully defeats the lizard and obtains a massive 329,000 experience points. He joyously celebrates his hard-earned victory, but his celebration doesn't last long, as several lizard men, ranging from level 1 to 85, suddenly arrive there. Shin swiftly attacks one of them with his trusty dagger, but with them collectively attacking him in return, he receives an overwhelming amount of painful damage. Their defensive capabilities are so much higher than the previous lizards, and they also possess thick, resilient skin and defensive equipment as well. He would have undoubtedly died if not for Khan's exceptional epic grade armor, but even that incredible armor will prove useless if he cannot somehow endure their relentless, coordinated attacks. He manages to halt their aggressive movements with his crowd control skills, and seizes this crucial opportunity to eliminate them all with his deadly dagger, while simultaneously utilizing his quick movement skill for enhanced evasion. He successfully defeats all the lizard men and obtains a staggering 948,000 experience. He managed to kill them, but his mana reserves are now at rock bottom. He quickly drinks a mana potion, so dealing with smaller mobs isn't a major problem, and killing just 2 more similar monsters will successfully increase his current level. He confidently thinks that as long as he doesn't accidentally encounter the dreaded canyon spider, a terrifying monster of level 188, he is going to be perfectly fine. But predictably, this is exactly what fatefully happens next, and an enormous, menacing spider appears directly in front of him. This particular one is on an entirely different, terrifying level. It can even effortlessly kill multiple lizard men like they are absolutely nothing. He knows with chilling certainty if he gets caught by it, he is unequivocally dead, so he immediately unleashes his most powerful skill, but it only manages to deal a pitiful 300 points of damage, making Shin realize with dawning horror its defense is even higher than the ORC Chief's. Shin's usually devastating ultimate combo doesn't seem to affect it much at all. He can barely manage to dodge its ferocious attacks, even with his skill. Quick movement, active. Even Wind Blast is proving utterly useless right now, and he will surely die at this alarming rate. Normally, his overall attack power should effectively increase by a substantial 60%, but it's currently only achieving half of that potential, since he unfortunately doesn't yet meet the full usage requirements. He could potentially use Unbreakable Justice if he somehow gets a clear chance, since that powerful skill increases attack power by a massive 300%, but he critically needs to make direct physical contact for it to actually work, so it's effectively useless if he can't manage to get close enough to it. He creatively uses Wind Blast, and right before actually shooting the Wind Blast, he ingeniously adds the effect of Unbreakable Justice to it. The innovative new skill fusion has miraculously succeeded. The newly fused skill has been successfully generated by the system. His intelligence statistic has permanently increased by a welcome 10 points, which now deals a staggering 320% of his attack power to a single target that can be situated up to 6 meters away from it. The damage range encompasses a 2-meter radius around the primary target. Its mana cost is 400, and the cooldown time is 100 seconds. Shin has astonishingly created a brand new, powerful skill. The spider topples heavily onto its back, and now that it temporarily can't move, Shin decisively finishes it off for good, as the unique option effect of his best gauntlets has luckily been activated, and his devastating attack is effectively dealt twice in quick succession. With this victory, he obtains another 387,500 experience points. His level has risen up yet again, and he is now officially at level 86. Shin gets incredibly super excited by this development, and finally, wholeheartedly celebrates his monumental victory by screaming loudly in pure enjoyment. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Piero, the Saharan Empire's most formidable knight and former captain of the elite Red Knights, stands pensively at the precipice of a tall mountain, observing the unfolding scenario. Thinking intently about the guy, he means Shin, of course, who remarkably, single-handedly managed to kill a dangerous canyon spider, and he himself hasn't witnessed such a feat in countless ages. Piero thoughtfully muses that he may currently be somewhat rough around the edges, but his inherent abilities demonstrably grow each and every time he successfully defeats an opponent. He profoundly realizes he has finally, at long last, found his destined agent of revenge from Asmafel. Regrettably, that is precisely where this captivating story concludes for the time being. If you thoroughly enjoyed this video presentation, please feel free to support me on Patreon.